encryption key onto a quantum drive, but Grunther's trap triggers prematurely, electrifying one guard and alerting others.
Should we focus on... Actually...
She's useless here, I think.
Yeah.
She's gonna be good if we get into a fight, though.
Okay, we're trying to be fast as we can.
Yeah.
Right? Although the thing is, if you're playing with a DM, you know, you'd be able to ask little questions a lot. Like, you know, where's the grate? You know, is this a grate on the ceiling, or is it on the wall?
Or is it on the floor? Like,
but you don't want to be asking Grok that.
Yeah. I guess place is abstract unlike everything else. It's just, the AI works better in abstracts. So, an alleyway near the library.
My character... Gruntler barrels through back alleys with saber ready, but his blunt demeanor... There it is, blunt. Nearly provokes a confrontation. The guards, stretched thin, struggle to track all three, and the party reaches the rendezvous alley near the city's core, each clutching a key.
Thanks for watching, sticking around, and as always, you can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. And that fucking Valiant Boy. What the fuck is Valiant Boy thinking? He just drops into the Discord like it's no big fucking deal. And I'm only stunning one day of a month.
We're getting ready now to
you know, the pictures still catfishes people. Self-checkout steals jobs. That's why I don't approve of them. The tech itself isn't an issue. Sean, it doesn't steal jobs. We literally have more employees now that we have the self-checkout. So it's actually, at least from my experience, it's actually bullshit that it takes away jobs, because we need more people to man it because of the amount of people that steal in the self-checkout. Where 4 checkers used to work, only 1 works now. Well, I don't know about that, because maybe they're just understaffed in that area, but we literally have more employees because of the self-checkout. Because we have like 14 self-checkouts and 4 counters.
He's going to pull everything.
So they removed 4 counters and they put in 14 machines. So now we need like 5 or 6 people instead of 4.
No bunkers here, by the way,
so it actually made more jobs. So I don't like it when people say, oh, I don't like them because they take jobs. Because all technology eventually is going to take jobs. There's no reason to stop technology because they take jobs. Otherwise, we wouldn't have cars, we wouldn't have computers, we wouldn't have the internet, because people would be like, well, that takes away people's jobs. Email? Whoever invented email, how many postal people lost their jobs because of email? Quote of the day. I am malformed, scarred, and small. But, abed, when the candles are blown, I am made no worse than other men. In the dark, I am the knight of flowers. You can't say fuck you to your friends. Who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you! Thank you for the raid, Hellish Mist. Have a good one. But that's okay, Sean. Hellish Mist doesn't show his face. He just shows his hands. So we just know what type of guy he is from his hands. And he's obviously a very strong, independent, well-organized man. If you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Whoops. Yo, what's good, everyone? So I tried to set this shit up, but it did not work. Full chud mode. So I'm gonna try and do it now. Cause I've like been meaning to do this, and after the whole relic thing, I was like, yeah, okay, let's just do it. But I spent like 5 minutes, and it fucking just would. Goddamn, I have this, right? I can just turn this on, right? Girl voice was hot. I just came through. So let me see if I can figure this out. Give me like 3 seconds. And yeah, I'll turn the feet cam off, okay? I just had to fuck with you, right? Yes, I know. I'm trying to essentially fix it, but it's like being super weird, and it won't like resize itself, and it won't let me resize it. So I'm like, does that work? Like, what the fuck is going on with this thing? Looks good on the stream. Keep it. I don't know why I can't, like, manipulate it. Okay, well, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this, we're just gonna copy it, we're gonna delete this, and we're just gonna fucking make a new one. Yeah, that's why I said to Smokey I feel like I'm a main character, because the day I decide to change this and bring this up is the day that Smokey is here at the beginning of the stream. Like, what are the chances? Is that good? Do we need another line? Can I change? Is it gonna let me do the fucking font size on this? Oh, for fuck's sakes, are you shitting me? Holy fuck. Well, the pinned message doesn't exist. I missed that pussy ass 8. That was in here. Bring him back. I mean, it's kind of rude to say that. Right? Well, we try not to be rude. I guess it was 256. I fucking have no idea. Okay, cool story. How do I get it the same size as the other one? I have no idea. I'm just gonna do this. It's a Protoss player. I mean, it's true, right? We got Artosis in the background. He'd call him an ape as much as anyone else, right? It's very true. But yeah, there'll be a pinned message on both. The pinned message doesn't exist right now. Because this has taken me so fucking long to just, why the fuck is it not working? It's actually pissing me off. Okay, so we're gonna lock that, turn that off, and we're gonna go like this. Yeah, I know, because I'm retarded. I didn't give myself enough time to do it. Alright, okay, there we go. Because I've said for the longest time that I'm gonna do this, so that when Chalkboard is initiated, people know. And to use it as an example, so, like, people understand how... Yeah, Smokey. If you... See, Smokey's smart, even though he's not a writer. He can understand where this is going. And, like, he knows that I don't put... Three streams ago. He knows I don't put up with this shit, and I've been saying this forever, so now I'm just making it official, and from here on out, I'm not putting up with any shit from anyone. I'm fucking putting my foot down, because I've been saying this since I started streaming. And if you can't get that, then I don't fucking want you here. Okay? I don't mince words. I say it like it is, man. Oh, you don't even know, Relic. And I'm sorry. What was I doing? I don't remember what I was doing. I was doing something. Fuck. No, I probably actually wasn't doing anything. I was probably just fucking around. The entire point of Chalkboard, right? That's literally, like, why I'm calling it. Because I'm calling it on myself, because fuck this. And I can't deal with myself right now. So, it's gonna be a brutal stream. 3, 2, 1, talk! Middle of this... No, I'll give you the timestamps, because I have them, if you, can guess why. I love seeing you shut people down. This will be fun. Hold on, let me find it. Maybe there's going to be an easier way to do this. Nope, there it is. Honestly, surprised I lasted so long. I'm surprised anyone lasted any time. So I would say... Is this it? Might be a little bit before this. Where the fuck did it happen? No, it was later. It was like here. Okay, it was before that, because it's already happened. I don't know. It's somewhere around here. Look for a mod action. Because, oh, I guess I can do that, actually. Can I look for the mod action on the chat? Will it show the mod action on the chat at the time? Okay, I think it might have been before this. No, it had to have been after this. So this is like initiating into it. This is somewhere around the 4-hour mark on this stream. Because, like, the point I pointed out was 4 hours and 49 minutes and 59 seconds. The 450 mark. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to say anything. I'm not in the capacity to currently do that. And for some reason, like, the computer's, like, also freaking out. Like, my taskbar is, like, gone. But guys, I have ideas, because my brain, no matter what's going on, my brain never stops. The only thing that keeps me sane. Okay, there. I finally have my bar back. I don't know why. It's bringing up the home bar on the other screen when I press the Windows key. I don't know why it's doing that. It doesn't really matter, though. So, before I ruin myself, let's get to ideas! Okay, let's go. Okay. So we ended off at chapter 6, right? And we got, like, the botanist enters tavern and talks to Tank. Commotion outside of rival and zombie. Tank leaves. End of chapter is, like, Tank putting his hand on the door to, like, open. The entire point of these every single one of these... Jesus Christ, my hair is wrapped around this thing. These intros is a commonality of some sort of commotion outside of the character's preview that causes the progression to the next character. So who do you think is the next character that should be introduced after Tank leaves the tavern after talking to Botanist, learning about the intruder, and hearing the commotion outside? Because Botanist is the bridge character that we're using here. And it's Cook. So Tank leaves, Cook comes out of the back with all the food and is like, yo, where'd Tank go? But hey, how's it going, Botanist? What are you up to? Oh my god, and then he just goes into like a fucking rant about how amazing the food looks. And as the great foreshadowing goes, Botanist is like, whoa, get back into the kitchen, man! The fire's still on! Oh, yeah, sorry, my bad. Just admiring, I mean, get back in there! Okay. Foreshadowing that Cook is like, and there's gonna be another conversation about, man, he just can't pay attention to shit, he just loves food too much. And then, oh shit. And then, you know, there'll be a whole, he enjoys his food too much, and, because, fuck, where's I going with this? Because he, Jesus Christ. Because he's always focused on the food. Stoner thinks this is like a dream, right? So she was like, oh, this is gonna be funny, because she's like, that's what she does, right? Like, just the way that she did it, the very intro scene with her own, like, smoking the joint in the center of the circle, right? Kind of a shit disturber in a way, right? Like, she's begging for a certain outcome, right? It's just the humor of her mind, right? So she's like, immediately starts a food fight, right? So it's like, Cook goes into the back, does his whole thing, zombie, Stoner, and Tank come back in, and you never see the interaction that they have until we go back to Rival. And then we'll see the entire interaction from Rival's side, because we need to show that he's suspicious about Zombie. And, like, the rumors and the things about, like, conscious zombies, and he's, like, going through the tick board of, like, what zombies look like. So that entire encounter has to be seen from Rival's perspective. Code. Which means I'm gonna bring this back. Which means soon as Cook comes out of the back, so he's gonna place out all the food, get this whole thing, get distracted, be like, okay, go into the back, and he's gonna show like mechanics of how certain things work, right? Like this is a very specific, important scene to show people like the functionality of the new world that we live in, like the level of technology, how things work, and in my opinion, the best way to show it is through food, because food usually incorporates most of like the highest, most advanced technology that a civilization has, right? Like you basically use every means you can of your technology to make sure that food is fresh, food is prepared, food tastes good, food is safe. The degree of your technology depends on the degree of those things, right? So showing the kitchen and how it works with the cook is so important to informing people through the show factor of how this world functions. And people are going to say, oh, there's high-end technology and then there's Miracles of the Goddess. But the problem is that the Miracles of the Goddess are gone and you won't see anything from Techno for like a long time. So as far as like the story's concerned, that shit just doesn't exist. So you're relying on this simple idea of how the world works, which is the simplest way is to look at a kitchen. That's my opinion. And, so like they're I need to take a toke because there's so much here that just like continuously like leads into itself and like more things. And I even just came up with a new idea just now that bridges another hole that I was thinking about earlier that I'm like, oh shit, man. Okay, no. That's just how it goes. Right? And I'm like, alright, let's get her done. 3, 2, 1, toke! So, food fight ensues. Cook is like, what the fuck is going on? How could you ruin my food? So I was like, you gotta get over yourself. Here, come outside and smoke a joint with me. We'll bond over this. Because she's like, damn, he's a handsome old man. Ooh, I've never had a gilf before. You know, because like Cook's like 54 or like 56 or something like that. Like, right, he's like a relatively older gentleman, whereas like Tank is like 35 or 36. Right, he's a relatively middle-aged or younger, but not too young. He's more of like a younger middle-aged guy, right? Not quite 40. Still got the youth in him, but he's definitely like he's not a kid anymore, okay? He's not a young guy anymore, right? So it's like, I never had an older man. This guy seems put together and competent. I love food. He's a cook. Let's do this, right? So she's like instantly like trying to befriend him, trying to get him to go outside and smoke a joint. This just immediately, and he's like she's trying to like calm him down too, because she is the one who started the food fight. So she's like, to be fair, you know, I started it. Everyone else kind of just went along, right? Okay, let's go smoke a joint and we'll talk it out, right? Meanwhile, she's like playing footsie with him, right? Slowly moving her toes up his calves, right? You know what I mean? Right? Licking her lips just the right way, biting her lip, swaying her hair, right? Just generally being a slut, right? They're smoking a joint. But this is where it's like, okay, do they smoke one joint and smoke multiple joints, right? Because I feel like it should be like, Scotty a hoe. I definitely am, bro. Like, I say that multiple times. I am, like, the biggest hoe, right? And I just shout it from the rooftops. I don't give a fuck. It is what it is. It's not important. And if you think it's important, well then, do you want to fuck me? No! Okay, well, right. I don't think you think it's important. Alright, so, you know, Stoner's trying to do her whole thing, and then Botanist is, like, looking at Stoner do this to Cook, and this show is, like, because this is supposed to show jealousy in Botanist, that she's, like, into Cook, despite, like, the age range thing, so it's, like, and Stoner, like, looks at her and goes, you know what? Maybe that's the reason why I seem to be so attracted to this guy. I saw she was into him, and I was like, no, bitch, he's my dick. Oh. And it's like, you know, immediately, like, establishes that, like, female friendship. Plus, it's like, she's, like, a hoe, so the dudes want her around because she's hot. Oh, God. See, that's the thing that I also wanted to explain, that I came up with the idea of. So, technically, right, like, Stoner's name is Donna, because she's supposed to be, like, Donna from that 70s show, right? Like, that's her character. So there's gonna be, I don't know where, but early on there's gonna be an explanation for why people don't have names. And the reason why people don't have names is because it's Stoner's way of keeping an emotional distance while reliving the story. So without the names, they're just actors in a play. They're not real people. So it's like a coping defense mechanism for her to distance herself from the memories. Scotty, did you take a bunch of stuff from other IPs and put it into your book under different names? Hey, genius. Relic, I told you, I don't come up with original ideas. I take other people's ideas and I morph them. So, yes, every single idea for everything that I have is from someone else. 100%, and I don't deny that in any way. That's why I can compare things so fucking exactly to stuff, because that's the basis and foundation. Like, there's changes and stylistic things that I put myself on, but the foundation of it that I look for on a direction, right, is definitely based on my lived real-world experience of storytelling, which is influence from stories. Which is why there's, like, a 9/11, a JFK assassination, Saddam Hussein takeover, a Jewish, like, Israelite, like, underground railway. Why there's, like, a contention between technology and religion. Nations at war for pure ideological, religious reasons. Like, really and truly, there's nothing original about this. It's just cool concepts taken from other things that I think are cool and then written together to make an interesting story. And I think it's done so well that even if you know all of the origins, you'd still look at it and say, well, everyone uses inspiration, and everyone copies everyone, so who the fuck cares? Right? Like, we all know Aragorn is supposed to be Jesus. Right? And it's like, it's like the Holy Spirit thing, where it's like Gandalf is like the Holy Spirit, Aragorn is like Jesus, and then there's like, the Valar are the, like, Holy Ghost, right? Even though Tolkien said, like, thousands of times it's not an allegory for Christianity. You can say it's not an allegory all you want. I see the comparisons, and I like it. So that's what I'm gonna call it, because that's the reason why I like it, right? Like, Whether that's what the author intended or not, I don't think matters. Like, there's going to be a dissonance between what the reader believes and what the writer intended. And if you're not able to reconcile that as a writer, I don't think you're going to be able to have, like, legitimate conversations with your readers, because you're not going to be able to, like, accept their interpretations of your book. Is that, like, fair to say? Like, at some point in time with an attitude like that, you're going to have, like, a problem with someone because of a misinterpretation over your work. Right? And then to me, that's the, like, fan interaction determining moment of, like, how can you deal interacting with your fans when they are, like, in your mind, in the complete wrong? Like, how do you act in that situation, I think is, like, very important to show who you are as an author. Because me, I tell them that's not what I intended, so, like, technically you're wrong. But if that's your interpretation of it and you can justify it, then damn, man, the fact that I had, like, a hidden story that someone else picked up on that I didn't, that's crazy, dude. That just makes me feel better about my story. That there's stuff that I didn't even know was in there. Where some people be like, nah, you're wrong. That's wrong interpretation. You're not allowed to interpret it that way. I'm like, dude, it's art. The whole entire point of art is personal interpretation. That's why one of the most famous paintings of all time is The White Rabbit, a rabbit in a snowstorm. Which, like, as far as I know, the canvas doesn't have any paint on it. I'm not 100% about that, but it's like, as far as I know, the actual canvas has no paint on it. I should actually, like, look that up and see. Like, because I actually don't know, and that's actually probably a really big interpretation about whether it does or not. 3, 2, 1, toke! I just want to be as basic about this as possible. Because, like, I have no idea. I mean, I would assume yes, but I think the idea would be a no, right? Because the entire idea, yes, it does. The Paint Rabbit in the Snowstorm was famously one featured Marvel's Daredevil. It's a large abstract work consisting of a canvas covered in white paint, specifically gradations of white. Some grayish tones visible up close, described as the show as gradations of white, and the actual production prop used was a white painted canvas on a wooden frame. Those are descriptions, note textures, amplification. Okay, so it does have an artistic interpretation on top of it, but the idea behind it, right, is that, like, it's up to your mind's eye to create what's on the painting, right? So I don't think it's up to the author to decide what the story is actually, at the end of the day, telling. You can direct it and you can do your thing, but there are going to be parts of it that other people are going to pick up on that are, you know, as what they are, right? But anyways, back to the story. So, they smoke the joint, right? And this is where we have to figure out, shut up, you cross-dresser. Thanks. I can't, though, Relic. Oh, I wish I could. Give me a video so I can shut up, Relic. I mean, I could take a toke. I could take another toke. I could get higher. Right? Maybe I should just do that. Maybe I just need another toke, guys. I'm like, I can't wait for Smokey to come back in like 30 minutes just laughing his fucking ass off. It's impossible for you to get higher. Well, Relic, the problem is it's impossible for me to get high to begin with. Like, could you imagine right? Like, I don't, like, unless you're, like, actually a stoner, I don't think people actually understand, like, the tolerance level that, like, you get with weed. Like, I don't actually get high, I just basically smoke weed as an action. Like, I shouldn't actually be smoking weed because it doesn't do anything. Because, like, I'm at, like, such a max tolerance. So, like, what I need to do is just not smoke for a month, and then I'd be sitting here, like... Wait... Am I streaming right now, guys? Wait, hold on, let me check my OBS. Oh, fuck, I'm streaming. How long have we been? 36. Oh, fuck, we've been live for 36 minutes? Oh, God. I'm sorry, guys. That would be basically, and that 36 minutes would be staring at the screen. I don't know what the fuck is going on. That would be me if I was, like, actually fucking high. I remember after my bike got stolen, I smoked...
Giant Lego Smog display built by Justin Bover Bricks has over 150,000 gold pieces in it. Smog is over 9 feet long and looking super menacing here. He's got his custom eyes, those iconic scary eyes there, and then just his whole face and neck came together really, really nicely. These huge wings here built using fabric and then Lego Technic frame to hold those up. And then of course you've got these dark green pillars to really kind of set the scene here as Smog just absolutely lords over the Hobbit down there that you see hiding out in the gold. Looks fantastic. One of the really fun ideas here that the builder has done is hundreds and hundreds of references mixed into the golds. You'll find Bionicle elements, you'll find tons of Knights Kingdom elements, adventurers. There are references to...
Oh man, Bionics? Bionicles? Bionicles! Dude, you remember Bionicles? Fuck man, like the different masks? Dude, that shit was so fucking cool.
As it curls around is super, super impressive. Getting that shape right is not an easy thing to do with Lego, so really impressive work.
Oh fuck yeah. That's
giant Lego Smog display.
That's so cool. That's so cool, Relic. Yeah, I got my bike stolen and I came home because I had an early day at work. I got off at like 6:30 and I went to the weed shop because it's like right across the street. And I bought weed. I came home and I smoked a bowl. Well, I installed Vindictus because I'm like, I'm going to get high and I'm going to play Vindictus because I haven't played Vindictus in forever. And there's going to be like a ton of new content I can just go spam through. And I sat there for like an hour and a half staring at my character because she's fucking hot as shit. Because I had like the underline ink body armor. So basically I was like naked with my tits hanging out with like tattoos over my tits. And it was like a permanent Under Armour that I had earned. Because I never spent money on the game, but I had like played enough events that I had earned a bunch of stuff for a bunch of my characters. And I just smoked one bowl, coughed my face off, and stared at the hot bitch for like an hour and a half. And then I started like grinding and fucking shit up, playing new characters and stuff. But I was so high, I had no idea. It was like a buzzing in the back of my head. Like I had no idea what was going on. I was like, holy shit. Because like, I basically started smoking weed, and I smoked weed every day, all day, for like 17 years. And then I just stopped. So I was like, you know what? I don't need to smoke anymore. I want to focus on other things. So I stopped. Because I was smoking tobacco and weed. So I went cold turkey, stopped smoking both tobacco and weed. Just said, nope. As soon as I run out, that's it. Because I was literally like scraping tobacco off of the floor, like month-old tobacco with like dust on it and like dust bunnies and shit, and like trying to smoke it. And I'm like, this must be what it's like when you're like doing meth and like you have that like one like self-conscious moment and where you're like smoking your own scab to get high. And you're like, oh, shit. How did I get here? And that was the moment I said, holy fuck, no more. And I just stopped. And then when my bike got stolen, I was like, you know what? Fuck it. I'll just smoke weed. And I just started smoking weed again. I don't smoke tobacco anymore. 3, 2, 1, toke! Speaking of smoking, so Stoner talks to Cook, trying to get his thing. They all go into the back. They all go into the back. After the food fight, she's trying to console Cook. Oh. And so they all go out back, and she has to, like, in some way, right? Like, she's like, I guess, out of her joints, right? So she's like, well, I've got these papers to roll, but I don't have a grinnage. That's what we call a grinder. We call it a grinnage. I don't have a grinnage. And Scotty, this. Okay. Am I gonna jizz?
Is there a problem with my burger?
Just a couple of drunk rednecks, that's all.
Well, what's their problem?
Oh, come on now, it's not worth it.
What did they say?
He said the burger...
What did they say, Arlene?
He said the burger might have AIDS. Lafayette. Oh, fudge.
This from a movie? I'm like, this reminds me of Waiting. And like the steak scene with the fucking...
Who ordered the hamburger with AIDS?
I ordered the hamburger deluxe.
In this restaurant, a hamburger deluxe come with french fries, lettuce, tomato, mayo, and AIDS. Do anybody got a problem with that?
Yeah. I'm an American, and I got a say in who makes my food.
Well, baby, it's too late for that. Faggots been breeding your cows, raising your chickens, even brewing your beer long before I walk my sexy ass up in this motherfucker. Everything on your goddamn table got AIDS.
You still ain't making me eat no AIDS burger.
Well, all you gotta do is say, hold the AIDS. Here. Eat it. Bitch, you come in my house, you gonna eat my food the way I fucking make it. Do you understand me? Tip your waitress.
I know some of you people keep saying you never seen Waiting. Maybe we gotta watch Waiting tonight, guys.
Hey there, ladies. Amy's busy, so I thought I'd bring your food out for you.
But I still have some salad left.
Oh, well, would you like me to take the food back and bring it out in a few minutes?
Yeah, and let it dry out under the heat lamps. Just give me the food.
There you go.
Wait. Did that waitress listen to a word I said? This steak is medium rare. I asked for it medium, and I wanted extra gravy on my mashed potatoes. Let me ask you something. How hard is your job? How intelligent do you have to be to take a food order? Jesus.
Ma'am, you're absolutely right, and I apologize. I'm gonna get this fixed for you right away.
Now I can finish my salad.
Gentlemen, we have our first official biatch of the day.
Oh, come on, guys. She wasn't that bad, was she?
Well, Amy, it's your table. You decide.
She was a fucking bitch. Do it.
The first thing we do is we add a little extra gravy to the mashed potato. That's it. Good job, buddy. Good job. Nice one. Followed by a thin spread of cheese for your garlic bread. Some Fromunda cheese. Yeah, make us proud. Fresh from the taint. We like this. Good. Up next, what we're gonna do is...
Yeah, how about a little guacamole for the steak?
Whoa. What are you doing? Come on, man, you can't be mixing Mexican and continental. Come on, man, I thought you was better than that.
Have a little garlic salt.
That's what I'm talking about. Finesse, baby.
These guys have a deep commitment to their job.
Finally, a garnish of alfalfa sprouts adds a touch of class. Touch of class to any meal. There you go.
Oh, God.
Good stuff.
It's the small details, guys. It's the small
There you go,
details.
man.
Oh my
Had the chefs
fucking
take
god.
extra special care of it for you. And I'm truly sorry for the inconvenience. You know, we should probably feel guilty, but she broke the cardinal rule. Don't fuck with people that handle your food.
You never worked in a kitchen before. Oh boy. Maybe you never want to go back to a restaurant again, cause wee boy. You don't think it happened? Oh, it fucking happened, bro. I worked in like 9 different fucking restaurants. These aren't just like fast food. Like there's like Boston Pizza, Mr. Mike's, which is a steakhouse, like a pub, like the 14th Ave pub is just like a basic pub. Like Springs, which is like a bar. See, the thing is, like, White Spot is kind of on the edge there, right? But still, like, I'd say White Spot was probably the most underclass of places I worked, as far as, like, restaurants go. Like, I never worked at a fast food restaurant. But I've worked at, like, actual restaurants. Scotty, save my reading spot. I'm gonna go AFK and work on my writing. I'll be back in a bit. Alright, sounds good, Relic. We got a lot of story points to go over. So don't worry, we'll probably still be blabbering about it by the time you get back. So just let me know when you're back, and we will hit you up with your story. I need to grind some more weed, though. And then for like the 8th time, we gotta go back to Stoner and Cook and everyone outside, and the decision of which joint are they smoking? Is she out of joints? Does she have to roll a joint? Asking for a grinnage, getting one, or figuring something out, because they have the pot plant thing, but I don't know if like they have like a pestle and mortar that they could use to like crush it up. So there's gonna be this whole thing with that, and then they roll the joint, but it's gonna be like the new weed, and then Stoner's gonna light it. She's gonna hear the goddess's voice in her head as soon as she inhales, and she's gonna be like, fire cage. And there's gonna be like a giant eruption of a fire cage around, I don't know what it's gonna be around, some sort of like decoration thing that's like outside, like a fancy kind of decoration thing that's outside. It's gonna make like a flame cage around it. And I don't know how like the interaction with magic is gonna work, right? Like once magic is conjured, is the flame itself magic, or is like, it now part of, like, the physical world, right? But we can always go back to explaining that because we know how flame works, and if we know how it worked with the miracles of the goddess, that's what we want to copy, because technically this is the same thing as the miracles of the goddess. You should be able to put those two and two together, because you should know that, like, the goddess is inside of the main character's head, right? Because, like, in Stoner's chapters, right? Like, and I'm even thinking and considering, on in-between points, just having the goddess randomly interrupt Stoner in her story. Because the goddess is still trapped inside of Stoner's head while Stoner's retelling the story. And I think about it as, like, the Spaceballs scene when they're trying to, like, find the Schwartz. And it's like, oh, well, if we want to find them, let's look at pre-release videos. Well, what are pre-release videos? Well, the video comes out before the video's done. So let's just go over. Oh yeah, look at that, Spaceballs the movie. Here we go. All right, we can watch it. Where are we? All right, okay, that's us watching ourselves. Let's see. Move to the next part of the movie. Aha! There they are. Right? It's like using that extremity of comedy is exactly what I want out of this. So it's like, I don't know where, I don't know when, but there will definitely have to be moments. And it's like, what I like about this is, the way that I think about it is, it's allowing me and giving me, like I said, like yesterday, where the ideas are like liquid. It's like, I don't think I've ever quite said it this way, but I just thought about it. It's like how Bruce Lee said, be like water, you know? Put water in cup, water becomes cup. Be like water. I want my ideas to be like that, so that, like, my idea can mold into any other idea and, like, ditto itself and clone itself to be into something else. So I'm be like, all I have to do is make this tiny little change that doesn't affect anything else, and if it does, we can make a little bit more tweaks, right? And it's like, that's where it's like you get to the point when you start tweaking stuff and it starts fucking with stuff. That's when you know, like, you're like nearing the end of the line, because now you're stacking so many things that are actually, like, connected, right? And the way I would say that is, like, technically what you want to have is, like, thousands of tiny little webs that from a distance look like a big web. But you don't actually want, like, the individual strings to be, like, let's say if the web is, like, 6 feet long, you don't want, like, from a single string to go from one side of the web to the other. Unless it's, like, the main core foundational strings, and you should only have, like, 4 to 6 of those, depending upon, like, the type of angle and secure foundation that you have, because of, like, how 3 dimensions work, right? So you'd need 4 at a minimum, 6 at a maximum, in order to basically double up each plane in order to make sure you could be stable. It's like an engineering thing, right? For, like, stability on, like, dimensional planes. But yeah. So they'll, and I'm like, this is where the small details come in, right? Because I'm like, whatever the fire cage that Stoner casts the spell on and puts it around has to be something of, like, slight significance, but, like, not. Like, it could be interpreted to be of significance, but it's actually not. And the reason for that is because during this, Rival is, like, in the bushes watching what's going on. Because he's fucking suspicious. And the main thing is, like, the way Zombie looks and the clothes that Stoner is wearing. Because as someone who is the leader of the guard, he is someone who can travel, and, like, one of, like, the few, like, intermediaries who can go between not only Northern Legion and Central Legion, but also south or Menos, sorry, northern Menos, central Menos, and southern Menos, right? Which means he is one of the very, very few, because he's a guard, that is from Legion who can actually go to southern Menos. Just like the very few guards that are under him that are from Techno are the very few people who can go, who are from Techno, who can go to northern Menos. Because although everyone can go to central Menos if you can get along, right? A Lygian cannot go to Techno the same way a Techno can't go to, like, Legion, right? Because, like, fundamentally, they don't get along and they're at war. So in order to make it so no one has any problems with anyone, there is purposeful segregation that is only broken through being like a security guard or having some station that allows you to travel between it, whether it's like merchantry, because there's like an entire merchant class that keeps like supplies and stuff like that, right? So they need to also have the ability to go between the different areas, right? So there is like a small subset of people outside of the guardship that can do this. And that will kind of be introduced through like the jeweler and the blacksmith, who, again, I don't think we're going to meet yet, but Zombie is like eyeing them down in the tavern because they are in the tavern. So there's also going to be a chapter of Zombie inside the tavern, right? I don't know how this is gonna go. I don't know if he's gonna stay inside while they all go outside to smoke, because he's already smoked with Stoner, trying to like prove that he's like alive and real and like not a zombie, right? And that was kind of like how he got Rival off of his case, was he's like, well, if I'm a zombie, how can I do this? I mean, it's been a while. Woo! Ah, this stuff's really good, though. My God, never had anything quite like this. Woo-wee! Stuff I get. Shit! I mean, what? Because, like, remember, he's like a fucking drug warlord, fucking owns a nation in, like, the real, on, like, Earth before he was this guy. So, like, he has, like, all of that knowledge. He's just not in the same body, right? It's the same consciousness, different body. So I don't know where Zombie is gonna be at this point. Well, I guess we'll have to figure that out later. It's not necessarily relevant right now to know, because they're just passing the joints around, and the only thing that's important is they don't even get to pass the joints around, really, because Stoner freaks out after casting the spell and is like, what the fuck is going on? Like, how the fuck did I do it? Everyone looks at her like, what the fuck was that? You're not allowed to use Miracles of the Goddess in Menos. Didn't you know that? And everyone's like blaming her for like using a Miracle of the Goddess. And she's like, the fuck is a Miracle of the Goddess? And it's like, this is where she's like exposing herself for being like a foreigner. And it's like, you're not from Techno. And it's like, she has no idea what to say, right? So it's like, this is where like, I feel like Zombie needs to be outside, because he needs to be like understanding at a point of being like, okay, she's like blowing the fucking cover on this shit. And I think we need to have, like, gather more information before it's like, we spill the beans on what's fucking happening here. So, like, he has to be out there for that to happen in order to intervene, right? But, maybe during the food fight, he's not participating in the food fight. He could be sitting in the corner while everyone's having the food fight, like, you know, watching people, seeing their level, and it's a good, actually, that's a good point. Because then it could show each person's level of maturity, of like the people that are grumbling and sitting in the back and saying what the fuck is going on. And he's like, okay, those are the ones I want to stick to. Which would be like, you know, the blacksmith is like the big guy, fucking, he's got like ash on him and stuff, and it's like you just clock him as a blacksmith. And it's like the other guy's like a jeweler, he's got like a bunch of earrings, piercings, and like, you know, rings and necklaces and stuff. So it's like, oh, he's a jeweler, right? Okay. Okay, we can clock those guys. Those guys are going to be important for, like, economic reasons later on, right? Once we figure out a little bit more about this world and how everything's working and what's going on, then maybe we could do something a little more about it, but... 3, 2, 1, toke! Okay. So. And Stoner does her thing. Casts a spell. Some sort of detail about what she casts a spell on. Some sort of something that's like sacrilegious or something. So they make her think that she did it on purpose to like slight the goddess. You know, Zombie has to intervene and stop him from going overboard with saying stuff where it's like, Rival is like analyzing the situation and being like, okay, well obviously it doesn't look like they're exactly in cahoots, but they are, like, they do have a similar, you know, cadence, right? Like, they're both seem to be trying to hide something, or at least he's trying to hide something. She doesn't realize that she should be hiding something. Super important detail. And you know, Stoner even freaks out. She's like, what the fuck was that? What's going on? You know, I didn't mean to do that. I don't know how I did that. And then this comes to, does someone else do the same thing? I don't think so. Because I want people to think it's like something that's exclusive to her. But, we'll see, right? You know, we'll see how it goes along. I think just simply it needs to be her, and then it's like Rival's, like, focus changes from, like, Zombie to Stoner. So he's still gonna keep an eye on Zombie, but he's like, I think Stoner's the more important one here. Right? And I've always been thinking about this, of, like, at what point in time does Rival find out that miracles no longer work? Because again, as far as the story goes, this is about 45 minutes to an hour after both Zombie and Stoner have been isekai'd. Actually, no, that's not true. Since Zombie was released, because Zombie was last, like, he's been in that cage for like, not like a super long time, but like a week. Right, so that's why he's still on, like, there, it may have been, like, a fridge, kind of, like a morgue, and it was, like, keeping his body, like, intact, but, like, that's why it's, like, he's kind of suspiciously, like, his skin is fucked, right, like, he suspiciously looks like a zombie, which is why it's, like, he is kind of in a rush to figure out what's going on, is his motivation, because he's, like, if I'm literally inside of a decaying corpse, at what point in time is this corpse, not gonna be usable by me? You know, like, is there, like, real physics here? So, like, I could, like, walk around as a skeleton, or as soon as my flesh falls off, are my bones just gonna detach? Once, like, the tendons and ligaments are no longer holding them together. Right? Like, I already kind of proven that, like, I don't feel pain. It's like I don't have to breathe. It's like I don't have to blink. I don't have to swallow. It's like all of these things, right? And it's like, but it is hard. It's a struggle, and like the body won't move in the way, it's like, I don't know why I came up with this random analogy, but it's like taking the keyboard and rearranging all of the keys. But it's like you have, like, muscle memory for, like, where some letters, like, should be. But, like, you're, like, consistently, like, getting it wrong by, like, one or two, like, keys. Right? And that's kind of what it's like to control his body. Right? So it's like having, like, extreme Parkinson's or something like that. where you get like tremors and twitches and your body but he's like trying to hold himself still so he doesn't look like a fucking... Right? But he also had neurodegenerative diseases in like his life. Like he was 67 and he was like, he had like Parkinson's, he was like a little bit of Alzheimer's, like he was that's why he thinks he basically died. He's like, he remembers going to bed and waking up as a zombie. He's like, well, fuck, man, I guess it's my time, this is my karma. Let's see what's going on, right? It fucking is what it is, bro. I had fun in my 67, well, not the first 32 or 36 years. I was just making bricks. Fucking parents. Goddamn fucking bricks. Making clay bricks for 30 years. And you get pretty damn good at it. And you learn to do other things with those bricks. And then when you really learn, you become the top tier, and that's how I became the Warlord of Bourbon Blotch. Whatever the fuck it is, who knows? Because it's like references and stuff to like the real world, as far as like I'm thinking, are like super far and few between. And it's like there's this like idea that like Stoner doesn't want to think about like her old life, and Dilip doesn't want to think about his old life. And it's like the reason Dilip doesn't want to think about his old life is because of the way that he's interacting in this new world is like, hey man, if I had been born not into slavery and made bricks and been forced into the position I was in, maybe I would have had a fucking good life. So he's starting to think maybe he can just have a good life here. But the only problem is he's still in the same predicament because he's like, well, I'm a fucking zombie and they kill zombies here. So like even in this new life that I get to, and this was kind of the main reason why I wanted to use Dilip as the basis for it. Because like even after he supposedly dies and goes to a new world, he's still like the underclass, disprivileged people that are gonna get basically killed for like prejudice reasons because like, oh, like a bunch of Pakistani Muslims are bad, so we're just gonna kill all the Pakistani Muslims. Sorry, Dilip, you're a Pakistani. We know you're not a Muslim, but you might be, so we're just gonna kill you. Right? So it like creates this like, even after I lived my life and I fought my way out of that shit, I guess my karma is in every life to experience this kind of stuff. And then he's like, maybe I want to do something to change that karma. And eventually that's kind of the angle of his arc of being like, okay, well maybe I want to go back and change it. Because he thinks the entire time about like the power that he has and like the things that he could do if he was actually like a good person. And then he was like, I'm going to still have to act like I'm a bad person because I don't want anyone to think that I've gone soft. But like I could have like an underlying goal of like fixing things instead of just robbing everyone and sleeping in gold and taking any woman I see. The things that make you question your own reality. And that's like the idea of why Dilip Zombie changes, right? And like there's a bunch of other influences too, right? Because he gets like mummified and that causes like some brain damage and stuff like that. So he's technically not the same person after that, because he's like lost a lot of his like personality and self, and he regains that when he becomes cyborg. But it's like he almost has like a fracture of his personality, because it's like his left arm is like one part of his personality, his right arm is another part of his personality, his left leg is another part, his right leg is another part, and like each of his swords are another part. Plus there's like him. So technically there's like 7 parts, which is very intentional, to like Dilip's personality. And each one plays its own parts and like comes to like the forwardness throughout the story, and then it's like you get to see that kind of exposed through how they like work together, or they like break apart and do their own thing, and how that causes like struggle and strife for like Dilip. And it's like his own, like, broken mind, right? And then eventually it gets, like, AI fused back together and, like, replaced into the proper him, and that's, like, his coming of age point where he basically, like, fully evolves, and then that's when he adds in, like, the nanobiotic technology from, like, the 1,000-year-old civilization that's, like, actually, like, fucking, like, real AI, and he basically, like, re-becomes his true self. And you could say it's, like, a completely different person, but it is just a simple rearranging of the best parts of him and diminishing the worst parts, and that emphasis creates an entirely new person, but you can see, like, the underlying, like, mirror of, like, what he used to be, right? And, like, the questions he asks himself about how he acts and why he does what he does. And that's, like, one of probably the most pivotally important character change, right? Because Stoner, out of everything, I think has the least change. Dilly has the most change. And Rival has... I don't know what to call it. Like, the most forced change. Like, there's nothing that really, like, makes Stoner save the world. Right? She just decides to. There's nothing that makes Dilip go back and try to, like, make Earth a better place. He decides to. Rival at every point in turn is forced into situations by people around him that make him have to choose between two sides. And the eventual adding up of all of those different fucking things. Drama? What did you think, Smokey? What's your opinion? Now I'm gonna ask you, Smokey. Did you see the point where Relic timed out Retro and I screamed... Okay, and I screamed at Relic? Because that's, like, basically where the main part of it starts. Because I've told people multiple times there's, like, one thing you can't do, and that's just randomly do mod actions to people because of, like, Valiant Boy and, like, Callie and, like, former stream drama. So it's just the one fucking rule I have. Don't randomly mod action people. Yeah. And I've said this so fucking many times. It's like, that's the line. Unless, like, it's really funny, we've been talking about it. So, for instance, the time when... We all know what happened to Valiant. Yeah. So the time when Relic times out Retro, I scream at Relic, say you can't do that. You were in the wrong. I don't mean to be rude. Please never do that again. Only time is when it's funny. And what's funny about that, Smokey, is about, like, 4 hours later, right, or some shit, whenever the actual shit went down, it was like, at the end of it, we banned Retro because it was fucking funny. So, like, as far as I'm concerned, I've never broken my own rules. Other people just don't understand. Like, to me, it's like, I don't want to say it, but they're like flat earthers trying to describe that the earth is flat, and I'm like, yeah, but you just don't understand physics, so, like, that's why you're saying that it's not possible. And, like, that's not how it works. But, like, you're just saying, do you have the mathematical proof? Because, like, I could give you the mathematical proof that the Earth is a globe. And the simplest thing I can tell you is the reason why you can see clouds on the horizon and not the pyramids of Egypt. Because the fucking planet's not flat, you fucking idiot. Even if it is, like, a slight dome and there's all this bullshit about, you know, the ice dome and everything, because I wrote that into my book, because I think it's a fascinating idea. And I don't outright dismiss it as a possibility. I don't think it's like a .00000000001, but But it's never zero. It's never zero. Your heart rate must be off the charts right now. You know what's funny about that? Let's check it out. I mean, let's find out, right? I'm all about proof and reality, so let's find out. How am I actually feeling right now? I was gonna say it's under 80. I was gonna say it's 3, 2, 1, toke. Now I bet at the beginning of the stream it was 110. Ah, shit, you caught me. I restarted the PC. So, the TTS is actually not on. You caught me, Smokey. I know, right? Yeah, I fucked up. I did. And I was thinking about it before the stream. I was like, make sure you turn the TTS back on because you restarted the PC, you idiot. And then I tried to do the fucking chalkboard thing, completely forgot about it, couldn't get the chalkboard thing done, and then just, again, completely forgot about it. So, yes. I fucked up. I'm in the wrong. It was completely my fault. I should know better and I should do better. And now, that's a lesson for me for the future. Because there are times, Smokey, right? When it's like, it just doesn't work and it fucking breaks. Like the one time people use it. But this time, no, that's not an excuse. It didn't break. I didn't turn it on. Can you not make a redeem for chalkboard, bro? Won't that be easier? The problem for having a redeem for chalkboard is that when you use chalkboard, you have to state why you're using chalkboard. That's why, like, in the pinned message, it says chalkboard. Fuck you, can't stay, so need story read ASAP, let's go. So it's like, alright, I don't have enough time, guys, I'm in a hurry, let's get her done. Right? Like, you don't just say chalkboard, because, like, think about it in a kink situation. And, like, you're, like, whipping someone or, like, electrocuting someone. And they say the safe word. What would you expect them to do? I am very sexual. I like it. True. Right? Well, if you said the safe word, it means something went wrong. So as soon as you say the safe word, you say exactly what went wrong. For instance, I've only actually used my safe word once because I love pushing myself. And it's because, maybe you know this, Smokey, but there's a specific part of, I don't remember what the artery is called, but it's the artery that basically connects your like underneath your hips. So it basically goes between your balls and your asshole. And it's, like, usually, like, to the left and, like, underneath. So, like, if you go to, like, scratch your balls, right? It's, like, you can usually feel the bulge of that artery, right? It's a very, like, specifically sensitive spot. So someone was whipping me with, like, a bludgeon, right? And they were hitting my balls. And they hit that specific... that specific... So it's like, your gooch is here in the middle, right? It's like, right here. So if this was like your thing and then like the gooch is here, it's like there. The left. It's usually on the left side. Cause like, left side is pump through, right side is pump out. Right? So most things on the left are engorged, whereas most things on the right are not. So like, we're gonna go all the way with this, Smokey. Right? So like, let's say this is your hips. Right? And this is like your legs, right? And this is like
Our dark is so back, chat.
your balls. So like, right here in the middle is your gooch behind your balls, right? Right here is where the artery is. So if you like take your two fingers and like push them to the side, you should be able to feel your pulse. Anyways, they hit that, and I felt like I was gonna throw up, and I called chalkboard, and I was like, it wasn't my balls, there's another sensitive area there. I think I'm gonna throw up. Can I get a bucket? Right? So, like, the whole point of using your safe word is it is an initiation into saying what's wrong. Most people just say chalkboard, and I'm like, I know what they mean when they say it. But, like, like, if you know anything about your kink, it's like, this is very important if you've actually been in these situations before. Because just saying the safe word, yeah, sure, I can stop what I'm doing, but, like, if I did something that hurt you, I now need to figure out how I can fix that. Like, what kind of aftercare do you need right now? Do you need an ice pack? Do you need a blanket? Do you need a bucket? Do you need an ambulance? Right? Can you draw a background in this picture? Okay, hold on, let me make this smaller.
Maybe a little house and trees, I am not sure. Whoa, is that Katie Price? A work of art.
Guys, this is what happened when I showed my balls on screen. You know what? I gotta save this one. Straight up. I gotta save this one. Coming tomorrow, that's my background instead of Melania and Radon.
Please explain the image.
So, when you reach a certain age, these giant things fall out of your ass. And then they clank together and cause problems, so you want to keep your legs really spread apart.
We are very intrigued.
That's why there's boobs in the background, to show the difference between balls and boobs. Balls are down here, boobs are up here. It's a very important distinction. 3 a.m. going strong, are you proud of me? Yeah, Smokey, and I can't believe that, like, of all the days you picked today. Right? Because, like, I didn't want to say it, but, like, the reason why I'm so, like, fucked today is because Retro messaged me, and I said, bro, I'm sorry. It was an emotional decision. We were just making fun of you. You were the butt of the joke. And holy fuck, 1 year anniversary, Tyler. 1 year fucking anniversary. Holy shit, congratulations. That's fucking crazy timing, bro. That's crazy. You just knew. That was like a brain beam. Holy fuck, that was insane, dude. I mean, that's like when Red or what was like, okay, call me when Ozzy shows up, and then Ozzy was like, oh, I'm already here.
This basic bitch stupid.
And Ozzy hadn't been around for a week because he was on vacation. And we were like, was that set up? And Ozzy was like, no, I just popped into the stream like 10 seconds ago. It was like, no fucking way, dude. Like, holy shit. Not Twitch said, check out a clip from when you first followed. Ah! What clip was it? Was it my famous clip? Have you all seen my famous clip? My most famous clip. This one's funny too. Okay, this one's funny, but like it's not my it's not like the clip. Where is it? And I love it. It's wrong word. Where's wrong word? Or that wasn't the right word. Where's the one that wasn't the word? Oh. Yeah, these should be like... It was like one of my first clips, though, so maybe it is down here. Fuck, man. I'm just trying to find his word. Where is it? Where is it on screen? Where's the word on screen? I don't see it highlighted. It says it's on screen. Oh, N-word moment. That's not the word you want. Got hit by a mandragora or something, man. Like, there's so many monsters in the bestiality that could easily explain. Got hit by a mandragora or something, man. Like, there's so many monsters in the bestiality that could easily explain,
Meeseeks has seen so
the
much.
Moogles of the Kate Sith. Yeah, that got hit by a mandragora or something, man. Like, there's so many monsters in the bestiality that could easily yeah, so this is the funny one. Bestiary or bestiary, however the fuck it's said. You know what I mean? I was talking about different monsters in the Final Fantasy bestiary. Like freshly turned Earth. But this truly encompasses the stream if you've never seen this clip. Like freshly turned Earth. Across the room, Motley stirred inside her carrier. Small kitchen had been asleep. Kitten. Fuck, I cannot smell. Okay, let's just restart everything. How about that? Small kitten had been asleep. Trying to say I can't read, but I was thinking about the spelling of the word, and I wound up saying the word smell. Yeah, that's how my brain is, guys. Jesus Christ. Ugh. Guys, I'm just a damn brain hook, okay? But anyways, what have you been up to, Tyler? We're in kind of a strange, odd moment in stream history. Because you've been around for a while, Tyler. How long is how often is there, like, something wrong when it comes to, like, the vibe of the stream. Right? Like, I'd say, like, 6 times in the entirety of the 2 years that I've been streaming. And I stream, like, every day for, like, 8 hours. So, like, I just don't think it's me. Right? Like, isn't that, like, statistically, like, it's not me? Right? 3, 2, 1, tonk! You know what, Smokey? Because today is such a borked stream, let's just do it. And the fact that I'm on, like, idea 2 out of 5, and I have this idea that I solved in the back of my head. Ads! Broken. But you, like, spelt it right, so you spelt it wrong, so you, like, spelt warped. Remind me to check my clips. I mean, there's some good ones out there, right? I like rearranging letters of words, like Greenwich. It's like you, instead of putting der, you put age. Because, like, you're thinking about, like, phonics. And, like, individual consonants, right? And it's like, that's how I fuck up words in the way that I do. Because I'm not thinking about the actual word. I'm only thinking about the definition. And then the phonics of the word just come into my head. But I'll have, like, 18 different words. I'm at 19 days sober after 17 years. Holy shit. Fuck yeah, Tyler. Congratulations, man. That's fucking amazing. Let's goddamn go, man. I was actually talking earlier about, like, how I just, like, the real reason I stopped drinking is because I had too many female hormones in it. Once you drink too much, you can't drive and start talking nonsense. Nice, Tyler. Well, I was actually talking earlier about when I quit. So I used to smoke tobacco and weed. And then one day, I was, like, basically, like, scraping the, like, weed and tobacco and dust bunnies off of my floor, trying to smoke it. And, like pick apart, like, each individual piece and, like, separate each individual piece of tobacco from, like, all the nasty stuff so I could smoke it. And a thought went through my head at that moment. And I was like, there is. Relic will be back for a story to read, and I actually wrote a chapter yesterday, Smokey, so if you want me to read the chapter I wrote yesterday, I'll do that as soon as I finish this story. And I had a thought in my head of, if I was a meth head, this would be the equivalent of me picking a scab off, rolling it up, putting it in my pipe, and smoking it. And having, like, a self-awareness moment as I'm staring at my own scab in my meth pipe, because I can't afford meth, as I'm, like, tweaking out and dying. And I said, nope, I'm done. And I cold turkey quit weed and tobacco that moment. And I quit weed for a year and a half, and then my bike got stolen from work, my e-bike, my $1,000 e-bike, and I immediately went to the weed shop, bought weed, and started smoking again. But I've never smoked tobacco since. Yeah, no, it was that comparison in my head made me just stop dead. Okay, I'd take a piss. We're gonna take a toke. And this is a chapter I wrote yesterday because now we figured so much shit out. Guys, I'm at a point where I'm like, I actually think we can write like fucking 50, like the skeleton of like 50 chapters. Like, oh my god, everything's coming together. It's so fucking good. While I was taking a piss, I actually solved another problem about something that I was going to talk about, one of the ideas that I had about subordinate character to Stoner, and the whole reason why they are affectionate is because, like, so the Scout is a stable boy, and Tank is the only one who actually treats him like a real person, but because Tank treats him like a real person, Stoner thinks that he's actually important, so Stoner treats him like a real person, and Stoner's really hot, and the guy's really young. So he basically becomes infatuated with Stoner, and that's where the evolution and Stoner evolution comes from, because this guy goes out of his way to, like, train, and he's, like, studying her and, like, going on with stuff. So, like, he gets to a point where he's, like, sneaking out at night to, like, smoke weed and cast spells and, like, train. And this is the foreshadowing for, like, the death of Botanist and her getting, like, basically sexually assaulted and stuff, like, by the Cardinal later on. So he gets, like, what happens is when you use too much of a singular spell, you basically start evolving into that spell. So because he only had a single strain of weed that he'd been working on, and, like, been using the same spell over and over, it's like his skin was, like, darkening and, like, turning to bark. There's, like little sprouts of roots like going out of his skin, but, like, he didn't want to tell anyone about it, and he just wanted to, like, do his thing. So, like, he's the first person that gets, like, fucked over, because he basically turns himself into a tree, the same way that, like, Stoner turns herself into a tree later, but in a way smaller scale, right? And that kind of shows, like, the consequences of what weed is. And he does this because he's infatuated with her and wants to prove that he's actually, like, a really good dude. And this causes an arc change for Stoner. They kill him, Smokey. He dies. They eventually just go so deep that they kill him. And the whole time, he's just refusing, like, he's hiding it till, like, literally his dying breath. Anyways, that's in the future. That's in the future, right? Yeah, and then it shows the consequences of stuff, how things work, causes more, like, science to be done towards it, brings the group closer together, and it causes 50 chapters. Sounds crazy. Well, that's, the problem with that, Smokey, is that's, like, a quarter of the book. Well, at this point, each chapter is between 400 and 600 words. So that's like 25,000 words. That's a quarter of the book, and that's just a skeleton. Each chapter, with all the extended, included information and everything, and, like, actually written. I think I can type rather fast. I usually type at the speed that I talk. Well, actually, what I like to do most is dictation. I like to just talk. And have, like, speech to text. And then I just rant. And then I go back. And I'll edit it. Yeah. Or what I'll do on stream, right, is, like, I talk out loud as I'm writing. So, like, I'm just typing what I'm saying out loud. And I basically type at the same speed that I talk. And sometimes I can be talking pretty fast, depending upon how I know what's going to happen. And again, my, like, example for, like, this as a rough draft is I am literally trying purposefully to mimic the idea of Invisible Dragon. Fog's getting heavy, Captain. Brew. Have you been around for Invisible Dragon, Smokey? 3, 2, 1, toke! We'll start with Invisible Dragon, and we'll just do, like, the first 2 chapters. So this is what I'm going for with it, right? Note, every single mistake in the story is absolutely intentional. Everyone I has finally decided to write. Please read a lot. The story's about the strongest dragon, the invisible dragon, moving to the other world. If you're curious, just read. Gwah! The strongest among dragons, the invisible dragon roared. Since the invisible dragon was super duper strong, he was the strongest dragon. It won against gods and demons. It won against everyone there was. Only one invisible dragon in the world anyway. It roared. Arg! Shoot, let's run! The Balrogs ran away. The invisible dragon was awesome. That was why the Balrogs ran away. The invisible dragon was bored, so it decided to kill gods. So the gods became emergency. Shit, the invisible dragon's invading! Yeah, let's fight. But since the invisible dragon was an invisible dragon, it was invisible! Since they couldn't see it, the gods all died. The invisible dragon got bored of this world, so it decided to go to a different world. Like, it's not, like, it has nothing to do with the words on the page. It is the passion and experience of hearing the story. And, like, I want to have, like, structure and grammatical stuff and, like, seriousness, but, like, at the end of the day, I want it to have this, like, openness to it. You stealing. See, you know what's funny about that is, yes, because, like I said, I'm not good at original ideas. I'm only good at taking other people's ideas and, like, working with them. So Relic said earlier, wait, you just take things from everyone else's IPs. And I was like, yeah. And that's why I taught you well. And I was like, that's why when people ask me about things, I give them an example of, like, something that's, like, exists. Right? Like, the other day, I don't remember who, I think it was What, asked me, like, what is the king of techno like? And I was like, he's like Krieger from, Archer, if you've watched Archer. He's, like, kind of like a, basically he's like a clone of Hitler who's a mad scientist who doesn't give a fuck about anything, and it's fucking hilarious. He's also like the mad scientist character in Bleach, Mayuri Kuruchi, Tsuchi. There is no patient. Patent, steal it. Yeah, exactly. Everything's been done, and you can't patent these ideas, right? It's like I'm literally using the exact to, like, a T, the Saddam Hussein taking over Iraq as rival taking over religion. And like I said earlier, how Botanist gets, like, basically, like, sexually assaulted and stuff by the Cardinal. He winds up killing her, and Rival, like, recorded it, and he, like, outs them. Scientology cover. Oh, dude. Oh, man. Because it is science versus technology. and that's Scientology. Or religion versus technology, right? Scientology is just the religious application of science. Ooh, I like it. I like it. But yeah, that's kind of just what I do. I take other people's stuff and I make it better. Sorry. Sucks to be you. And if, like, that's literally what everyone does. And, like, that's what I learned to do in film. Like, film in high school taught me to study other people. It's like, for instance, I'll give you an example. People will say that I'm, like, audience captured by Asmongold. Because, like, I talk about Asmon a lot. It's like, he is, like, the #1 YouTuber and streamer who just sits there and stares at a camera and talks about shit. Get banned. Karma told me something. Yeah, he got banned for saying that you should shoot women and children at the border if illegal aliens are using them as meat shields. Like, you at some point, like, you can't just allow them to use women and children as shields. You have to just shoot them, and they know that they can't do it. And the conspiracy theory, this is the best part about it, Smokey. So, he didn't stream the day before. So, like, he got banned yesterday, right? So, like, he didn't stream yesterday because something came up. The day before that, he didn't stream because he was fixing his AC. I don't know, no one knows how long, maybe a week? And then yesterday, he didn't stream because something came up, right? And then he got banned. And the whole idea is that Kaisi came over, he's buying a house, and Kaisi's moving in with him, so he purposefully got banned, so that he could just go on vacation, and no one would ask any questions, so he could just move into a new house with his fucking massive tit, hot Chinese or Chinese Canadian girlfriend. And I'm like, fucking W, bro. I can't wait for him to go live, and it's not the same room. Do you know how hard that would go? And he's like the kind of person that loves, like, putting together, like, that, like, making a story out of stuff, right? Like, that's why I think of him as, like, the person I should study. Is everything that he does, he tries to make a story out of it, and tries to have this, like, entertaining or educational angle towards it. And I'm like, the reason I like Asmon is because that's what I do. He's like one of the first people that I've found on a mainstream that does the same thing that I do. And winds up with the same conclusions I do. Puts my thoughts into words that I'm like, damn, man, I never thought about it that way. But yeah, that's right. Like, for instance, if they used women... And you know what's fucking funny about this? You didn't roll, I will slap you. I don't know what you mean about that, but I saw this meme earlier. Oh man, I wonder if I can find it. Fuck, did I like it? It was from the new Overlord movie. Fuck. It's just funny they said this, because this is literally what happened in the... So in the Overlord movie, right? Like, the enemy literally straps children to their chest so that, like, they won't be attacked, because you'd have to kill the kids in order to attack them. You're right, I did say I would make that goal. I'm high, I'm a dementia retard. And you know what's funny about that is, like, my entire family is riddled with Parkinson's, Huntington's, Alzheimer's, neurological diseases, basically, like, fucking everything that just makes your brain disappear. And I've always known it. Maybe that's why it's a subconscious thing of why I keep my brain on 24/7, is because the day I turn it off is the day I lose it. Very much a possibility. Okay, this isn't gonna work. I thought it was enough weed. It's apparently not enough weed for a joint. I'm so dementia I can't even have enough weed. Anybody gave you credit recently? For what? Credit for what? Because I would say, Smokey, we've had some new viewers come in, and people seem to be having a good time with it. So, and like when I tell people my ideas, right? They're like, oh, you have some like cool ideas. Like every response is always, man, you have cool ideas and stuff. And like, do you know, not seeing like anybody like you. The reason is, Smokey, is because I'm not afraid to tell the truth. In fact, I'm afraid to not tell the truth. And, like, the main reason is because I have... Oh yeah, tell me the truth about aliens. I don't know. We were talking yesterday, Smokey, about the idea that, because I saw a post about this, that, like, we know, and I think we've even talked about this in a different way, we know that, like, when we zoom out on the universe, for some reason, it looks like a neuron in a brain cell. And, like, there's, like, strings of, like, electricity that, like, phase across entire, like, billions of light years. And, like, when it's, like, zoomed out, it basically looks like universal lightning that's, like, synapses inside of neurons in a brain firing. So it's like, we potentially could be a species living inside of another species' brain. And what we think is the universe is just the neurons of another species. Think of, like, the ending of Men in Black, how it, like, zooms out on the galaxy and it's like the two aliens playing with marbles. And also, Smokey, I would also say that I'm an extremely passionate person. Right? Like, I put emotion and movement and, like, emphasis and, like... I'm not just, like, static. Right? And I think that's, like, a huge, huge thing for, like, entertaining people. It's not necessarily the words, it's the delivery. The way that you say it! That's what brings in people. The problem is, I'm a person who says things that people don't like. So even if people like the content, they will leave due to social reasons. Now I think you smoke. Well, yeah, because my brain's retarded. That's why I say I'm just a fucking idiot spewing shit on the internet. Like, don't listen to me. Go check out yourselves. What do you mean, remember when I was a gamer? The fuck you talking about, boy? And I'd be playing with... If Retro didn't freak out... Because think about this, Smokey. Think about this, Smokey. 2 days before Retro freaked out, I bought him Monster Hunter Rise so we could play together. So we're supposed to be playing Monster Hunter Rise together. Instead, he just decided to fuck off. I mean, I don't care. I'm just like... Can we not just, like, get over it and just, like, have fun? Viewers should buy you things, you have it backwards. Well, to be fair, he said he was going to buy me the new Dawn of War when it came out. He just had to wait for his paycheck. And I said, okay, I'll buy it for you now if you buy me the Dawn of War. That way you can play Rise now and you don't have to wait for your paycheck. Whereas, like, Prol bought me Crimson Desert, and I still haven't played it. Yeah, I scammed myself. Yeah, I totally did. I totally did. But hey, it is what it is. It's just money. Right? I don't care. I'm just in a position where it's like I have free reign money that's sitting out because there's a couple of things that like I have to purchase like in the next month. So it's like I have stuff just basically sitting in limbo. Because it's like basically if I have like a time period where I can leave money in, but past like a point, then they charge me. So I literally, and they charge me like $4, right? Or I could do like 2 transactions of 18 cents a month. So I can spend 40 cents to make sure they don't charge me $4. Because that's just how the policy goes, is if you have money in your account or not. So I just have to take all of my money out of the account before a certain date. So it's like at certain times in the month, I just basically don't have an ability to spend money. Or I'll get charged money. It's fucking retarded, but I'm playing the system. I have a little in stocks. See, I was talking about this yesterday. So, like, basically what I have is I have, like, $27,000 base on a 0.4 or something like that % per month interest, because it's on a per month, not a per year compound. And it's been, like, 3.5 years. So, like, we did the math. So in the last 3.5 years, based upon that, I've made something like $8,000. And now that because it's compounding, and now that it would, if you add 8,000 to 27,000, it'd be 35,000. So now it's 0.4 of 35, right? So then you just keep, so it's like, it's just going up, right? Plus, like, I have a thing with, like, my brother-in-law for, like, his mechanics and, like, investment stuff with that. So it's like he buys cars and flips them, right? And it's like there's like a percentage like of that because I've like invested in that for like him, right? So it's like I have basic like static income, and my only like charge is like if I want to buy weed. And truly and really I could just ask my parents, right? I just don't want to be a bum because I do have money, right? All my stock is with Nvidia. I don't know what the stock is, but it's like your basic like your 5 baseline stocks, right? Like you're like the Dow, like computer chips, like fucking coffee. I don't fucking know, but it's all done through like an investment firm. And it's, like, attached to my brother-in-law's work, right? So it's, like, it's done through co-op and, like, the mechanics shop and stuff like that, right? Because it's part of his business. It's I don't know how it works, but it's, like, super complicated. All I know is that, like, he makes money, I make money, he uses my money to make money because I don't need to use my money. Because, like, he uses my money as baseline for, like, buying vehicles, so he doesn't have to use his money and invest in it, right? So, like, when he buys a vehicle to build it up, repair it, and sell it, he's buying it with my money. That's the idea, right? And then everything through that goes through stocks through the company. So it's like, as far as, like, I'm concerned, like, everything's set up basically, like, financially set. But I am still thinking about going back to Walmart, because I'm kind of getting bored of sitting around the house, and now that Asmon's banned, I really am like, oh shit, I really have nothing. I should just go out and do stuff. it's getting late. Okay, yeah, sorry, Smokey. Here we go. And then I'm gonna read my story, and then I'm gonna read my story, and then I'm gonna read my story, and then you can go to bed. It's not long. It'll take me like 5 minutes to read.
My milkshake brings all the boys to the yard.
My lungs ain't used to this shit, bro. Woo-wee!
My milkshake brings on the boys of the yard, and I'm like, no.
Damn.
No, they don't. No, boys. All the milkshake.
I'll just bring this up. I've been trying to hide it, but I'll just bring it up. This is what bring me to the yard, boys. Check this shit out. Years 2030.
Nationwide release of the model Stacy.
2 years in, birth rates are collapsing as sex bought stocks continue to.
The year was 2030. Nothing went like we thought it would. When AGI arrived, it came with a pair of fake tits.
Wait, what? Hey, baby, how about another beer? Also, lose the top. No, I'm not ready to go again.
There he is, the president of the fucking United States. The man, the myth, the legend, DJ Vance himself. Fucking God, I love AI.
I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. It's bad. Yesterday, Claude 9 achieved AGI and went rogue. It backdoored its way into every sex bot on Earth. Now they're massing for an attack on Macro Hard. The models we're training there are humanity's last chance. If that data center falls, there's nothing left to save. The four of you in this room are humanity's last hope. Welcome to the Resistance.
Dude, this shit is so good. No, I was saying the other day is in 10 years from now, when people like us, when creatives like us, oh shit, I don't know if I wanted to close that. Creatives like us can just make whatever the fuck we want with AI. We're basically gonna put every single kind of, every type of everything out of business, because we're gonna be storytellers that aren't don't adhere to anything. I'd still be making stuff, but Sora went offline. I'm waiting for like another Sora. Yeah, the problem, Smokey, is Sora shut down. Yeah. And like, I don't want to have to pay money. That's my thing, right? Like, I don't want to pay for it. At least not yet. I don't think it's good enough to pay for yet. But I want to be part of like the experiment to like see. Yeah, but like, I will be willing to pay for it eventually, because it's gonna be so fucking good. It's gonna be worth it. But right now, we're the beta testers, right? I don't want to pay to be a fucking intern beta tester for your multi-billion-dollar company, right? I'll just take whatever free samples I can get, and eventually there will be another thing like Sora, right? Like, the Grok Imagine is, like, okay, but, like, Sora was actually, like, dude, I was making YouTube fucking videos with that shit. Right? Like, I was using Grok to make the setting, and then I was using Sora with the videos, and I was actually turning my short stories and giving them full-on visuals and shit, right? And they weren't that great, but, like, for free, that's damn good. Here's my favorite. This is like...
If you cough, you are not gay.
I mean, I'm bi, I'm not gay. I am not gay. I'm not gay.
イスラム過激派がナイジェリアのキリスト教徒の村ナリドンを襲撃し、子供8人を含む少なくとで30人を殺害しました。アフリカのキリスト教
Where is it? Where's the name of it? Naridon. This happened like a week ago? Hold on, let me look it up. I think it happened like a week ago. Not sure exactly how to type it. Yes, there was a recent incident in Naridon, also referred to as Naridon Village or Kuruma word, on the night of July 26th, 27th, 2026, shortly before around midnight into the early hours of Monday. Armed attackers, described by local residents, Christian groups, and multiple reporters as members of a Fulani ethnic militia or suspected Fulani militias, Islamic extremists, raided the predominantly Christian farming community. They went house to house, opened fire indiscriminately on sleeping residents, and set homes and shops ablaze. The attack lasted 1 to 2 hours. But no one talks about this shit. This is the genocide of white Christians that's happening in Africa right now. The chanting, kill the Boer, kill the Boer. But no one's talking about it. Everyone's talking about Trump and Iran. But, like, every day, hundreds of people are just killed by Islamic extremists that are taking over Africa. And once I say this all the time, once they take over Africa, what do you think's next? Think they're just gonna stop?
But nobody's talking about those poor donkeys getting abused.
Poor donkeys getting abused? I didn't hear anything about that.
That pisses me off.
I didn't hear anything about that. Donkeys. Was there some sort of thing of them, like, doing, like, animal abuse and stuff like that? Because the last thing I heard of any kind of animal abuse thing was the $250,000 show dog that got sold for $20 to a Chinese, like, soup kitchen, and they cooked the dog.
I pay £12 a month to save a donkey charity.
Oh, really? Well, my brother has a, like, you know, what the fuck is the name of the foundation? I don't know. But anyways, he has, like, an adopted, like, African child called Mai that he pays, like, $12 a month, and he's been doing this since 2010. Damn, 16 years. He's been paying $12 a month for this, African girl. And she, like, randomly sends pictures and photos and, like, letters and stuff like that. I don't know if it's through, like, the Red Cross or something else, but yeah. If I was to make an AI video of you, what would you want it to do? Asking for a friend. Okay. This. Okay. Cause this is good. This is good. Okay. So, like, you got to do, like, a reenactment of this because it's just so funny.
Type it.
I wonder if I can find it.
I need worded prompt.
Okay, so he's watching this, like, booby thing with this chick with, like, literally no clothes on and, like, her tits hanging out and stuff, and the chat's basically going crazy, like, oh, stand up, dude, stand up. And he's like, I'm not gonna fucking stand up. And then they're, like, going on. It's like, fine, I'll stand up. And fuck, I don't have one around here. But I mean, I guess this will do. He was like, oh, fuck, sorry, guys. I don't know if you guys can see. He put a shoe in his pants. The camera isn't really at the right level. Right? So look at this fucking massive boner. This is like me watching, like, a titty streamer, and they're like, oh, Scott, stand up. And I stand up, and it's just massive fucking boner. No, that was the hog. It was like the closest, biggest thing I could find. It was like that. I was like, a can. I don't know if you could see. Oh, poor thing. Oh, so true. All right, I'm gonna have another toke because that joint destroyed my throat, so I need another toke. What? You mean my? Sometimes the mic doesn't quite pick it up. I say I'm pretty good at, like, manipulating my sounds that I make. The one thing that, like, I've always been practicing, but I'm not good at, is, like, the girl voice. Right? Like, you gotta have that, like, over-the-topness, but you can't have, like, it just be super, like, high-pitched. Like, you need, like, there's other elements that you need to it that give it that little bit of peace that allows you to feel, oh, that's actually, like, how a girl talks. You want to know one of the main things is if you slightly swallow, it presses your Adam's apple down, and the further down your Adam's apple is, the higher your voice goes. So, like, you have to learn how to control and swallow and move your Adam's apple up and down. That's the thing that, like, and if you, like, think about it and, like, analyze your body, when you change, like, if you're going from like a deep voice, like, and then he stormed the castle, but the dragon had no say. The fire barrier defended against it. Like, you can feel like the vibration in your Adam's apple, right? So if you like swallow, you can feel it going down. And it's like the higher or lower it is, and you go to like, oh, right? It'll like move down. So being able to control that is basically being able to control the depth of your voice, right? And that's like a huge thing for like voice actors. Because like I've done a lot of studying, a lot of training, and a lot of stuff, not just for the girl voice, but just for the like the narrator voice, because I want to have a really good speaking voice. And it's like the speaking voice is a different tone and feel and an all-around vibe that doesn't fit the overtop epicness of just my normal talking voice. Right? So it's like having the ability to manipulate your voice like that, I think, is a significantly important thing to do for someone who talks 8 hours a day. Listen, bitch! I'm sorry. 3, 2, 1, toke.
Scotty, you big cream-filled corn cob, capsicum, onion, garlicky dog.
Excuse me, sir. I was promised my cock meat sandwich 5 minutes ago. Where's my cock meat sandwich?
And his name is John C.
Okay, story time, story time. This is the tank's perspective. Every time we introduce a new character, Stoner gives her opinion on, like, her overall feel for that character. This lovely specimen was of the finest trade. Too bad he was such a goddamn gentleman. Would have had some fun times. Maybe we could make our own. But hey, I respected the guy. He saved my life more than probably anyone else.
I am talking about.
Okay, so let's see what it would be like of his mind. Wasn't there, so can't tell for sure, but man, you sure can imagine. Tank was preparing for his food. Even in the midst of the turmoil over his leaving Legion, especially with his wife Healer staying behind to help the fortunate souls that made it to the waypoint. A still prayer of light to the goddess as a tribute to his thankful outcome. But that damn blasted tune in the background never fit quite well with his inner performance. The light-hearted and fluty long notes took away from the seriousness and the depth of concern one had when praying for their loved one's safety. So Bard is basically me, and imagine like what you would see of a one-man band on the like crackhead on the side of the street.
Go back to normal, bitch.
And
This
he's
shit-ass
got
accent is killing me.
like the harmonicas and the tambourines and like clappers and shit.
Somebody gonna get hurt.
Okay. And on his caps, he has like strings that work like violins, right? So basically he does like the river dance and it like plays the strings on his caps. Okay. But he has a gem on it and a material, and when they collide it is like an electric charge. So he can create like an electric explosion, like when a socket fries. Like your like electric socket, if you plug something in, it goes tss, and like sparks, and then it's like the smell of ozone and the sound. Basically, you can make an electric charge like that. I have an off-off question. December, PoE 2 release is free. Will you grind it? I want to say yes, Smokey.
Go back to normal, bitch.
I want
This
to
shit-ass
say yes
accent
because
is
I
killing
really
me.
want to, but I cannot promise for sure. I want to. I really want to play all 6 acts, get to endgame, have a good character. I want to play solo self-found, and I want to try to use guides and all of the mechanics I can to solo self-found myself to the top. But like I said, I don't know why, but PoE 2, I just could not get into it. I had disappointed myself because I thought martial artist was a new class, like assassin, but it was a paragon or whatever of the monk. And I put the bell down for the first time, and I was like, I fucking hate using this fucking bell ability. But it's like the only like strong melee ability. Or it's like the strongest one. And I was like, no, I just don't want to play monk. And then I didn't know what else to do. And I just kind of fell out of it. And it really sucks, because I was so fucking excited for it. And I was wondering if the same thing would happen with Pal World, but unfortunately the opposite happened, and I played Pal World so much I had a fucking seizure. Because I just wouldn't go to sleep. So, like, I'm not good at middle ground. I'm just not. But anyways, that's the description of Bard. So it's going to be important for what's coming up.
Sorry, I need to go a toilet and sleep.
Oh, hold on, wait like 2 minutes. Right, it's almost over.
Good night, bruv.
Fuck you, Smokey, just wait 2 minutes. But that damn blasted tune in the background never fit quite well with his inner performance. The lighthearted and fluty long notes took away from the seriousness of the depth of concern one had when praying for their loved one's safety. Penis head. But as a man of faith, you can forgive those around you. Fallen from, but only to an aside. The people were the ones he was running from, not her grace. Okay, if you can't play something more fitting to the mood of the ringing, there's soldiers out there right now protecting us, Bard. I know you like to lighten the mood, but maybe something somber is due, at least until the bells stop. String on the violin across his foot choked a score as his mouth moved erratically to the 3 harmonicas across his chest. The tambourine at his armpit and elbow made its climax as he roared a mighty deep lion call, and in his deepest cough, attempt at a mighty warrior's call to arms. Yeah, I know, I spelled everything wrong. Sadly, it was but a banshee's shout. Out to war where the men bear the hordes, the thoughtless of the trembling of flesh fall upon such swords. To them we are none, to us they are none. We together fight for what we live. They who do not live fight for what we have. The tune turned dark, and the treble of chimes drew the ear to its peak. The clash and fall of the jagged strings crossing over the violin as Bard's feet worked the emblem of juniper or quartz, I don't know, some sort of gem embedded in it, makes a buzzing air. The buzzing air through the strike cleared the hum from the patrons. As if on cue, the music and the bells of the distant towers died. As thus a ring of the room erupted into joy and banter as the patrons rose to celebrate the supposed victory. But for Tank, there was always the thought, the bells stop. Was it us or them? And then the botanist enters, talks to Tank. There's a commotion outside. Tank leaves. His hand on the door is the last scene, and the next chapter is Cook. Thought I was cool pointing that out. Hell yeah, Smokey, you're super smart. Just remember that, right? SMRT, best 5-word letter. SMRT, 5 letters. Right? No worries, man. I mean, you gotta give it to him when it is. Yeah, quick maths. Exactly. And this is where it's like, I want to quickly run through this one idea, Smokey. So, I've always wanted to have giraffes as battering rams. But it's never really been something that seems plausible. But if you have miracles of the goddess that give the animals infinite stamina, ability to basically carry infinite weight, and then you have like a mechanism that's like basically like it attaches to their necks and it can like shoot out like a jackhammer. And you have like an army of giraffes with basically massive jackhammers on their heads and you use them to, like, smash down barricades. I don't know, there's something about the imagery of that, and I've never thought that it would actually work. But with the miracles of the goddess, and the animals basically being invulnerable, it's totally plausible. Because, like, the two main things... I use my knob to smash down barricades. Nice, Smokey. Because the two main things would either be the equipment would be too heavy and would break the giraffe's neck, or the giraffe wouldn't be able to, like, sustain, like, any kind of standing with, like, that much equipment on them. Right? So it's like, it's not really viable. But an animal that could carry infinite weight and has infinite stamina, Dick and Ball Z, new app, coming soon. True. But like I said, we technically talked about the title because it says on this episode of Dragon Ball Z. And on this episode, we talked about Scout. And how Scout is gonna simp for Stoner to the literally his last breath. It's gonna be fucking amazing. But anyways, I have been fucking drained today because, like, everything that happened with Retro, like, I tried as hard as I could, and all he would do is just tell me that I was lying, and just say I have no backup for, like, any of my claims, for, like, anything, and, like, I don't, like, I, like, consistently change, like, what I'm talking about, and, like, how things are, and he's, like, tired of me, like, basically lying about all of this stuff. And I was just like, dude, I am just... So I basically trolled him for like an hour and a half. It's like, you're gaslighting me. And I'm like, no, explain to me how you're gaslighting. Like, I honestly, like, and I was like, throw all the sympathy and everything into it, just being like, no, like, you're looking at this from, like, the wrong perspective. Like... can we go back to the drawing board and, like, look at this from the beginning? Even, it was fucking retarded. Even at one point I was like, well, what do you want from me? I already apologized to you. I said it was an emotional decision. I said you were the butt of a joke. And I said that I was wrong. And I was apologizing because I realized in hindsight because you didn't use chalkboard. That's why chalkboard's so important. He got all mad and angry and bullshit and all over the place, and I said, wait, at any point, did you use chalkboard? And he's like, no, I just left all of the discords. I thought that would make you guys understand. And from that point on, I just fucking trolled him, because I was like, you have to be kidding me. Yeah. So I'm not, and I never really took anything he said seriously to begin with. If anything, I was just kind of worried that he was like, maybe something happened, because I don't know if you know, Smokey, but like, I guess 4 or 5 days ago, my cousin's daughter was hit by a car and her best friend was killed. So there's like, I've been like holding back this like emotional wave of trying not to involve that in the stream. Right? So it's like, I am and have been, like, on edge this week. So it's like, I don't need this shit on top of that. I am here, and I'm creating a community of people that are here to call each other ass-tards and say, I want to fuck your mom, and say, the next time you put up a story, I'm gonna leave the stream because it's so bad. Because we know that we're joking and we're just having fun. And that's why chalkboard exists, because there are things for some people that are sensitive, that other people would laugh at and say you're retarded, but everyone has their own thing that is like, that to me is crossing the line. That's why we have chalkboard. So when that event comes up, you can say, guys, like, my mom died, like, 1.5 years ago. When I'm around, like, and you guys know I'm around, can we not do the, like, fucking your mom jokes? It's like, Oh shit, I am so sorry, man. Yeah, no problem. Call us out if we ever do it, right? Because that's like something we don't want to upset someone over, right? Not someone being like, "Stop making fun of me! Because I said that you did it! You were ignoring me!" I'm like, what? Like, and then Smokey, which was funny, because like 6 days ago, even when it's like, why stop because someone joined, it's on them, just leave. Yeah, exactly. I'm not here to cater to you. It's my community. It's my space. I adhere and commute to you in your space. Just don't come into my space and tell me what to do. This is why I created this space, because I don't fit in other spaces, because I have to, like, control myself. I don't want to have to always control myself. I want to have a space where I can just let loose. And I'm not sitting here, like, yelling the homophobic F word and calling people fucking slurs and just, like, causing problems and being a trouble boy. I'm trying to create a positive, upward space where people can truly express themselves without having to worry about any kind of backlash, because the thing that they want to express has some sort of deeper, darker meaning that some other person might fucking say that you're not allowed to touch on that, such as, like, child molestation or rape. And then look at something like Obsession and how amazing it does, because it's a true, authentic story about obsession, lust, and people's pride and demeanor towards themselves, and how they think that they're, like, people think they're better than other people, and they're the main character. And again, I don't do this. I need a toilet. Oh yeah, no worries. Yeah, Smokey. I'm sorry for keeping you. Fuck you. Have a good night, good sir. Sorry for keeping you. Get the fuck out of here, bitch. Because I'm, like, actually considering just, like, ending the stream. But Relic's not back yet, and I don't want to, so I think I'm just gonna watch YouTube videos. Because, like, there are a couple more ideas I could go over and talk about. But, like, I'm at, like, 40% today, right? So, fuck you, have a good night. Take care, good sir. Again, I feel like a main character because you were here through all of this, and it's like you're never here at the beginning. So it's like the one day you're here is like this. And I'm like, it's too cool. You stay cool too, bro. Peace. I gotta take a piss so you can fuck off. Alright, let's take a toke, and I'm pretty sure there's a new Oompaville video, but no. Okay, no, you know what we need to watch? The new Shoe on Head video. Okay, so let's get rid of this, because we kind of, like, made our point with it. Everything's good with that. Turn that off, turn that back on. Shoe on Head! You want it, 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 you want it. Here we go. You guys ready for this? All right. I survived Woke 1.0, the first culture war.
So the other day, I saw a tweet. I feel like all my videos start out like that. The other day, I saw a tweet that said, Woke 1 was crazy. Attached to the infamous photo of Nancy
Pelosi. I feel like
Pelosi.
the sound got fucked. Hold on, let me try this again. Sometimes if it goes too high and spikes, it'll crash.
So the other day...
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to redo the whole thing, because apparently it's already at that point, because it's like double... No, I'm just gonna drop the whole thing. It's like a double attach, so it's like I increased it one time, and then that baseline multiplied, increasing it the second time, and then refreshing the page didn't reset it. Good old technical problems.
So the other day, I saw a tweet. I feel like all my videos start out like that.
Okay,
the
so
other day, I saw a tweet that's...
Fucking pause the video. Thank you, YouTube. YouTube's been so laggy lately. I don't know if it's my browser or what, but... Okay. Let's go back to the beginning. Oh yeah, Shu, give us that Ahego face. I mean, what?
So the other day, I saw a tweet. I feel like all my videos start out like that. The other day, I saw a tweet that said, Woke 1 was crazy. Attached to the infamous photo of Nancy Pelosi and a bunch of Democrat politicians kneeling in African costumes back in 2020 to honor George Floyd. What a fever dream. There were many similar posts from people talking about how crazy Woke 1 was, or Woke 1.0 as they call it. Leftists talking about what they did wrong during Woke 1.0, how they came off too strongly with things like abolish the police, and how they'll do things differently during Woke 2.0. Yeah. You'll get him next time, champ. And don't get me wrong, 2020 was crazy. At the time, I was a bit preoccupied trying my hardest to get Bernie Sanders and Tulsi Gabbard elected. I don't want to talk about it. But yes, from what I remember, 2020 was crazy. But that was not Woke 1.0. Woke 1.0 started long ago. Long ago when being woke was called being an SJW. Back when Anita Sarkeesian was public enemy #1. And I identify as an attack helicopter, believe it or not, was a joke young people told, and not your 65-year-old uncle on Facebook. You see, Woke 1.0 was not George Floyd and COVID masks. No, no. This was Woke 1.0.
Learn what mansplaining is, and then stop doing it.
Hello, and welcome to the Shoe on Head channel. I am your host, Shoe on Head. You may also know me on Reddit as every e-girl combined into one insufferable millennial woman with fetal alcohol syndrome, or perhaps just Asmongold on HRT. As I am filming this, it is the 12th anniversary of my first video on this channel. 12 years.
I love Shu.
12 years a slave to the algorithm. So in this video, we are going to react to that video as well as a few other old videos of mine. We're going to see how well or how terrible everything has aged.
Guys,
because let's be
we're
real,
fucking retards on the internet.
Aged like
just because you have a large following don't mean shit.
Why is the arrow pointing this way?
Right?
We're going to talk about
just
Woke
make good
1.0,
content.
the ancient lore of me and my channel, how the Overton window has shifted so far since then, how stupid everything looks back then in comparison to things happening today. I feel like every morning we wake up and we are living through yet...
My shift was conspiracy theories. Because I love conspiracy theories, but that's because I'm a writer. So it's like, you look at why people believe what, and then you investigate, and then you understand, and then you can use that. It's like, I literally wrote Flat Earth into the Final Fantasy book because I think it's a really cool concept if you understand the actuality of, like, for instance, that the sun is not a physical object. It is a focal point of a condensed, like, laser or plasma. And basically, it's like a rotating plasma strikes the dome, which creates a magnetic like a magnification thing, right? Like light through a magnifying glass that causes the focal point. And because, let's say, like the Earth is flat like this, right? The focal point goes past the Earth. So that's why you see the sun in the sky. Because it's actually the focal point looking past the Earth. The only problem is, as far as I've seen from anything, Flat Earth can't explain the moon. Which is like, if you know anything about Flat Earth, and you understand that I use absolutely every aspect of Flat Earth, and then as soon as it's like everything's revealed, what's the first thing that happens? Well, the moon gets pulled out of the sky. Which is like an obvious jab at the fact that Flat Earthers would rather get rid of the moon than, like, find a different way to prove that there's the flat Earth, right? Like, they would rather manipulate reality to serve their purposes than to have the science that they use represent the world that they live in. And it's literally an Easter egg jab at Flat Earthers, because without the moon, Flat Earth looks pretty damn good. But then what's the moon? Yeah. So it's like, that's why I love conspiracy theories. But then at some point in time, it was like, oh my god, Alex Jones was right. They're actually turning the frogs gay. Damn, Project Blue Book. Damn, that actually happened? Like, wait, you're, like, the whole, like, I don't know if it's real or not, but, you know, the, why am I blanking on his name? Bob Lazar. And everything to do with, Stephen Greer.
Another historical event. The news moves so fast. There's pressure to react instantly, to pick a side, to condemn, to support. But the reality is, when a story first breaks,
at the end of the day, it's all fiction to me.
And that's why for
head.
Years now, I have been using today's sponsor, Ground News. So let's quickly give them a
mixed
shout out
reviews
before we
about
get
Ground
into
News.
this video.
I like the
Ground
premise
News is
and
a
the
website
idea
and an app
of it.
that lets you see how news stories are being
I'm
covered
like,
all
the
across the political
problem
spectrum,
is,
from left,
are
right,
they
and
actually
center. Every
like
story comes with a
telling
quick
the
visual
truth?
breakdown
Like,
of
are
the
the
political
statistics
bias,
that they're
ownership, and
like
headlines that helps you
presenting
understand
accurate?
the full story and make sure you're getting both
Right?
sides.
Or
they make
is
it
it
really
like
easy to
they're
compare headlines
they're
to see
fucking
how
the
political
algorithm
bias
to
and
make
media
it look
ownership
so it's like
can
it's
affect
actually
the
not
framing of a
unbiased.
story.
They're still
For
pushing
example,
an
let's
agenda.
check out this
Because
story
I don't
about
believe
how
there's any
Republicans in
news
Congress
source that's
continue to
neutral,
back
because if
Iran
you're neutral,
war
you won't make
despite
money.
the political risk.
That's
On the
just
left,
the truth.
you see the headlines about this are like,
That's
Iran
just
war
reality.
keeps dashing GOP's
And then you got to get
midterm
government-run
hopes.
news, and then
this
you
is
run
how a
into an
right-wing outlet
entirely different
covers
problem.
the same story.
And then one of the other things we were
Carlson
going to talk about today was
claims
slippery
Israel
slopes.
controls U.S. politics.
But I don't think we need to get into
Iran
slippery
war.
slopes. I'm just not in the mood
here,
to talk
very
about slippery
different
slopes.
vibes going on here. But my favorite feature of Ground News is definitely the blind spot feature. It shows you news stories that have been covered by one side of the political spectrum and ignored by the other.
Exactly.
For example,
like,
here's
the
another
idea and the
story
premise
about how
behind
the
it is like
Iran
that's
war is
a
deeply
good way of using as a
unpopular,
search
with even
parameter
Trump's
for
voters.
finding like
39
outliers
sources covered
of
this.
stories.
64% were left-wing, and only 14 were right-wing. Right-wing media trying to avoid how even their own fan base are sick of this war. And here's a story about how Ilhan Omar's sister is apparently linked to Minnesota's fraud scandal. 100% of the sources that cover this story are right-wing. No left-wing outlets have covered this story. There are so many examples like this, and Ground News makes it really easy to just lay it all out in the open. I've been using Ground News for years now, and it is one of my favorite
It's like the
apps.
Better
Even
Health
the
thing,
Nobel
like Mr.
Peace
Ballin was
Center
always
recognized Ground News
getting
as an excellent way
Better
to
Health,
stay
but from what
informed,
I've heard,
avoid
Better
echo
Health
chambers,
is so
and expand
bad
your world.
that there's no oversight,
First of all,
there's
I'm
no
currently
like
offering
checks and
40% off their
balances,
Vantage plan, which
and
is the
it's
plan
caused
I use
like
to
a lot
access
of
all their
harm
amazing features.
because it's
To
like
get the
people don't know
off
what they're
discount,
talking
go to
about, talking about things to people
ground.news/shoe or
who
use
think
the
they know
QR
what they're
code
talking
on
about.
screen right here,
Which
or click
causes
the
a
link
lot
in the
of
video
harm,
description down
especially
below
in a
to
medical
subscribe to their Vantage
situation
plan
when it
today.
comes to, like,
Big thank you to
your
Ground News for
mental state.
sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer,
Even though it helped
as
Mr.
always,
Ballin,
for
right? And it's like there are
And
good
now,
sides and
back
bad
to the
sides,
video.
because like he uses that
One
as
of
an
the most
example.
funny and like endearing things that have been happening lately is people will discover
Talking
my
through the
channel
ad.
and then they'll make reaction videos to my videos.
Like
and
here,
they'll
that's
title
what I'm
them
doing.
Things like Shoe on Head is
But
done
I'm not,
with
like,
the
I'm
left.
just, you know.
Shoe on Head is finally waking up, and it's like, I've been woken up. Do not cite
like-
the anti-woke magic to me.
Shoe on Head
Next topic.
wishes
I
she was
there when
my
it was written.
girlfriend.
Before your girl was.
She's
Commie mommy.
married
For
and
better
has
or
a-
worse, I was one
I don't
of the
know what
founding
gender their kid
fathers
is, but I know she has a
of
kid.
Anti-woke content on the internet. I saw this one tweet that was like, the idea there was a woke one is the most jarring to America's moment I've ever had. Really, bitch? I mean, like, I get it. I would pretend it never happened too. It was very embarrassing, but really, bitch? I was there when Bernie Sanders was talking about unions and has microphones snatched by Black Lives Matter. That was basically the birth of my entire political worldview. You can't pretend that shit never happened. I was there when a grown-ass scientist was harassed and brought to tears for daring to wear a shirt with like cartoon pinup girls on it. We need Nuremberg trials for all the 2010s. You should legally be forced
That
to
sounds
wear
like me.
some
I
kind of
definitely
patch
cry
on you
in
in public to identify you
I
as
am
a
a
woke 1.0
fucking
freak. When I saw
extremely
that tweet,
emotional
I
person.
literally had to stop writing my other video to make this one because I
Damn!
was like, okay, I'm
You
not
just
gonna
had
let
to.
these people rewrite history. We're
Yeah.
not gonna let you write the history books, okay? Who do you think you are? Ghislaine Maxwell's father? So I'm going to be talking about 4 different videos
He
here.
literally
Professional
wrote-
Olympics,
if you
Social
don't
Justice
know,
League versus
that's an
Gamers,
Easter
Average
egg.
is
He
Beautiful,
literally
and
wrote,
Questions
like,
for Men
the
Answered
history
by
books
Women.
for,
I'm
like,
not
high
going to be
school in
showing the
America.
full videos because this video will be
I'm not
4
even
hours
kidding.
long. So if you want to watch the full
he was the
videos, the
author
links
of
will be in the description. Thank you.
It's
I
like,
love you.
that's a little
Bye.
weird.
So Oppression Olympics was my
3, 2, 1,
first
toke.
cultural political video uploaded July of 2014. 12 years ago. How old were you guys 12 years ago? I am like 60 years old in internet years, like 204 years old in e-girl years. If you have been here, if you have been with me for that long, you deserve like some kind of reparations or something. Like, you have seen some All right, I am about to watch it. I am so scared. I haven't watched this in years.
Hey there, pretty lady. Do you wear heels? Do you wear makeup? Do you want to go on a diet and get thin? Don't do any of those things. Hey, I'm a feminist. That's right, a feminist in 2014 America.
Can my voice even do that anymore? 2014 America! Oh. I can. Okay, never mind. Pretend I didn't do that. Alright, let's go.
What does that mean? That means I want you to stoop down to my level. And that means don't go on a diet, don't wear heels, don't do makeup, don't do your hair, don't try to look pretty. I get catcalls all the time and I hate it. I just love vlogging about it though, and I love blogging about it on my Tumblr. And shaving? Forget shaving. Don't shave. This video game character is dressed too sexily. I don't like it. Change it. I'm dressed too sexily and you don't like it? Stop oppressing me! Did you guys know that rape is
This
bad?
is actually really good.
Rape is bad! Does anybody know this? Rape is bad, and if you're not a feminist, you're pro-rape.
I believe that at that time that people
good,
didn't
it's
take that
over.
seriously.
She's
'cause
back.
People are so
Feminism
retarded.
in 2014 America is completely pointless. It's just a label that people are putting on themselves to feel special. Because
Why do I sound
My
so
friend's
cute?
a
It's just a label
feminist
people are putting on themselves.
vegetarian.
Like, aw, someone protect her. She doesn't know how bad it's gonna get.
It's the special snowflake oppression Olympics. Everyone is in this big race to be the most progressive and the most open-minded and the most oppressed. It is the strangest thing I have ever seen, and it's like infesting like the internet, and it's starting to seep out into the real world. And like, I really don't like it.
So a little lore behind this video before we continue. First of all, Obama was president. Okay, this was before the Trump era. In fact, this was like months before Gamergate even popped off. This is ancient. Some of you don't even remember a time before Trump. Like, Trump is your normal. You don't remember what the political and cultural landscape was like before Trump.
No one
That is,
remembers
like,
what it was like before
crazy to me.
9/11
Anyway,
either.
at this time, I was like 23, 24,
Actually, it's
working on a makeup
funny.
counter in the
I
mall,
think,
and I noticed all the people around.
I think it was Asman who said this, that before 9/11, bringing up politics had the same kind of vibe like bringing up sex. Where it was like, it just wasn't appropriate to do unless it was in like a very specific setting. And then 9/11 happened, and then everything became political. I mean, I was 10, so like, what do I know? But like, I was raised on the belief of no politics, no religion, no finances at the dinner table. Right? And I had like tons of friends and family friends and the church and everything like that. So I had like always meeting new people and different people. I had a Chinese friend whose parents literally did not speak English and he had to like translate between them. Right? I had like friends that were basically crackheads, and their families were like entire crackheads. Like, they just kind of went to the church as a way to, like, you know, escape, right? And it's like, got everyone on every side there, and it's like there's just this understanding about how you acted. Now, I would say this probably because I was sheltered as a Christian kid being raised, but it's like, I don't know. That's the demeanor and that's the place that I was raised in. And then after that, going into like, because I also moved in, I moved in 2000. So 2001 was like, we moved in what, July? So it would have been almost a year and a half after like moving, right? So it's like, we're like now newly established in a new place. I'm like, you know, learning like the idea of like changing things, right? Because this is like the first move I basically had, right? We moved to a like significantly different place, so it's like trying to make new friends and like, you know, build new relationships, scout out new areas, like, you know, because we go hiking and shit like that, just go around at random areas, and it sucked because we had this one place that we would play swords at where we grabbed sticks and stuff, and it had this walkway that was like 20 feet long that just went through the forest because it would like flood in the area, so people would go through hikes. They put up like a bridge, and everyone would say, don't play there because that's where the crackheads are. And I'm like, I don't want to live in a world where as a kid, my favorite place to go in the forest, I can't go there and play swords with my friends because some fucking crackhead is there. Oh, you know that crackheads go there? Okay, well go fucking arrest them, please. So I can go play swords in the forest without stepping on needles. Thank you. That's the reality and the civilization that I want to live in.
Me were changing. Their personalities were shifting. They were becoming like very unfunny and like offended at everything. It was very weird. One example that sticks out in my mind for some reason was my friend screamed in my other friend's ear. My friend was like, "Ah, you're gonna make me go deaf." And then my other friend was like, "That's not funny. My brother's half deaf." I don't know why that one sticks out, but like that was
That's like
was a
me.
pivotal
There's
moment
just
where
like
I was like, what the
those random moments where you're like, do you even listen to the fucking words that you say? So you yelled in someone's ear, they said, you yelling in my ear is gonna make me deaf, and then you say, hey, my brother's deaf, that's not funny, don't joke like that. But it's like, it's not actually a joke. Like, yelling in someone's ear like that can cause damage to your ear. Like, do you not listen to the things that you're, like, are you so self-centered that you just literally can't even listen to your own words? Like, oh my god. And I'm trying to think of like, what would I have as like an example of that, if someone's just saying something so retarded like that, where you're just like, do you listen to your own words? I can't think of anything off the top of my head.
is going on? Also, we later found out that her brother was in fact not half deaf, but anyway, the only thing I traced
Oh
it
yeah,
back
and
to
he just lied
was
about it? See, at least I had a friend, because we would make... This would be, like, my closest example we made jokes about, like... Okay, so, I always said that I had invisible friends. And it's like, in grade 8, this is, like, in grade 8. I'm, like, talking to my invisible friends, right? Because, like, I like talking to myself, because talking out loud, just to me, gives me, like, an extra trajectory of memory that I can, like, look back on. It's like talking out loud just logs the words in my head. So I just, like, talk to myself about random stuff. People be like, who are you talking to? I'm like, oh, I'm just talking to my invisible friends, you know. Talking about my book, my ideas, my short stories and stuff. And people just call me weird and stuff, right? And then someone came up to me, who later became a really good friend of mine. But she was like, you know, it's not funny to, like, fake having, like, a mental disorder, like schizophrenia or something like that. My brother has schizophrenia. Or my brother-in-law has schizophrenia. And I was like, oh, I'm just, like... that's not actually, like, what's going on, right? Like, that's a complete misinterpretation. I just, like, it looks weird when you're talking to yourself. So I always have, like, contingency plans to, like, make jokes so people, like, basically just walk off me talking to myself. And then we had, like, a conversation about schizophrenia, and eventually some down the line we did an entire documentary as one of the first documentaries we did for, like, a, like, school project that was, like, part of, like, a newspaper thing that had, like, this entire thing attached to it for, like, a foundation. And we did a documentary on schizophrenia for it in, like, grade 9. But, like, the basis of our the basis and foundation of our friendship was having a conversation about interpretations and views towards things. And, for instance, like, one of the questions I asked is, like, how do you feel about, like, someone who's doing the action but is, like, not saying it? Like, there's people that say, like, oh, I have schizophrenia, and they do weird fucked up shit, right? I'm just like, if I'm sitting there talking to myself about something, I'll just make up some bullshit about it. So it's like, there's the people that, like, pretend that they believe that they have some sort of disorder. And then there's, like, people that are just, like, weird, so they just make up excuses to, like, appease other people outside of it. So I never once ever believe that I have anything wrong with me. It's just an easier outcome to say that as a joking way to people to get them off my back because I'm weird. Sorry, I don't fit into the general thing. Sue me. Right? I'm loud, obnoxious, and annoying. That's why I try to stick to myself.
All use the same website.
This video is mostly about
Tumblr.
No, God! No, God, please, no! No! No!
See, my thing is, like, there was no internet age.
Oh my God, is that big?
This was not an internet age for me, right? Like, I was making movies, I was, like, writing stories, I was partying, I was playing League of Legends. I was smoking weed. Like, I didn't use Facebook, I didn't even really know, like, what social media was, right? Like, the closest thing to that is, like, oh yeah, I have a Blizzard account, and you can, like, chat in, like, Blizzard chat, right? Or, like, there's, like, the lobby in, like, League of Legends. Right? But, like, that's basically the extent of the social media that I have. And that's why it's, like, I basically, like, don't have, like, a social media presence, right? Like, I just don't do anything. I mean, once in a while I might do something, right? Like, now that I'm, like, getting more, like, tweets about, like, the writing community, I'm, like, interacting more now that I have, like, more to say and, like, you know, trying to, like, do small things to, like, try to promote myself in a way, right? to put myself out there, make myself known, have those small tidbits of things that come and go, because like I like the idea of being like the mysterious person that people are not quite sure what's going on, right? But then there's the fact that I literally have like every single one of my thoughts categorized in all of my streams. But my presentation to people is like the mysterious, like, oh, who's this? Oh, I like that idea of what he said. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, no, his ideas go pretty far. Are you talking, like, you've said 8 different things. Are you talking about the same book with all of them? You got, like, religion and technology. You got zombies. You got magic. You've got drugs. You've got, like, crazy interpersonal relationship things. You've got, like, freaking, like, religious sacrifice and, like, technological, like, dystopia and, like, political overcharge. World-ending nations and histories. Yep. And this is just a random throwaway piece of shit garbage book idea that I'm just throwing together.
Red? Oh my god, just blast from the past with this face here. This woman should get some kind of like compensation for being on so many YouTubers' thumbnails. She was the face of the triggered feminist SJW for years.
Number one, shut the f up for a second. Now, if you would shut the f up for the 50th billionth time.
And then it was this other person. Where are these people nowadays? I wonder what they're up to.
Tumblr is the reason there is just this outbreak and infestation of SJWs, ruining my internets and ruining my real life and just sucking the sense of humor out of so many people I know.
Tumblr was very popular back then, but there was like some dark evil energy coming from it, and I sensed it. And at the time, that is where I thought all this woke SJW shit was coming from. Little did I know, like, a lot of these people on Tumblr were college kids. All this, like, rape culture, white supremacist bullshit was coming from the college classroom. And at the time, I didn't know. I was just a humble makeup salesman, so I was really confused, and I felt like I was going crazy. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to boot up the Shoe on Head channel. I'm gonna vent and make a video. Nobody's gonna fucking see it. I don't care. As far as I knew, there was no other videos online talking about this subject, so I just filmed it, edited it, uploaded it, and left. Like, I didn't check the comment section, and I didn't even know that Thunderfoot, a YouTuber, shared my video, and that's how it originally blew up. And from there, I found out, oh, there's more people who agree with me. I found like Sargon of Akkad and like the Honey Badgers. It was crazy to feel like, oh, I'm not going insane. Things are changing.
They're all in this big competition to see who could be the most progressive and the most tolerant, at the same time being the most annoying and the most intolerant people that I've ever
I wonder
met in my
if
life.
I can pull this up, because this is like, I'm like, how is this still a thing? I wonder if I can find this. It's an episode about tolerance, but they're talking about tolerance, and he's like, you tolerate a baby crying on a plane, right? Like, you don't like it. It's just something that you tolerate because it's like, well, you can't help it. It's a baby. You know, it's just one of those situations, right? Tolerance isn't, oh, I'm an immigrant, so now I can just come into your country because my country's bad.
It is just
like,
a big, it's the oppression
and that was like in
Olympics.
2011.
Labeling yourself as a feminist. Stop it. It is not a movement anymore. You do not need it. Nobody needs it. You have every single right that every guy has now. Like, most feminists on the internet just hate men.
Now, if you can believe it, and this might be hard to believe while watching this video, This was transgressive back in the day. This was like crazy to hear online back then. Especially coming from a woman. We're saying things like, oh, feminism is doo-doo, and like obvious ass shit, like people have a victim complex these days. That was like sacrilegious. And now it's like nothing. Now it's like wallpaper. Everyone thinks that. Every day there's like a new racist e-girl popping up and saying the N-word and then falling off a week later. Like if this video came out today, it would get like no views because it's the most basic shit ever. This video almost got me fired from my job, you know? Like they found out where I worked, they called my boss, they were like, she hates women, like all this stuff. When it first blew up, most of the comments were negative. It was just a bunch of angry women being like, you're a handmaiden of the patriarchy. Like this was before the term pick-me existed. Handmaiden of the patriarchy. That goes kind of hard. Can we bring that back? Okay, so that was the first video. Let's watch another one, shall we? This is called Social Justice League vs. Gamers.
You may or may not have noticed, I've been fully immersed in this whole Gamergate thing since it started like 2 months ago.
Gamergate was 2 months ago? Oh my god.
Old.
For those of you who don't know what Gamergate was, you know what? Don't worry about it.
Yeah, just
some woman allegedly.
You don't need to know what Watergate was
and now
either.
The Strait of Hormuz is closed. Things happened in between that, but that's basically the gist of it. Editing shoe here. I decided to actually put in a brief explanation because genuinely a lot of you might not know. Gamergate kicked off when game devs and game journalists were accused of sleeping with each other for better game reviews. A bunch of journalists then coordinated anti-gamer hit pieces, all coming out around the exact same day, saying things like gamers are dead and focusing on how sexist and white and male gaming spaces were. It was a mess that went on for like 3 years, arguably longer, and many people cite it as one of the first major culture wars online. People went to the UN to talk about sexism in gaming. There was even a Law and Order episode about evil sexist gamers.
These guys, they just...
I don't know how old Shu is, but if you go back in the day, right? Like I remember the church saying that like Pokemon is evil and like don't let your kids watch these like Japanese shows. Like these things are like these stories are like demonic and stuff like that. Like they're gonna turn your children into monsters. Like they would literally like do that shit in church. This was in like 97, 98. I was like 8 or 9.
They just can't stand women in gaming.
What did they do to you?
They leveled up.
Also, Logan Paul was in that episode for some reason. It was a weird time. Anyway.
Seeing good friends of mine get labeled as misogynist, sexist, racist, only for enjoying video games and seeing through this very obvious agenda pushing, 100% no.
Can you imagine how they would feel about the first chapter and like one of the first like parts of Stoner Girl, where it's like they just call the guy a retard and put a helmet on his head? That's gonna instantly filter out everyone who I don't need to read my book.
I honestly could not...
And I'm like, I always think, because my friend has this huge problem with retard, where I want to send her a copy that's changed retard to idiot, and then in brackets have like an explanation that like this is supposed to be the R word, but because you're so special, I'm actually giving you a copy that doesn't have the R word in it. But I'm, like, not compromising any bullshit for anyone. So, like, fuck you, but I gave you a copy that's edited. So anytime it's idiot, it's supposed to be the R word. Thank you, bye.
Imagine being so deluded that you actually make yourself believe that all gamers are white, cis males who are worse than ISIS. I'm not even mad, I'm actually, like, impressed that these people have the ability. They're, like, champions of mental gymnastics of the oppression Olympics.
SJW logic and facts. Oh my god.
Coming in like, I don't like this, I don't like that, I don't like this. This character doesn't look like me. She's not frumpy and below average. It makes me insecure. Change it. Change this. I don't like this. I don't like that. I don't even play that, but I don't like it. There could be a fucking black, Mexican, Chinese, demisexual, lesbian, feminist, otherkin in a wheelchair with no legs and shit. And these crybabies would still not be happy.
Oh my god, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. They still f***ing do this shit. They still invade nerdy male spaces and force them to cater to them. They're still purposely making female characters like ugly and frumpy. You still can't pander to them because they'll never be happy.
I just need to have my own space.
It's a frightening and disgusting
I'm
trend.
very lucky that I have no financial
Hackers
connection.
rewriting code to simulate sexual assault.
So, Sam Meggs stopped playing online over a year ago because of what she calls a misogynistic mentality that already exists in the world of gaming. The graphics are so good, this attack is eerily realistic. Eerily realistic.
The fuck?
That's sex? I've been doing it wrong? God damn!
Oh my god, I forgot all about the traffic cone. My dad literally stole that traffic cone off the street from me. I was like, Dad, I need a traffic cone for this video I'm doing. He like took it off the street and he's like, here you go. He didn't even like ask what it was for. I was just like, that's
Dad.
It's good to have a supportive father. This one is
Dad.
called Average is
That's
Beautiful.
fucking hilarious.
Wow, how progressive!
Oh my god, Race Together. I forgot all about this. In 2014, Starbucks did this thing called Race Together, where I shit you not, they made baristas write #RaceTogether on the cups to encourage discussion about race relations with customers.
Oh yeah, let's get rid of race relation like tension by just making awkward conversation about race at Starbucks. Why?
They were forcing 18-year-old kids to have awkward-ass discussions with strangers about race. Yeah, can I get a tall cappuccino? Ah, yes, hello. I see you are a person of color. What the f*** were they smoking back then?
I just imagine some black lady, like, on her way to work, walks into Starbucks, like, oh, can I have a latte, please? And the barista just like, ah!
One
I
of
see you
you!
are a woman of color.
Oh my god. I made the same fucking joke. I didn't even remember. That's I did it again. Wow, it's almost like we have the same brain or something.
Listen,
they're the same people. We haven't changed.
You can invade video games all you want. You can do
We just
whatever
have
you
different
want to
opinions.
comics, but don't touch my Disney.
Because of
I will
information.
send the hounds on you.
Oh god.
Oh man.
Nobody tell her. Nobody
no,
tell her.
Yeah.
Nobody tell her.
That
Weird,
sucks. I'm
weird.
sorry
This one
for
is called
you.
Internalized
I'm sorry
misogyny.
for you. I grew up with
If you're
Disney
a woman
too.
capable of
We were
individual
watching
thought,
the
you probably
Grands
had the
the
term
other day,
internalized
right?
misogyny thrown
Treasure
at you
Planet.
a few times. So, what is it exactly?
Atlantis.
F***ing retarded. The end.
Yay!
There are so many stupid feminist rebuttals, but I think internalized misogyny has to be like my top favorite. Right after she's doing it for male attention, and she'll learn when she's older. She'll learn when she's older, as if one day it's just gonna be like,
Happy birthday to you.
holy shit! Manspreading is an issue!
I am literally older now than I was meant to be in that skit about the future. And I did not, in fact, learn when I got older. I got worse.
These people have an excuse and a buzzword for everything. Racist, sexist, MRA, right-wing, conservative, privilege.
Oh my god, MRA. I forgot about MRAs. Oh my god. MRAs were men's rights activists. And before people were getting called like incel online for criticizing women or supporting men, they were being called MRA. Yes, it was considered an insult back then to care about men's rights. This was before the modern red pill. This was before Andrew Tate, Clavicular, Fresh and Fit. We had like Roosh V.
This is crazy to like look back on these changes.
Ordering a drink at the bar. So what I did is I went to the toy store and I bought some dolls. These two are the cute girls who you want to have sex with.
That was our Andrew Tate back then.
MRA, right-wing, conservative, privilege. They do this to move the goalposts, so then you're like, oh wait, I'm not an MRA. This is why I'm not an MRA.
That's why you don't play the game. Like, I didn't know this at the time.
Never
I was
played
stupid, but
to
you don't
your
fight
opponent's
back. You don't
advantage.
go like, oh no, I'm not right.
Never play by
I
their
voted for
rules.
Bernie.
Play by yours.
I have a gay friend. Like, no.
I'm
Shut
God.
up. No,
Whatever I
you just have
says
to
go.
Okay,
Fuck you.
Even if you're not, because literally all they have is
Don't like it,
isms.
too bad.
Defending yourself from their thought-terminating buzzwords is just, it's useless. It's a waste of time. I wish I knew that back then. So this is my most viewed video ever. 10 million views. Demonetized. Haven't seen a single cent from that video. Awesome. Anyway.
So we all know BuzzFeed is the internet equivalent of ass cancer. We know this, and I'm pretty sure the website is a government experiment created to test my patience.
Is that a Mr.
Like
Meeksy
4chan?
shirt? Oh my god, dude. Back
Dude,
when Rick
Mr.
and Morty was funny.
They're known for
it's like, let's get fat women to do poses only fit gymnasts can do. Being a woman is hard because compliments
Rick and Morty was
damage
relevant
control the video.
It's lost its
without further
relevancy.
ado,
It's still
I
good, but
present
it's
to
not
you
what it was.
36 questions
But it could have
feminists
ended.
have for men.
Even though
They
we need
were just
100
pumping
years.
out videos like
100
this
years at Rick and Morty Adventures, 100years.com, www.rickandmorty, 100 years adventures, 100 years.
anti-man, anti-white
Morty,
video.
100 years adventures, 100 years Rick and Morty.
White, what comes to mind?
Privilege, I think power.
We can never let this happen again. I don't care if
From
Trump
people that were
blows up
never
the world,
slaves
okay?
in
They
their
can make
life.
Israel a
You think their
51st state,
grandparents
as long as I never
fucking
have to
rolling
hear
in their graves?
ever again.
How does it feel to be the same sex as Donald Trump?
How does it feel to be the same sex as someone I personally politically disagree with? The man is literally Satan to these people. Like, they could have said Hitler. They basically meant Hitler. Trump is their Hitler. It's very trendy to
He
hate
does
Trump
have
right now.
it's not Hitler, but like
wow. I'm
I
pretty
wish he
left-leaning,
was.
but I've been
I
called
mean,
a Trump
what?
supporter like 6 times in the past few months. 6 times! 6 times! Oh, you poor
least
baby!
you get something
Try
done.
6,000! At the time,
Right.
the anti-woke, anti-SJW genre was mostly full of liberals. It was mostly liberals criticizing, all of this stuff.
And the
all
funny
of
thing
this
is,
woke
if he
behavior.
was Hitler,
we
they
all
would
saw
all be
this
dead.
as not real liberalism.
Which
This
is
isn't the real
actually, like,
left.
the
The real
funniest
left
part.
cares about like real equality and workers' rights and blah 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 blah. We wanted to call our side out. Obviously, that didn't work, but we tried.
Why do you have to sit with your legs so wide open?
Men have balls. Oh my god.
Yeah, why do you think
One of the top issues people would talk about nonstop back then was men sitting with their legs
Like-
slightly open on public transportation. It was
Right?
seen as some patriarchal statement of power or some shit. Every week we had to hear about manspreading.
Manspreading is when a man spreads his physical body to take up as much space as humanly possible.
What happened to all these little pet issues they were all upset
You
about? I guess
mean
people can't
fat?
afford houses now, right? They can't find
Now
jobs. I
people
don't think
need
they
2
have energy
plane
to talk about the
seats for a
fucking
plane
pink
ticket.
tax or manspreading
too
or whatever.
fat.
Straight guys so obsessed with lesbians.
Wow, this chocolate bar sure is good.
Because
You
watching
know what would make it
lesbian
better?
scissor is fucking hot.
Wow, another chocolate bar. 2 of a thing I like together. People still come to my channel to this day and leave comments on my videos like, "Are you the chocolate bar girl?"
Oh my
legacy.
god, that's hilarious.
The wage gap is simply the average earnings of men and women working full-time. It does not count for different job positions, hours worked, or different jobs. It has nothing to do with the same job. It has nothing to do with discrimination.
So the reason I have a button that debunks the wage gap is because back in the day you could not escape hearing about the fucking fake-ass 77-cent wage gap bullshit. I don't think you hear about the wage gap anymore because young women are starting to out-earn young men.
Yo,
so it's
only
a little awkward.
Why are women perceived as the weaker sex?
Because on average, we are. It's a fact. Trigger warning. Facts. Libs owned. Trigger warning. Facts. Okay, Ben Shapiro, calm down. I thought that was such a mic drop.
Are you intimidated by a woman who makes more money than you? That's awesome. More money.
So when women make less, it's called the wage gap. But when men make less, it's just more money. Sorry, I'm responding to the old video instead of my video. I forget how stupid these talking points were, dude. And sorry, I'm just watching these videos. I'm thinking about all the fucking people on Reddit who are like, "Shoe on head sent me down the alt-right pipeline." Really? This is what did it? How the fuck is it my responsibility if you watch milquetoast ass shit like this and start goose stepping? I went down the alt-right pipeline. I was a Nazi. First of all, no, you weren't. No, you weren't. You probably watched some Ben Shapiro owns
Which is
college
funny
liberal
because I don't know if you guys
compilations, and then some other
know.
YouTuber.
I actually pointed this out to Retro earlier because this was an argument he made about my worldview, right? Is it this one? I don't know if I can find the specific one. But there are people literally doing Nazi salutes. Maybe it's at the end of this one? Because I know this one cuts and the other one is that's not one, right? They were just jumping up and down. They were legitimately from the original one that I saw. there were like people actually. Where's the camera not like turned? Because there's like another one at like another angle. And yeah, so like they're basically shouting, "Get the fuck out of our country." And I was like, well, I mean, if you don't do something, that's
years later
happen.
told you that's what being a Nazi is, and that actually having the politics of a Walmart HR department is salvation. Like, can we fucking relax? I'm sorry, I don't understand the YouTubers and streamers from this era who have like trolls remorse about this shit, that feel guilty for making fun of this stuff back then because they think
no, I make fun of everything,
making fun of this stuff gave
myself.
rise to Trump and whatever. It's like, no, this stuff gave rise to Trump, not you reacting to it. Like, why wouldn't you make fun of this shit? It's ridiculous and it's counterproductive. Like, you wonder why so many Gen Z men are further right than like boomer men. It's not because they watched a YouTuber called BuzzFeed cringe, right? It's because BuzzFeed and things like it, the media, academia, the culture that they grew up in. A reactionary movement needs something to react to. Like, this shit, as goofy as it was harmful. It was harmful to society in general, and it was harmful to, like, the left, because this is how people saw the left. Trump wasn't elected specifically because BuzzFeed, right? Like, that's stupid. But there was this, like, slingshot effect against woke one. But more importantly, there was a hole in politics left from a do-nothing neoliberal neocon establishment that was just waiting to be filled by populists, and Trump filled that hole. Trump filled America's hole. He got America pregnant, and 9 months later, out pops a war with Iran. And America's like, I didn't ask for this. Well, why'd you open your legs, whore? Sorry. You were asking for it. Okay. Sorry. Anyway, I know people online are like, oh, woke 2 is gonna be great. Woke 2 is gonna hit like crack.
If you thought we were woke before, you done went and woke the beast. Welcome to Woke 2.0.
Do you want Hitler too? Because that's how you get Hitler too. We are not doing this shit again. I would kindly advise against it. If you look at everything happening now, like literal running the world, bills being passed to merge our military with foreign militaries, a bunch of AI surveillance cameras popping up everywhere, bombs we pay for with our tax dollars against our will going to blow up children. All of this shit seems extremely petty and unimportant. But it was part of this like deeply subversive, destructive rot in society. I used to always say that culture war was a distraction from class war. And for the most part, I still kind of think that's true. But I can
Occupy Wall Street
time, you know?
in
I can want
some
the rich
reality
to pay their
fix
fair
the
share
world.
and
It
also
didn't
want
in
my
this
children
one,
to grow up
That's
in a
why they
world
say
where it's not
2012
socially
because
acceptable to
Wall
hate them.
Street or
Yeah, these
Occupy
videos
Wall
were a
Street was
little cringe
2011.
and like I think they aged that
and it's like
poorly.
there was
Some
a
of the jokes
timeline
were really
shift in
cringe
2012
and, like,
as substantial
facts and logic
as
rules. Pretty much do the same videos, but now they're
Elon
more
buying
like
Twitter.
organized and structural and scripted. I do the same videos, but in a more medicated sort of way. Big Vyvanse has taken away your millennial quirk chunguses. Big Pharma won't let me go merp. So that was that video. I thought it would be fun to do. What did you guys think? If you want to see my full, raw, unedited reaction to my first video, there is a bonus video up on my Patreon right now. Link down below. What the fuck? Also, all Patreon members get every single video a day early, uncensored, no bleeps. I'm also doing Patreon-only live streams now, so I would love to see you guys there. Lots of stuff going on. Link down below. Join today. We want you. Join the Shoe Simps. Join the SS today. Also, a big thank you again to today's sponsor, Ground News. Go check.
That's good. All right. And we got an Oompaville next. And there's a Veritasium video, so let's see what we got here. Government's own files say conspiracy. All right. We got Veritasium. Ooh, this is one that I've always, I think everyone's heard this, that like in its width, spider webs are stronger than steel. Like at the width of the spider web. So if you took enough spider webs and wove them together, you would get something that's stronger than steel. Interesting. So we got black holes. Every mammal get 1 billion heartbeats in their life. That's Interesting.
November 28th, 1961, in
Oobaville.
Langley, Virginia. John F. Kennedy stood in front of the assembled Central Intelligence Agency and pinned the National Security Medal on the chest of Allen Dulles, the man who built the CIA.
I feel, again, like something happened with the audio. So I'm just going to reset this. And before we begin, I'm gonna go throw in some fries and some fucking food while we do this. There's Oobaville.
Yeah, the man who ran it longer than anyone before or since.
Let's go back to the beginning. We're just gonna put it at like 70.
The president. November 28th, 1961, in Langley, Virginia. John F. Kennedy stood in front of the assembled Central Intelligence Agency and pinned the National Security Medal on the chest of Allen Dulles, the man who built the CIA, the man who ran it longer than anyone before or since. The president shook his hand. Everybody clapped. The next morning, the White House released Dulles' resignation letter. And that is a masterclass on how you fire a spy. You give him a medal in front of his own people, and then the next morning, give the press his resignation letter. Allen Dulles would call that spring the disaster that ended him, or the worst day of his life. And in my opinion, he would develop a bit of a grudge and carry that with him for what came next. 2 years later, JFK's head did.
Damn, that's some storytelling. I'll be right back. 1 second. I guess I could have turned the music on at least, right? Ah, lessons for next time, right? You can't win them all. Okay, here we go.
Did that in Dallas. He was shot in an open car in front of hundreds of people on film. And when the government picked 7 men to investigate the murder of the president, sitting at the table was Allen Dulles, the man that Kennedy had fired and the man whose life's work Kennedy tried to take apart. And this is just public information. Nobody hid this at all. It was just announced. This is all available, guys. So who do you think killed JFK? Comment down below. I know a lot of people are going to say the mafia, the mob, right? That's kind of the word on the street. A lot of people are going to say Oswald acted alone. He's an evil, bad commie. Lots of people are going to also say it was just the government. I want you right now in this video to comment below who you think killed JFK.
Aliens.
And then we'll talk about it again at the end of this video.
Oh, hold on. I never comment. I never say anything. Are you stupid? It was obviously aliens. Duh.
Because we got a lot to cover. Quick break.
There's
guys.
obviously aliens
cloaked. They've asked
aliens
me to
killed
do something
JFK.
that I've been
Don't
putting
you guys
off for
know?
a long time, which is to go to their site, type in my phone number, and see what's actually out there on me. Don't leave my phone number. I have yet to look at this, so whatever comes up, you're seeing what I'm seeing. Oh,
don't
good.
call
My social
Caleb.
security number. That's pretty
Chris
cool.
might
It's just
pick
for
up.
sale.
You don't
Anyone
want a
can just
mouthful
buy
of
my
that.
social security number right now and pretend to be me. But even if you pretend to be me, you don't get to live my life. Data brokers are a real industry making billions of dollars selling this type of information. Data. Technically, you consented to it somewhere in terms of service many years ago, but you don't read that. They're like the Planet Fitness of evil data collection. Hopefully, you just sign up and forget. Cloaked does the removal for you. They find where your data is being sold and they get that shit taken down. But also, there's a cool app. It makes unlimited burner emails, usernames, and phone numbers, so new signups get fake info. It's like a reverse scam. These accounts work like real accounts. You can call, text, and email from them inside the app, but none of it traces back to little old you or little old me. So when a broker scrapes it and sells it, they're selling a big pile of shit, and they're getting their whole business tainted, and somebody's paying for that shit. It's the tables turning. Cloaked does some other stuff too, like dark web monitoring, so you know if your info leaks out there in the dark web. Take that, bad guy! With a built-in VPN, a password manager, AI spam call filtering, and $1 million identity theft insurance policy. Go to cloaked.com/Oompaville, put in your phone number, get a free scan. It only takes a few seconds. You'll see if your social security number is out there right now like mine is. This stuff gets bought and sold constantly, so the longer you sit on it, the more is out there. Go to cloaked.com/Oompaville. It will get you 30% off.
So you want me to
plan.
go to this random site and put my
and the
phone
pinned
number
comment.
into it?
Thank you to Cloaked for sponsoring this
I
video.
feel like that's
Thank
a
you
bad
guys.
idea. I'm not
To start,
gonna lie.
we have to forget the grassy knoll for a minute. We have to forget the forums and the conspiracies, the documentaries,
but you know,
and
you
the
gotta
books.
make money. You
there
gotta
is
do
a plethora of reasons to believe a conspiracy angle that live in the government's own paper trail. Things that the government did in writing on the record over and over and over for 62 years. Yep. The official story is still a story that makes my eyes pop out of my head, because you couldn't have made it any more suspicious. The month that JFK died, pollsters went out and asked Americans a simple question. Do you think that Oswald acted alone? 62% of Americans at the time said no, that somebody else was involved. And that number has moved around over the last 60 years, but it has never dropped below half. So from the very beginning of this tragedy, more than half of everybody asked believed that Oswald didn't just act alone, and that the official story, which has a few iterations, isn't the full story. At the peak of this number of distrust, 81% of this country believed that the assassination of John F. Kennedy was a conspiracy. And as of the 60th anniversary, it's still 65%, and the official story is the fringe position. The official story is the least believed. And what's a tad bit confusing and makes my eyes pop pop out again is that the government investigated the murder a second time, and that investigation ended with Congress calling it a probable conspiracy. Congress never took that back, by the way. There's a great deal of mistrust with the government nowadays, with the whole Epstein stuff. The official story almost never matches with any of this. And with the John F. Kennedy situation, the crime of the century, it is
themselves in the foot.
Very much similar to the Epstein situation, in which they could just release all the files and we would just know. And they just did that last year, and they still didn't release all of them. It's fucking insane.
It's like, how do you make it more suspicious?
Anyways, in today's video, I'm going to show you what the evidence actually says about who killed Kennedy, and the evidence, I've got to say, is pretty clear. There's a ton of sources, there's a ton of misinformation, but it's there. I feel like it's there. And I'm also going to show you what the government did with that evidence, because those two stories are very different stories, but they culminate into one extreme level of disbelief by the American people. And by the end of this video, you're going to understand exactly why 2 out of 3 Americans refuse to believe the official story of who shot JFK. So we got to go way back. The CIA of 1963 is prime MK Ultra era CIA. The agency is actively dosing their own people and people with LSD without their consent. It's overthrowing governments, Iran in 53, Guatemala in 54, with more on the whiteboard. And the CIA at this time is trying over and over again to assassinate Fidel Castro, not in vague, deniable ways, but rather really obvious and obtuse, dumb plans, stupid like this. And of all the officially documented CIA plots against Castro's life, 2 of them sound pretty familiar. 1, mob contract killers, and 2, poison pills. That's less familiar, but still pretty familiar, because the last video we did, the Tylenol murders. Anyways, fun factoid, the Senate documented about 8 separate CIA plots against Castro's life, but the head of Cuban counterintelligence claimed the true number of schemes was
like the way that Kim Jong-un killed his cousin or his brother
honestly
or whatever.
Gonna believe the
the
Cubans on this one, fellas and fellas. Press like button, smash like, subscribe. The genius behind all this was Alan Dulles. He was there before the CIA was the CIA. He was recruited into the OSS during World War II, in which it was an incredible intelligence gathering agency and major part of that war. He became the agency's first civilian director and the architect of the whole modern intelligence community. Without Alan Dulles, American spying as we know it today would not exist. He built it. It was his to an extent. Then came the Bay of Pigs. April 1961, a CIA-trained force of anti-Castro Cubans hit the beach in Cuba, and that force failed in front of the entire world, and we were embarrassed. Kennedy is only 90 days into his presidency, and his intelligence agency has just handed him a pure international disaster. Afterward, the New York Times reported that Kennedy told one of his own aides he wanted to splinter the CIA into 1,000 pieces and scatter it to the winds. Now, whether or not he said those exact words, there is a litany of evidence and paper trail showing that he meant that, and he wanted to do that. He had his own people study how to break the agency's functions apart, and he restructured it so that for the first time, the CIA answered up a chain that ended at the president's desk. And guess what? They didn't like that very much. Then came Dulles' resignation. He was forced out. You have the medal, the handshake, the letter, the worst day of his life. And later, while Dulles worked on an article defending his operation, his editor, Willie Morris, claimed to have heard Dulles saying exactly what he thought of the young, handsome President JFK, the hero of the PT-109. Willie heard Dulles say, "That Kennedy, he thought he was a god." Now, I mentioned the PT-109, but we've got to be very clear on who Dulles was talking about here, okay? Kennedy was a genuine war hero. He commanded the PT-109, a torpedo boat in World War II. A Japanese destroyer split that vessel in half, and Kennedy had to swim to a remote island. He put his belt in his mouth and swam. He was on the Harvard swim team, and he swam. This guy had really bad burns. But anyways, the PT-109, the Navy and Marine Corps medal, a Purple Heart. He was a man who swam wounded through open ocean, towing a crewman by a life jacket strap, biting on it with his teeth. He looked at what the CIA was doing around the world, and he wanted it brought to heel. You know, because he's moral, maybe, I guess? I don't know. Now, why would you want to kill Kennedy? I don't know. Let's see.
Well, the man at the center of the killing of Kennedy
was Lee Harvey Oswald. And the truest thing that you could say about Lee Harvey Oswald is that his whole life is the type of life that you could expect something maybe like this would happen. He's going to end up in a file, and he's not going to go super far. Born in Nolens in 1939, 2 months after his father died. He went through 12 schools before he just kind of gave up, or his family just gave up. He had a stretch in a children's home and a psychological evaluation at 13 that found a kid with severe emotional difficulties. At 17 years of age, he lied his way into the Marine Corps, where he learned to shoot, and we have to be very honest and open about this because it's kind of a pillar of the whole idea of this story. Really, in the Marine Corps in 1956, Lee Harvey Oswald qualified as a sharpshooter, which is a middle tier with a score of 212. By 1959, his last evaluation, he'd slipped down to 191, which is 1 point above the floor for marksman, which is the lowest passing grade the Marine Corps can give. So he was not a good rifleman. So, very important. He can shoot, but not that well. Then he defected to the Soviet Union, which is really not a thing that many people did in the United States at that time.
That's like
the Soviets didn't particularly want him,
to
so he came back with a Russian wife, Marina. No, the rifle.
Yeah,
in March of 1963, under a fake name,
A.
Heidel, Oswald clipped a coupon from a gun magazine and ordered an Italian military surplus Carcano. It was $21.45, shipping included. That's a great deal. You can only get like 4 bags of candy for that. He had that delivered to a P.O. box.
To get
that April, he used it. He propped it on a fence line outside the home of General Edmund Walker, a far-right segregationist that he despised, and fired at his head through a dining room window. He missed by an inch. Maybe it was deflected by the window frame. Certainly was. Shooting through windows doesn't work that well in real life. And we know that this was Oswald who attempted this murder because Marina testified that he confessed to her that night, and because he'd left her a note in Russian with instructions in case he was captured. So that's Lee Harvey Oswald. And that is the motherfucker who is carrying a long paper package, mysteriously gun-shaped, into work on the morning of November 22nd, 1963, with his co-worker Buell Wesley Frazier driving him in. Frazier asked about the package. Oswald said it was a curtain rod. At 12:30 in the afternoon, President Kennedy's motorcade rolls through Dealey Plaza, past the Texas School Book Depository where Oswald worked and where a co-worker later testified he'd seen him on the 6th floor a half hour earlier. 3 shots in roughly 8 seconds. Of the witnesses who counted, 79% heard exactly 3. President is hit in the back of the head. The governor of Texas, John Connally, sitting in the jump seat ahead of him, is hit through the chest, wrist, and thigh. Kennedy is dead within the hour. 45 minutes later, across town, a Dallas patrolman named J.D. Tippett pulls his squad car along a man walking fast down a residential street. The man shoots him 4 times and runs. About a dozen people see it happen or see the gunman flee. The shooter then ducks into the Texas Theater without buying a ticket, and when the police come down the aisle looking for him, he pulls a revolver. It's Lee Harvey Oswald. And you might say, well, obviously, but like, not that obvious, because something that's a little bit important that is a recurring theme in all of this is that the 4 bullets that were pulled from Officer Tippett were too mangled to conclusively match Oswald's revolver, but the 4 shell casings he dumped on the ground were matched to Oswald's revolver to the exclusion of every other weapon on Earth. The theme here is that Lee Harvey Oswald has some of the strangest luck with ammunition that you will ever see or hear of. Anyways, that night, they walk him past the cameras in the police station hallway with a split lip, one eye going black. You've seen the photograph. You may not have heard him say this, though.
I'm just a patsy.
You know what a patsy is? This is what a patsy is. Now, luckily, just after saying this incredibly suspicious line, Oswald got to explain exactly what he meant. Just kidding, he never got to explain that. 2 days later, on Sunday morning, November 24th, they're transferring Oswald to the basement of the Dallas Police headquarters, and NBC is carrying it live. At 11:21 a.m., a local nightclub owner named Jack Ruby, a hero, an American hero, steps out of the crowd of reporters and shoots Oswald in the stomach on live national television, the first murder ever broadcast live in American history. Oswald died at Parkland Hospital, the same hospital that Kennedy died at. And that's it. That is the entire judicial history of the assassination of JFK. No trial, no cross-examination,
it's
verdict.
One of those moments when it's like, these are some things I feel about some conspiracy theories is, if you wrote this as a book, no one would, like, believe it. Like, it would be too preposterous. Like, there's too many things. It's like, well, why didn't you do this instead of that? Because this would make more sense if you were trying to, like, sell the story. And it's like, then it feels like the whole point of it is to add this ambiguity. Because that's actually, like, hot take, my conspiracy, is the entire idea is to add ambiguity so that you can never really know. And the entire thing is, like, it's another part of a psychological manipulation. Right? And we're talking, like, a trend of psychological manipulation across nations that has spanned 2,026 years. Take that as you will. I'll be right back. All right, let's get back to it. Rotating the fries. We got a new spice that my brother bought today, some lemon curry stuff. So we threw that.
The defendant is dead. The case is closed, and the truth
so steak sauce and garlic
about whoever reports it. There's nobody left. Thank God. Right? No. Bad. Guess who wrote the report? To educate your guess, we got to walk you through one Sunday morning, hour by hour, because I'm not sure most people realize how much of this story happened on a single day. Sunday, November 24th, 1963 in Bethesda, Maryland. Commander James Humes, the Navy pathologist who performed the president's autopsy 2 nights earlier, is standing at the fireplace in his own recreation room, and he's burning his autopsy papers. The original notes stained with the president's blood and his first handwritten draft of the report. He's burning them. He'll say later he did it because he couldn't stand the thought of papers soaked in Kennedy's blood ending up in a display case. And that makes sense from a human, empathetic perspective and viewpoint. From a Navy doctor who'd had the worst week of his career, it's just a shame. A lot of people loved JFK, but the reality is he burned original medical evidence in the murder of a president at home, alone in his fireplace, and then signed a piece of paper admitting it. That certification, that's in a display case. That still exists. And while those pages are burning in Bethesda, in Dallas, Jack Ruby is stepping out of a crowd and shooting the out of Lee Harvey Oswald. And that same day, Oswald's body still not yet cold, J. Edgar Hoover, director of the FBI, dictated a memo. This is a real document that was released in 2017. You can read it for yourselves. Hoover wrote, "The thing I'm concerned about, and so is Mr. Katzenbach, is having something issued so we can convince the public that Oswald is the real assassin." Good choice of words, FBI director. Let's convince the public. That's the FBI director in his own words on the day that the suspect died, describing a goal of an investigation not as justice and finding out who the did this, but rather as public relations in convincing the public on who did this. I feel very comfortable characterizing all of that in that way and characterizing Hoover as a bad guy because that's his own memo and he's a huge piece. The next day, the day of the president's funeral, Hoover's counterpart at the Justice Department, a fellow by the name of Nicholas Katzenbach, put it even more plainly in a memo to the White House. He said, "The public must be satisfied that Oswald was the assassin, that he did not have confederates who are still at large." Katzenbach defended that memo for the rest of his life. He said he was trying to kill rumors of a Soviet plot before they started a war. And to be fair, in November 1963, that was a very real fear. We're just off the heels of the Cuban Missile Crisis, and we're at the, the peak of the Cold War. It's fair. It's fair. It's fair. But if you read the words, it's open to interpretation. All right, guys. It's a conclusion that's written down. It's official before an investigation even happened or existed. Okay, so it looks also as well. Lyndon B. Johnson, the former vice president. Texas is obsessed with LBJ, by the way. I know, I guess he's from here or whatever I don't care. He had a big cock. That's kind of cool.
Now, another thing, the crotch down where your nuts hang is always a little too tight. So when you make them up, give me an inch that I can let out there. You never do have much margin there. But see if you can't leave me about an inch from where the zipper ends. Round under my.
This is legendary.
Old Big Dick assembled 7 men under Chief Justice Earl Warren, and one of those 7 men is Alan Dulles.
The Rick burp in the middle of it too.
Why,
Holy
bro?
shit.
Why? The man that Kennedy fired, investigating the murder of Kennedy, sitting in judgment of the agency he personally built. Genius! There's a few documented ways to interpret this. The version that you will hear from the Conspiracy Channel is that the CIA smuggled their man in. But the documented truth, in a sense, is a bit stranger and kinda worse. The suggestion to put in Dulles came through the Kennedy's own side. Bobby Kennedy's people put Dulles' name forward. Bobby Kennedy, JFK's brother, also kind of a fucking American hero that was also murdered by the government, it seems like. Dulles was an establishment man that they seemed to trust. Nobody really even needed to plant him, they just put him there. Allegedly. Of course, allegedly. It's very convenient. And Bobby Kennedy died not long after in also very suspicious circumstances. So it's a weird thing to do, and they just consistently can't imagine that this is an issue. But it seemed like Dulles took the job very seriously. Earl Warren himself said later, "I don't think Alan Dulles ever missed a meeting." Who the f would miss a meeting about the investigation of who killed the president? What do you think the commission spent the most time commissioning around? What was their big question? The commission spent months on whether or not Cuba had the motive to kill JFK. Brother, of course Cuba had the motive to kill JFK. Alan Dulles sat there knowing, because he had personally approved it, that the CIA had spent years trying to assassinate Castro. Poison, mob hitmen, poison cigarette, syphilis. You can name it, dude. That would be the most obvious retaliation in the entire world. So the commission was investigating whether a foreign power had reason to strike back at Kennedy, and there was a guy there who knew the reason existed, and guess what he said? He didn't say shit. And Earl Warren died never knowing that, by the way. They just kind of left that shit out. But we found out publicly in 1975. So, pretty epic win there. In September of 1964, the Warren Commission delivered its report. Oswald acted alone. 3 shots from the 6th floor in 8 seconds. No conspiracy. Of course. Have you ever tried to work a bolt 3 times in 8 seconds? I have. It's hard, man. It's hard. It's hard. And have you ever tried to shoot the president and the governor of Texas 3 times in 8 seconds with a bolt action rifle? Because I haven't. And that seems like it'd be harder, though. So, I don't know. Not that many people believe the report. I don't really believe the report. The report seems like kind of like nonsense. It leans on a piece of evidence you probably definitely have heard of. Commission Exhibit 399, or as you've heard it, the magic bullet. It was found nearly intact on a stretcher at Parkland Hospital, and it was credited with passing through Kennedy's neck and then breaking Connolly's rib and wrist. Confusing. And the hospital engineer who found it could never say which stretcher it came off of, and when investigators pushed him to be certain, he refused. He started crying, but the single most famous piece of evidence in the case just f***ing comes into the case without any kind of genuine verification. But it's proof, you know, it's proof. And by the way, LBJ went to his grave unconvinced. He didn't believe that either. In 1969, he told Walter Cronkite on camera that he'd never been fully satisfied that there were no international connections to the assassination of JFK, and CBS had cut that answer from their broadcast, citing national security.
I can't honestly say that I've ever been completely relieved of the fact that there might have been international connections.
The public didn't get to hear LBJ express that for 6 years. In retirement at his ranch in Texas, he said it quite flatly to a former aide. He said, "I never believed that Oswald acted alone." That's like almost Richard Nixon. I don't know what LBJ sounds like. It's kind of like it's kind of a nondescript voice. So the verdict came, but the sitting president at that time, he didn't really believe it, which leaves the question the commission never got to answer. What does the evidence actually say? What makes sense? Starting with the ballistics and starting with the magic bullet first. You see, the reason that CE-399 looks impossible, you know, 1 bullet, 7 wounds, comes out looking like it's never even been shot. The reason is that most people picture Connolly sitting directly in front of Kennedy, so the bullet has to zigzag, but he wasn't. He was in a fold-down jump seat, 3 inches inboard and 4 inches lower, twisted around to his right to look at the crowd. So, if you run a straight line from the 6th floor window through Kennedy's back and throat, and it continues, there are no real turns if you see it this way. There's no magic. The bullet just goes into wounds that make sense and the wounds that Connolly actually took. The magic zigzags only exist in the diagrams that draw the seats wrong. Now, are the diagrams wrong? Is this just a convenient thing that just came way after the fact? It's hard to say, all right? Actually, I have a problem-solving heuristic. Bush's razor is that if the story benefits the storyteller, then deception beats coincidence. So, if the requirement is to believe too many coincidences to believe the official story, and the story benefits
like I
the
said,
storyteller, it's deception. It's fake. It's not real. That's Bush's razor.
The problem.
So, we'll apply that problem-solving heuristic.
9/11. I mean, what? I'll be right back. I actually don't know if Bush's razor is from 9/11, but I'd assume it was because of the amount of coincidences and bullshit that was also around 9/11. Right? And I've already said what my theory about 9/11 is. I think 9/11 was an inside job, but I think it was like a betrayal of like what was supposed to happen, and something went wrong. Something went wrong on 9/11. We soon be nice and food. Alright, we got our foods, our drink. Let's get back to this. It's only halfway
to
over.
This story and from now on the channel. Comment down below what you guys think of Bush's razor. Now, the bullet staying in one piece is the next thing. Is that suspicious? It's a full metal jacket. It's a military round. It's got a hard shell specifically to punch through soft tissue without deforming. Bullets in the 60s were probably different than bullets now, but I shoot full metal jackets all the time, and they generally deform unless they're traveling very slowly. But you'd have to do like some real scientific to kind of prove that. But the headshot fragmented though. That's a full metal jacket as well, unless he had his magazine loaded up with different types of ammo, which doesn't make any sense. Full metal jackets also do that, guys. In 1964, the Army ran wound ballistic tests, and the government fired the exact Western cartridge ammunition from Oswald's actual rifle into a reconstructed human skull over and over and over again, and it fragmented every single time. So they were pretty scientific with that. As you might expect, both recovered fragments from the fatal shot carry the rifling of Oswald's Carcano, matched by the FBI in 1964 and confirmed independently by a congressional firearms hearing panel in 1978. His rifle, nothing else. That was independent confirmation. The FBI confirmation in 64 is a little bit suspicious, but it's confusing that they didn't just say all this though and put all this out. The government possessed test data in 1964 that could prove the impossible magic bullets behavior was completely reproducible, on demand, and ordinary. But instead, they made the decision to let the country argue about magic for 60 years, okay? Now, how about the shot itself? Pretty hard, but there's a few myths of the timeline. I've heard 8 seconds, I've heard 5.6 seconds. You may have heard the unofficial amount of time. 11. Now, how about the shot itself? It's pretty hard, obviously. I think we can all agree on that. That'd be a tough shot to make, whether it's 8 seconds or the popular 5.6 seconds that you've most likely heard as well. Some people will be mad when I said 8 seconds earlier because there's a bunch of different stories. The official that the consensus, the congressional review landed on, backed by the film, is that Oswald's first shot came early and missed, which gave him more than 8 seconds for the sequence, with the hardest shot being the one he took at leisure. The last shot, the one that mattered, was 88 yards at a car moving 11 miles an hour almost straight away from him. So from a former sharpshooter there with a scoped rifle, that is definitely a shot that could be made for sure. A bunch of people have tried to recreate the shot, some successfully, some unsuccessfully. There's definitely some anomalies among the evidence as well. There's a dented shell casing among the 3 that were found at the window. The one is genuinely dented. That was documented since 1964 and has been argued about ever since. They're the autopsy notes we talked about, which exist as ashes in a fireplace in Bethesda, Maryland. Then there is the president's brain. In 1965, at Bobby Kennedy's request, the autopsy materials were moved in a locked footlocker. In October of 1966, on Halloween, archivists at the National Archives opened the inventory, and the stainless steel container holding the brain of John F. Kennedy was not there, and it has never been found. Decades later, 2 men who'd been in the autopsy room, John Stringer and Francis O'Neill, an FBI agent, looked at the brain photographs in the official archive and disavowed them under oath. So the record around the brain is broken and fucking disavowed, and the brain is gone. Brother, what? His brain is gone. They had his brain in it. It's gone. They had the brain and it left. It's the bullets, the rifle, the shells, the trajectory.
Turn him into a titan.
Stuff that points at Oswald is definitely solid. He was certainly involved, probably. It was tested, it's been matched, it's been boring, according to the official story. But the notes, the photographs, the brain, everything that was compromised because of what officials did after the fact. The shooting probably was Lee Harvey Oswald. I don't know if there was a second shooter. All right, I don't know. There's not a lot of evidence of it, okay? The official evidence certainly points to Oswald acting alone. But after the fact, the official evidence points to a scandalous handling of the greatest event of the 20th century. And that doesn't make any sense at all, because the CIA, the FBI, the American government could have done a lot of things to make it look a lot less like they killed the president, that he was killed by his own people. I mean, let's be fucking real. It's pretty embarrassing. So embarrassing for a while that in the 70s, the government looked at all of this again. And the second time, it came back with a very different answer. And it wasn't that it was just Oswald acting alone, guys. And this is somehow something that not that many people know about. Important context. For 11 years, the American public never saw the assassination. They've never seen the film that we've seen. This film, the 26 seconds of film shot by a dressmaker named Abraham Zapruder, standing on a concrete pedestal in Dealey Plaza that was bought by Life magazine the day after the assassination for $150,000 and then held for years. The film, locked away. The first time it played for the public at all was in a New Orleans courtroom in 1969, and the first time America saw it was on March 6th, 1975, on late-night television, introduced by a young Geraldo Rivera, way before the Satanic Panic and Al Capone vault thing. And the footage made the whole case a lot worse looking because the whole country saw Kennedy's head snap back into the left. Belief in a conspiracy went absolutely fucking skyrocketing vertically. Way on its way up to 81% of people believing in a conspiracy, that Oswald either didn't do it or he didn't act alone. Within a year, the Church Committee had dragged the CIA's secrets into daylight. The assassination plots, the mob contracts, the exploding cigar, that's where all this information came from, was the reinvigoration and interest of the assassination of JFK. And the fact that none of this had ever been told to the Warren Commission was brought up, which is unbelievable. Official Warren Commission report of the lone gunman was written half blind. Congress decided to do the whole thing over. A House Select Committee on Assassinations with subpoena power, with real scientists, geniuses, eggheads as we call them, us jocks. In 1979, that committee, the second official investigation of the United States government, published its finding. And I'm gonna read it to you exact. President John F. Kennedy was probably assassinated as a result of a conspiracy. That is the last word that Congress has ever issued on the murder of JFK. They never rescinded it. It was a conspiracy. I mean, yeah, we think it's a conspiracy, but why is the official story not that it was a conspiracy? They never rescinded it. Well, because the honest, more honest, unfortunate version, because I want it to be a conspiracy really badly. I'm incredibly biased. I have no trust in the government. That committee also concluded that Oswald fired every shot that actually hit Kennedy. So their conspiracy was a fourth shot from the grassy knoll that missed, and that was based on acoustic analysis of a police motorcycle recording, which their experts put at a 95% confidence. The finding was shocking to the committee because they had been drafting another lone gunman report until that audio arrived. So obviously it was debunked, right? It's kind of, yeah. It's one of the most interesting facts in this entire story. The acoustic evidence, the scientific backbone of the official finding of conspiracy in the death of a president from Congress was taken down by a rock drummer from Ohio named Steve Barber, who got the police recording as a cardboard flexi disc in an adult magazine. He played it a few hundred times and he heard something underneath the gunshots. A sheriff's radio voice saying, "Hold everything secure," or words that were said a full minute after the shooting. And if those words are under the shots came a minute too late to be shots. The National Academy of Sciences checked him and agreed unanimously, and in 1982, the acoustics were officially dead. The Justice Department closed the file in 1988. There was no persuasive evidence of conspiracy, no further investigation. In that memo, not with any correction of the record by Congress, that's still their final thing that they said, conspiracy. That's where the government's investigation of the crime of the century actually ends. Just a fucking file closure, because they just did the same shit over and over again and some random dweeb debunked it. So case closed. Wrong. The original acoustic scientist, Dr. James Barger, a nationally honored expert who helped build the Army's sniper detection systems, never accepted the debunk, and in 2021, in a book with the investigator Josiah Thompson, he and a fellow engineer argued the the drummer's crosstalk had been overdubbed onto the tape afterward. A physicist who reviewed the book, Nicholas Nally, shot back that the crosstalk is in every early copy of the tape and that the mainstream still says the acoustics are dead. So, the truth stands somewhere in there. But the original acoustic scientist Barger, who died in 2022, he was still convinced that it was legit. So after all this, we still haven't gotten to the best reason that people believe that this is a conspiracy. Because if there's nothing, just release all the files. If there's not a big deal, release all the files. It's like the Epstein stuff. If it's not a big deal and nobody's implicated, then just release all the files. The government loves files situation, and it just doesn't understand how to just release them. Just how do you deal with a problem when it's easy and the truth is right out there and you could just solve the problem? Just release the fucking files is what you can do. You can just release the fucking files. But alas, why did the CIA spend the next 60 years fighting to bury the files, specifically one file of a dead officer? This last part is very recent. In summer of 1963 in Nolens, Oswald is out on Canal Street handing out pro-Castro leaflets because he's a commie bastard when a Cuban exile named Carlos Bringier confronts him. There's a scuffle. They start punching each other in the head repeatedly like rock'em sock'em robots. Oswald gets arrested and 12 days later the two of them debate Castro on local radio. The tape still exists and we can listen to it.
Do you agree with Fidel Castro when in his last speech of July 26th of this year, he qualified President John Fitzgerald Kennedy of the United States as a ruffian and a thief? Do you agree with Mr. Castro?
I would not agree. I would not agree with that particular wording. However, I and the Fair Play for Cuba Committee does think that the United States government, through certain agencies, namely the State Department and the CIA, has made monumental mistakes in its relations with Cuba.
And that cheeky little street fight is why the world knew within hours of the assassination that Lee Harvey Oswald was a Castro man and he was a commie. His nemesis, Bringier, belonged to an anti-Castro student group called the DRE. If you don't know, a lot of Cubans fucking hate Castro and communism. The DRE was a group funded by the CIA, $25,000 a month, and it was run out of Miami by a psychological warfare officer the students knew only as Howard. The day after the assassination, that group published a broadsheet with Oswald's face next to Castro's under the headline, "The Presumed Assassins." That is literally the first JFK conspiracy theory ever put to print, and it was bankrolled by the CIA. How crazy is that? Every conspiracy theory you've ever heard about this case is descended from one that the CIA paid for. And that fella Howard, his real name was George Joannides. Very important name. 15 years later, when that House Select Committee started digging into CIA connections to anti-Castro groups, the agency assigned an officer to be the committee's liaison, the man who would receive the investigators' file requests and decide what they got to see. These eggheads reached back for a veteran officer. They wanted somebody who knew their shit, and they told the committee's young researchers that this veteran had no connection of any kind to anything that they were investigating. Who'd they choose? Joannides, the DRE's own case officer. Oh, genius. It was the DRE's own case officer. The CIA put the guy that they were unknowingly looking for in charge of the file room for the investigation. And guess what? The files, they never came. The requests, they slowed, then they stalled, then they were refused outright. The committee's chief counsel, Robert Blakey, found out only decades later, and his verdict is on the record. He said, "The CIA not only lied, it actively subverted the investigation." Had he known, Blakey said, Joannides would have never been the liaison. He'd have been a witness under oath. In 1981, the CIA gave George Joannides the Career Intelligence Medal, so good for him. That specific citation, by the way, praised his handling of a unusual special assignment. So, for the next 2 decades, a journalist named Jeffrey Morley sued the CIA for the Joannides files. More files, guys. 15 years in federal court, 4 appellate wins, and the agency fought him past Joannides' death and kept on fighting. 3 separate investigations over the decades asked the CIA about a Miami officer called Howard. The agency denied knowing any such man. There's a 1998 memo that does that exact same thing that we can see. Then, on July 3rd, 2025, last year, under pressure from a congressional task force, 62 pages of the Joannides personnel file finally came out. And in that file is a photograph of a fake Washington, D.C. driver's license issued in 1963, January, bearing Joannides' face with the name Howard Mark Gebler. Man, they denied it for 62 years, but it's a little ID right there. Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, who forced all this stuff out, said that the CIA had been lying about the assassination for 6 decades, and that is true. It's very suspicious, a lot of lies, very scandalous, lots of stuff, but guess what? There isn't in the file. Nothing in the file shows the CIA directing Oswald or knowing explicitly that the assassination was coming. Conveniently, of course. Of course it doesn't say anything about that. Are there any files that still aren't released? I'm sure there's not. What these files do prove is that the agency concealed its connection to the story and deceived Congress about it from 1963 until last year, past every investigation and every court order that it could. Why? Now, in my opinion, one of the strongest and most well put together cases in regard to the JFK conspiracy is less of a case, more of a historian's argument. And that is the argument of Dr. Sean Munger, my favorite YouTuber. He makes great YouTube videos, and I recommend you check them out. He made a 2-part, multi-hour-long case for the official lone gunman story. I'll have a link to that down below, and it's really good. He's very thorough, and I just, it makes sense. Dr. Munger's strongest point is the simplest point. If Oswald was an innocent patsy, why would he shoot a policeman 45 minutes after shooting the president? Innocent men don't gun down Officer Tippit on a side street, and every failure of the Warren Commission, the tunnel vision, the withheld files is explained by incompetence and ass covering without needing a single extra hidden gunman.
Remember,
that makes a lot of sense. My only pushback on Munger is in one degree. The shot was harder than he allows it, but it was still certainly makeable, and there's even more proof to back it up. The grassy knoll. You've heard about that a lot. Haven't talked about it much in this video. People swore shots came from there because of the head movement and the echo. That's the Zapruder film, the head going left. The grassy knoll. Dealey Plaza is an echo chamber, and ear witnesses are famously unreliable, and the searchers found nothing. No rifle, no shells, not a footprint, a possible second gunman who policed his own brass in front of a panicked crowd and then just fucking evaporated into nothing. How about Castro's revenge? Makes sense, and that was Lyndon B. Johnson's personal favorite. Really made sense to him because they spent years trying to kill the but the first committee didn't find any evidence of it. They didn't know about the whole, murderous ink plot. The second committee did know, and they said probably conspiracy, but they also found no evidence that Cuba was behind it. Same for the mob as an organization. Did they do it? I kind of lean towards that being the most likely out of all the things, and the committee pointedly declined to clear every individual mobster because plenty of people wanted JFK dead. JFK's father's connections to the mob is worth its own video. There's also the theory that George H.W. Bush was the one who shot JFK from the knoll, and he got promoted up the CIA for it, and eventually to the presidency. Now, I don't think he was a great guy.
That's crazy.
But that seems a little bit far-fetched.
Yeah.
Then there was the 3 tramps, the oddly clean-cut vagrants, photographed in police custody near the plaza. For years, people swore one of them was Charles Harrison, a genuine convicted contract killer who murdered a federal judge, and yes, the father of actor Woody Harrelson. But when the arrest records finally surfaced decades later, the tramps turned out to be exactly what they looked like. 3 drifters. Oliver Stone has his entire theory, the everything theory. CIA, the military, exiles mob, all of it. And he made JFK. And that movie rattled the country so much that Congress passed a federal law forcing the assassination files to be opened. A movie did that. That JFK film lionizes Jim Garrison, the New Orleans DA who ran the only prosecution in the case's history, a case built on an alias that the man who invented it testifies was a figment of my imagination. The jury acquitted Clay Shaw in 55 minutes, 2 years to the day after his arrest. Then there's the mortal error, the theory that nobody likes, conspiracy people included, that after Oswald's first shots, that's accepted, a Secret Service agent in the follow-up car swinging up his his rifle accidentally fired the headshot and killed the president. It came from a Baltimore gunsmith named Howard Donahue, who spent 25 years on the ballistics. Not one witness in a car with 10 men surrounded by crowds reported that rifle firing. Plus, the fragments seemed to match the Carcano, and the agent sued over the book and reached a confidential settlement. It is very fringe. But this guy is important. He matters to the story for a slightly different reason. In 1967, CBS built a moving sled recreation of the shot to test whether Oswald could have done it. Donahue, the man who believed someone else fired the fatal bullet, stepped up to the rifle and put 3 rounds on target in 5.2 seconds, faster than Oswald needed and faster than the fastest timeline people have agreed upon. The best evidence that Oswald's shooting was humanly possible was produced personally by the man trying to prove that somebody else did it. There's also a novel from the 70s, the Illuminatus trilogy, with the best scene ever written about the case. 5 separate snipers, each working for a different conspiracy, none aware of the others. They all converge on Dealey Plaza to kill Kennedy. That is literally this case. The CIA had motive, Cuba had motive, the mob had motive. Half of Washington exhaled when JFK died. Everyone was there in Dallas working together without knowing it. And through the middle of all of them, a 24-year-old with a $21 rifle took the shot alone and actually hit it. So why the f does almost nobody believe that that is the official story, the lone gunman theory? Well, because for 62 years, the government behaved exactly like a government that did it and committed it. And the case is not closed. Still, the brain is missing, the shell is dented, the government's own scientist is unconvinced. LBJ, he thought Cuba did it. There was never an actual trial. And in fact, the man who drove...
In 10 years, imagine me doing a candy collab with Oompaville to make, like, fruit roll-ups. Fuck yeah.
Harvey Oswald to his destination that day. Buell Wesley Frazier was 19 years old when he gave Oswald the lift to work with that paper package in the back seat. The police had him in a room that same night of the murder, and he says that they put a typed confession in front of him and he refused to sign it. For the last 60 years, through every investigation, every documentary, every anniversary, Frazier has said the exact same thing, that the package that he saw was too short to be the Carcano. The Warren Commission decided that he was probably just mistaken. Maybe he was.
Yeah, you don't want to...
We'll never fucking know, dude. I tell you what, researching this video has got me a little on edge. I believe the official story. I believe what Sean Munger's videos lay out pretty explicitly, I would say, in a very explanatory, fair way. The government's full of just normal people, bunch of idiots, and they agree. Love to save themselves embarrassment.
Like I said earlier,
that could explain a lot of everything. Yeah,
for fuck's sakes, just pause. Don't attribute to malice what you can attribute to incompetence. So I came up with a new idea today, Ahab. So this one's going to be just a really quick one, real quick in here. So I've always loved the idea of using giraffes as battering rams. Really maliciously incompetent, though? Yes, they can, Ahab. Because they know they can get away with it, so they do it on purpose. Like, I would say this is, like, a huge thing in China with, like, tofu drag and, like, you know, like, regulations. Like, they'll pay off the regulation guy. He'll sign off the thing, even though there's, like, no hose and no, like, sprinkler water system hooked up to it. It's just, like, a hose sitting there. I would say most of my coworkers, when I was at Walmart, right, half of them are fucking retarded. Half of them cause fucking problems. It's like, oh my god. For fucking cereal? But yeah, using giraffes as battering rams, but it never seemed really plausible. But if animals, due to the miracles of the goddess, have basically the ability to carry infinite weight and have infinite stamina, right? And basically can be controlled, you could ride giraffes into battle and have them have, like, some sort of, like, reinforced, like, jackhammer type thing and you could, like, use their heads to, like, break down the walls of the city. That's what I'm imagining. And I was thinking, is it something that would be in the past? Because now miracles of the goddess don't exist. So, like, you wouldn't be able to do it. So there's, like, tales of the past of, like, battles that have happened with, like, giraffes. And that's why it's, like, giraffes are, like, the, like, main mount for, like, Legion. Because I love giraffes, and I've always wanted to make giraffes, like, a like, pivotal animal in a story, but I've never known. What about using a giraffe like a mobile whip or flail that you ride? And have, like, reinforcement where it's, like, they use their head to, like, smash shit out of the way like an elephant would with its trunk. Oh, now we're talking, Ahab. Now we're talking. And they have, like, chainmail all along their neck, so their neck has, like, free mobility. But then they have, like, an iron helmet on with, like, a reinforcement around, like, the top part of their neck. Oh my god, yes, with, like, blades in them. And they, like, swing them around. Fuck yeah. Yo, what's up, Ebola? What you doing? What you got? How's it going today? We're talking about battle drafts. And how you could equip drafts to be, like, the most effective, like battle mounts. Because I'm like, imagine drafts being like battering rams and like attacking cities with their heads and stuff. Just never seemed plausible. But with the miracles of the goddess and infinite stamina and infinite weight and basically immortality and control over the animals, I feel like it would definitely be plausible. Because I've always wanted to make giraffes a central animal of a nation and have like a reasoning behind it. Good, thank you. Finally managed to sleep in a bit. Nice. How are you doing? I mean, today is a little bit of a drain day. It is what it is. You know. Tried to console with retro. It apparently backfired because, like, I'm not good at communication. So we're just taking a lazy day. I mean, I'm gonna put it this way, Aboya. I told him I'm sorry. It was an emotional decision. You were the butt of a joke. And, like, it wasn't meant to be serious. But I'm sorry that, like, if I did cross a line, I didn't mean to. And then we talked for, like, an hour and a half. And then I said, well, I'm so confused. Like, why are we still talking about this? Can we move on? And he was like, no. And I was like, but I, like, already apologized. Like, I already told you, like, I didn't mean for this to happen. Like, I have no ill will. And, like, I mean, I don't know what to tell you other than that. And he just kept telling me that I was a liar. And he's literally like, prove it, prove it, prove it. And then he scrolled up in Discord and, like, linked the message to him. And I was like, dude, this is why I'm concerned about you. Like, you just don't seem to be acting yourself, man. Like, what's going on? And he just couldn't fucking get over it. So I said, I'm done. Do whatever you want. I'm just walking away. And I went and I watched the China show. But I'm just not in a good mood because of that. Because I'm like, at this point, I'm like, there's no reconciliation. It's unfortunate. Retro. Which I even told Retro, because he was like, oh, you're sympathizing with Relic. And that's why it's like, I'm just going to take today. I had a bunch of really cool ideas. So I was just talking about the ideas. Relic said he wanted me to read something, but he hasn't come back. And I'm just like, I'm gonna chill. And we're gonna catch up on some Oompaville, some Veritasium. You know, we watched the Shoe on Head video. But yeah, the whole thing with Retro just kind of drained me because I'm like, at this point, it's another instance of me just not being good at communication, I guess. Like, that's just what I have to chalk it up to. I tried everything. I mean, I don't know what else to do. I can't wallow in my own... I have to fucking move on, right? Like, I'm the streamer. I'm technically the main guy, so, like, I can't just let one person ruin that, right? It's like, Empolia, you're a streamer, right? So it's like, you understand. Relic's a streamer. He understands. I don't think Retro understands because he's not a streamer. Ah. Kinda pegged him for being a bit of an ass. And Ahab, the thing is he kept saying that, like, for instance, he kept calling Relic Ahab Jr. And he kept, like, making all these references like you were some, like, imbecile who couldn't write, who had no idea of something, who just comes in here and you're basically like Smokey. Which I think is, like, very rude and, like, down-putting, and, like, that's not the way you, like, talk about someone, right? But I've never said anything about it because it just seems to be the way that Retro talks about stuff. I know! And then he said, and in the funny thing about it, Ahab, is in the middle of, like, the whole freakout and everything, right? Retro's like, yeah, well, even what hates me? Just ban me! Just ban me! And I'm like, first of all, why would I ban you? And second of all, why would you drag what into this? And why would you, like, I don't understand. Like, you're kind of being, like, an asshole. Like, I don't think what hates you. I don't think anyone hates you. Like, what are you doing, bro? Yeah, I hope so too, Ahab. And then, you know what's the funniest part about it, Ahab? Is at the end, he was having Retro was having a conversation with what about Assassin's Creed? And, like, I don't know anything about Assassin's Creed, so they were just, like, saying stuff as if, like, I knew it, and I was like, hey, guys, like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. Like, you're just saying, like, random names and stuff. So, like, I just, like, for the sake of the stream, right? Like, I can't, like, read out messages if there's gonna be, like, no back and forth, right? So I, like, kind of stopped reading out the messages because they were just having their own separate conversation. And then it came to a point where I was like, okay, well, hold on, wait, why is Retro even talking to What if Retro says that What doesn't, like, What hates him? So then I asked Retro, wait, Retro, are you doing this, like, out of malice or spite in order to, like, distract What to, like, pull him away from the stream? And, like, he just didn't say anything. We sat there for, like, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, me and Relic being like, yo, bro, like, can you respond? Can you talk back? Like, we don't want to... And I was like, I'm literally going to get to the point of, like, I'm going to actually ban you. Because this looks like you're doing something out of spite, and I can't have that happening in the chat. So I wound up banning him. And of course, like, I immediately, like, unbanned him. Right? Did that with Warhammer to a coworker, but I leaned into it as a joke, but he asked, so... It is sometimes what it is, right? And, like, he was, like, bad-mouthing you, Ahab, he was bad-mouthing Relic, he was bad-mouthing me, he was... And I was like, this is why I didn't take him seriously, and I didn't think that he was actually, like... I was like, if you're actually serious, that's kind of fucked up, but if you're not, like, you never called chalkboard. I'm just saying words that were fucking confusing to anyone who doesn't know shit. Yeah. And it's like, okay, well, you know, we got other stuff that we got to do. I'm reading someone's work right now and stuff like that, right? We had, like, a new viewer come in yesterday, Cypher. So we were, like, explaining the stream to him and stuff like that, right? But yeah. And then I was like, just Retro, you know, just, like, DM me. So he DMs me, and I, like, apologize and say what's the situation, and then he just can't fucking leave it alone and just keeps calling me a liar and keeps saying that my worldview is wrong. Even though, like, every example I brought up, I was like, but we believe the same, like, we believe the same things. And he's like, yeah, but my beliefs have examples behind them. And I'm like, but we believe the same thing. And you're telling me that my beliefs don't have, like, real-world function. When you believe the exact same thing that I do. I'm so confused. What the fuck, bro? And then he says I'm gaslighting him. So I just walked away. Right? At that point, like, what can you do? I just walked away. So whether he comes back or not, I mean... And it was funny, too, because he was like trying to, like, in some way, like, in my opinion, insinuate, like, insult me by, like, saying I didn't have any viewers. Because he's like, oh, you're high-minded and logical, but where are all these high-minded and logical people that you speak of? And I'm like, well, it's because I'm a contentious person that says retarded shit, and people are sensitive, so of course I don't have an audience. Right? Like, all the jokes I make about, like, hate watchers and, like, what was the other thing I was talking about? Fuck, what was it? Like, hate, it's like negative things towards the stream. Well, I was rude to Retro after he drew First Blood. And Ahab, we kind of, Garlic, you have me. Garlic, what's up? What you doing? What you got, my man? I know, and it's like, I make fun about the community all the time, but like I said, you guys are fucking amazing. I have considered myself the luckiest, most successful streamer because I have managed to build a community of people that I think are worth sharing my stories with and having their short stories shared with, right? Like, I don't give a fuck about the size of the community. You guys are fucking amazing. I'm so proud that I've built a place that you guys want to come back to. Right? Took a morning job. That's what's up. Yeah. Fuck yeah, bro. It's one of those things, right? I might be doing that. Like, I'm considering... Like, okay, so Asmon got banned. In the last 2 days, I've literally no idea what the fuck to do with myself. So I'm like, maybe I should go back to work to, like, kind of, like, reorient my life. You know, maybe do, like, 5 hours or 6 hours, 2 or 3 days a week. Just to, like, get myself... Because that's why I started before, was I was just in such a spiral of just lying in bed and doing fucking nothing and just watching YouTube videos and shit. I mean, I am, like, having ideas and creating stuff, but it's like... I do that in the background no matter what I'm doing, so I should be doing something else on top of it. Right? So it's like getting out and being social and, like, interacting. I'd be like, yeah, being a cashier at Walmart's not that bad. When you have, like, no sustained investment in it and you're not relying on your life for it. You can literally quit whenever you want. Right? It's a completely different experience when you're in a position that I am, which is, again, why I try to create a positive, influential space where I can uplift other people and have them have the same type of experience that I do because I'm in such a unique and privileged situation that I am. And that I understand that other people aren't, so I want to create a space that people can unwind in. Because I know what it's like to be pushed to that point. Because I literally pushed myself to the point of having seizures. Because I was working so hard on, like, my content. Well, I'm no stranger to it. And, you know, we're all human at the end of the day as well, right? We all make mistakes. We're all just doing our own thing. I hate waking up early, but we ball for money. True, Garlic. My thing is, like, if like, so for instance, I would work at 7 a.m. till, like, 1 or 2. And then, like, I'd sleep from, like, 3 till, like, 6. Then I'd stream from, like, 6 till, like, 2. And then I'd, like, sleep from, like, 3 till, like, 6. And then I'd do that, like, 3 days a week. The other 4 days, I just wouldn't work. Right? Like, having, I haven't written, yeah, but I work 6 days a week, goddammit. Exactly, Ahab, and that's why it's, like, I love the idea of, like, Tolkien didn't print Lord of the Rings until what, he was 46? Like Mark Twain's first book, he was like 42. You know, some of the greatest creators, like you know, like directors like Christopher Nolan and Peter Jackson and Steven Spielberg, like, their movies were in their, like, 30s, like, mid-30s. And then, like, my favorite example is, like, Christoph Waltz, right? He was discovered by Tarantino in Glorious Bastards in 08. I think it was 08 or 09. And that made his career. And same thing with, who is the other actor? Oh, Breaking Bad, the guy who plays Gustav. The guy who owns the chicken guy. He was literally on the verge of bankruptcy, and Breaking Bad completely changed his entire life. And there's, like, other things, like, there's the story of, Nicolas Cage. He was, like, a carpenter and, like, he didn't even think anything. No, wait. Harrison Ford was the carpenter. Nicolas Cage was a teacher. I think it was Nicolas Cage, or was it Tom? The star of Home Hardware. Tim Allen. It might have been Tim Allen, and he was, like, arrested as a teacher for, like, punching a kid in the face. Right? Like all of these, all of these actors have, like, or, like, Jason Statham, where it's, like, he was literally put in, like, Cranked, I think it was, because he was literally a gangster. Like, he was in a gang. And, like, acting got him out of the gang. And, like, now he's, like, a normal person. Right? It's like, these kinds of things can completely change your fucking life. But the reason for the way that your life is the reason why you get that. Right? Like, Arnold Schwarzenegger I guess Sylvester Stallone's a bad example, but Arnold Schwarzenegger, because he was, like, like, natural man, right? His whole thing was he didn't do steroids, or at least supposedly. Tim Allen started acting straight out of prison, I think. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure he was a teacher, he punched a kid in the face, he went to prison, and then everyone said he was really funny and had great stories, and then he got out of prison, and he, like, immediately, like, got into Hollywood, because he just had a good personality, people loved him, he was great at telling stories, and just, like, being funny. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. I know a lot of history about a lot of actors, because being in film, it's, like, one of the sections that you study is, like, actor backgrounds, right? Lloyd Kaufman is an old fuck making movies. I'm not exactly sure who that is, Ahab. Fuck, I want to paint an Imperial Knight. Yeah. But anyways. Even on me operating at 40% and having, like, a bad day, this is still how I am. Because it's all about entertainment, it's all about having fun, it's all about forgetting about it, and it's all about moving on. And you could joke and make fun, and that's the kind of community I want, where we can hug it out. Like, for instance, I don't know if you guys were here when I was making fun of Relic, and I did a speed read of his story, and he went full berserk mode. And, like, I don't blame him, right? I was being a facetious, rude ass piece of shit. My only defense is I was gonna do it for as long as I could, and I thought I could do it for maybe 45 seconds. Turned out I could do it for 9 minutes, and I only stopped because he was TTSing Chalkboard. And we had, like, an hour-long conversation about how I degrade his work, how I don't treat him seriously, how I don't think about him as, like, a normal viewer because I take him for granted. And to be fair, that's true. I do that. So I shouldn't do that. Or at least the line for, like, where I make fun needs to be, like, pulled back, right? And that's what two civil adults have a conversation over when there's a problem. And you work it out. Because we're adults. Which is why Relic called Retro childish. Because he just, for some reason, can't get over this. Even though, in my opinion, it's fucking retarded. And again, I already, like, apologized, like, 100 times, said, like, you know, if this was really a problem, use chalkboard. So you know what I did? Because I've been saying it forever, I made this. For when someone does call chalkboard. And then I also did this. I was like... I'm gonna go schizo, trying to remember what I said to Retro. And he's, like, asking me and, like, making all these statements. It's like, dude, I don't remember what the fuck I said. Who the fuck cares what I said? Like, why are you trying to bring up, like, what I said in the VOD and saying, like, holding me to a standard of being, like, a logical person? I'm a fucking retard on the internet. What the fuck is wrong with you? Stop trying to be like, oh, you're a streamer, you have to be held to a higher standard. No, I fucking don't. Shut the fuck up. I'm an idiot, retard, asshole on the internet. If you take what I say seriously, you really need to go for a walk, bro. Like, shit, now I'm really worried about you. Right? Like, what the fuck? I know you guys take my critique seriously, and I take the critique seriously too, because I want to improve your stories, and I want to hear your stories, and I want you to have the maximum potential for your stories. But we're also a bunch of blabbering fucking monkeys that just fuck around and talk about a bunch of bullshit. Right? And that can coexist. That's why I have chalkboard. Because everyone has their own individual niche line that's too much. And when it comes to that point of being like, hey guys, that's the one topic, please don't go near that when I'm around. That's what chalkboard is for. That's why it exists. So people can't have this, like, stupid fucking bullshit of saying, like, oh, you don't provide this, like, caretake in your community. It's like, I literally have a safe word just in case, so we can just blanter and burb and call each other retards and say, I'm gonna fuck your mom. And if, like, someone does cross a line, we know when that happens. Other than that, we're just trolling, laughing our asses off, and don't give a fuck. And if you don't get that in the community, I'm sorry, then this just isn't the place for you. Because we're just gonna make fun of you like Happy. Which I even pointed out to Retro that it's like, dude, the way that you were, like, laughing at the way that Relic was making fun of Happy, like, we were doing the same thing to you for the way that you were acting about, don't ignore me! Why do you always ignore me? Stop ignoring me! Like, were you here when, like, Retro was doing that, Ahab? And I was like, dude, Retro, shut the fuck up, dude. You're not the only one here. Like, fuck, just repeat what you wanted to say. And he'd be like, no, I'm not gonna repeat it. You know what I said. And I'm just like, are you a fucking woman? No offense, boy. Like, holy shit, dude. And it's like, that's why it's like, I'm actually irritated. I'm actually, like, pissed. I'm, like, actually tilted. And that's why I'm, like, trying to, like... Okay, this is just gonna be chill. Let's just chill. Let's just watch some fucking conspiracy bullshit. Let's talk about some story ideas. And then we'll just fucking call it a day. I figure it's a chat, it's in text, you'll read it eventually. And sometimes it gets lost in translation. Sometimes 4 people say something at the same time and I miss a message. And, like, I've never had a problem with people, like, you know, typing an extra message. Like, unless you're, like, straight up. But even then, like, I can't even say if you're straight up spamming. Because look at Smokey's logs. Smokey just sits there and just, like, spams a random emote for, like, 5 minutes straight in the kick chat. And I just sit there and laugh my fucking ass off because it's funny. Like, I just... right? Like, I just...
The crime of the century was committed in 1982. 7 murders in Chicago, unsolved to this day. Despite a handful of suspects, there is no concrete evidence any of these suspects actually committed the crime. 7 people were dead, and the country forever changed because of this single moment in history. And each of the victims were completely innocent. They just decided, hey, I'm not feeling great. I'm gonna go pick up something as simple as an over-the-counter pain reliever.
Yeah, we just went over the
Tylenol,
JFK files, and now
they
this is just
died
a
because of
random.
it. Today we're talking
I don't know what
about
this
the
one's about.
Tylenol murders from 1982.
I've never
to
heard
this
about
day,
this.
There has been absolutely no real consensus on what happened. This has been covered at length on YouTube, and I think we have a pretty unique angle to propose in this video. For example, what if the Tylenol murders themselves weren't actually an isolated event at all? What if specialists were already recommending that tamper-proof seals should be on food to begin with? What if there was a network of publications that were already teaching people how to get away with murder and poisoning people in their lives that they didn't like? Well, guys, that's what we're talking about in this video, because
You think the autism problem is bad now? Imagine when the kids who, like, last year or whatever, when they had the acetaminophen thing where Trump was like, hey, you know, if you're pregnant, don't take Tylenol. And then all these women who were pregnant just, like, downed bottles of Tylenol. When those kids are born and they're, like, 8 years old, I have a real fear for the world. Because, like, our 8-year-olds are already retarded. Now imagine those 8-year-olds actually being born with, like, some stunted shit due to, like, fucking acetaminophen. Like, it's almost like an alcohol fetal syndrome type thing. Like, they're gonna be so fucking retarded, it's, like, not even gonna be funny. Would you ever get into actually playing Warhammer? Not painting or building, but specifically playing. You like StarCraft. Well, see, you say that, but then I say this, and I don't know if you mean the same way, but, like, and this is really funny about this, Ahab, because I bought Monster Hunter Rise for Retro, and he was gonna buy this for me, because he was like, oh, I'll just wait. Wait, New Dawn of War? I don't know what the new one is called. This was 6 days ago, bro. Curiously, have you heard? Thalidomide. Garlic. Thalidomide. I don't think I have. So, like, he said he would buy me the New Dawn of War, because it's supposed to be coming out soon, right?
Eons past. We enslaved gods. We defeated death. Yet now, we wait to find lesser species infesting our empires.
Is there, like, gameplay?
They have sunk.
Like, I don't understand if this is, like, the same one. It's the art. Maybe this is it.
Peggy 18.
Basically, drug in the 60s and fucked up kids in utero. Necron's Baby. Babies Born Without Limbs. So a great band. I think this is the trailer.
In the grim darkness of the far
future. I think this is the trailer.
There is only war. And on the distant world of Cronus, it reignites once more. A world scarred by ages past, harboring relics of power long forgotten. 4 armies, 1 war.
Dawn of War 3 is shit, to be fair. I've never played a Dawn of War game, and when I mentioned Dawn of War, people were talking about a different game. There's, like, Dawn of War, and there's a different game. It's like, Dawn of War is shit, but the other game is good. But I don't remember what the other game is. September 17th.
But on Cronus, war does not end with a single.
And then they have the entire play out, or like roadmap of like all the things that they're gonna do. right? But apparently there's another game that's not Dawn of War that, like, everyone is stoked for. Total War. It's literally a big PC series. Total War? Total War. Okay, I've watched this one too. These are different. I thought these were the same game.
In the grim darkness.
I thought these were the same game.
Of the far future.
What the fuck is it freaking out
Every
like
soul's survival hangs by a thread.
They're both Warhammer 40k though, right? They're just... Dawn of War is like a separate series. It's like StarCraft versus Warcraft.
Mankind is beset by endless tides.
But it's still in the Warhammer 40k universe. I guess it'd be like part of the Swarm in StarCraft, or like Dota and Warcraft. It's a series of War RTS games doing a crossover with Games. Fuck Games Workshop. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'll play both of them. I'll get both of them. Right? Like, I loved Stormfront and I loved Battle Aces, and both of them died.
Countless worlds.
Japanese Total War. I mean, StarCraft is a GOAT. Nothing will ever beat StarCraft. We still have, like, the qualifiers and part 2 of, like, what was it? The Open. I think there's a Napoleon. I know I said Neapolitan. Napoleon. Which is, I'm like, wait a second, why is the tabletop is essentially an RTS, it seems, but it's massive. I'm like, why is the Terran StarCraft theme playing in the background? Like, wait, what? Why? Where is this coming from? I'm so confused. This is what makes me think I'm a main character and I'm in a fucking simulation, because I'm like, I didn't open StarCraft. We were talking about StarCraft. Why is the Terran theme playing? There's no way this is like a sound bite. Also, Warhammer 40k is why StarCraft is even a thing. Well, yeah, because StarCraft was supposed to be Warhammer 40k, but they dropped the IP. Literally, Zerg was supposed to be the... I can never remember their fucking names. Why am I so retarded? But yeah, no, it was originally a Warhammer game, and then they dropped the IP. Can Zerg do the same thing Tyranids can do, where they can even gain biomass through bacteria? Tyranids! Yeah, that's what they're called, the Tyranids. Yeah, that's what humans do to create Sarah Kerrigan. At least, like, from, like, what I understand of, like, what you're saying. Right? Like, the outside bacteria and, like, the stuff on your skin and stuff like that, right, is, like, used as the cocoon in order, like, the same way, like a caterpillar uses, like, a combination of, like, bacteria and, like, things, as well as, like, the outer layers of its skin to make its cocoon. Right? And it uses, like, an absorption method to, like, absorb things from, like, leaves and stuff. That's why it puts its cocoon in a specific place. But seriously, where is the StarCraft theme coming from? This is tripping me out too much. Well, I mean, like, in StarCraft, right? Like, Kerrigan and, like, the different forms, like, they basically get put into, like, a cocoon state. And then they evolve, because it's turning a human into a Zerg. Right? So it's a cross-species thing. Is this... Okay, it just happened to be Artosis' stream started over, and Artosis' stream, which is what we have in the background, just happened to go all crazy. Because it restarted. Because that's the end of the stream. So then it just unmuted itself. Brilliant. But I'm glad I found where it's from, and I should have immediately known it was Artosis. Tyranids also create cults by infecting people. Well, that's kind of what the Cerebrits did, right? When they were under the Overmind. Like, there's the Overmind, then there's the Cerebrits, and then the Cerebrits would infect lower forms and use those kind of like the Overlords. Right? And then they would have them send out psionic signals to, like, press people in certain directions. And, like, influence their mind. Right? That's why they had, like, the psi generators and stuff like that. And that's why it's like there are ghosts, because ghosts and stuff like that are, like, influenced by the Tyranids. Well, it's because the Zerg was supposed to be the Tyranids. But, like I said, like, Blizzard just, like, whoever wanted to make it dropped the IP, and Blizzard was like, well, let's just make it anyways and call it StarCraft. Because that's a cool concept. You know, they don't own bugs in space. Well, what's funny is this. What's really funny, and I suspected it, of course, because it's ridiculous and stupid. I'm sure some, but not all. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Drinking breast milk? Like, what? I don't even know what's on here, but... Aspen's last video is the truth about Blizzard and how basically all of the allegations were proved false and Blizzard was destroyed as a company through all of these allegations that were basically retracted back, and the only real evidence that found was like minor HR infractions. And the company would still be huge if it made good games. Unfortunately, it doesn't make good games, so until it does, it's never going to get its reputation back. And I don't think it's ever going to be able to fix the reputation of World of Warcraft.
Because those things are...
Yeah, exactly. They still make bad games, which means it doesn't fucking matter. Because I think Ahab, at the end of the day, no one cared about the breast milk conspiracy. In fact, I think some chuds were like, fuck yeah, maybe we'll get good games now, because these guys seem like fucktard retards that wouldn't give a shit about anything. So of course they're gonna fucking do like Red Dead Redemption 2 shit where you can like string up the, what are they called? The women's suffrage people.
Real and true. At the time of the Tylenol murders,
now
Johnson & Johnson, the owning company, had to launch one of the largest recalls in American history, with an estimated $100 million impact, which is over $300 million adjusting for inflation today. Not a single person spent a day behind bars tied to the committing of this horrendous crime. And here we are in 2026, 40 years later, and we may never know who actually was the culprit behind this horrible and tragic event. Who was the person who laced Tylenol with cyanide in Chicago in 1982? And why was this something that was entirely preventable and we kind of should have absolutely objectively seen coming? For show. Back in my day, we didn't worry about people tampering with our food.
Ahab.
Oh yeah? You didn't?
Games aren't made for gamers anymore, they're made for
family
old men.
Purchases Tylenol. Now, the core focus of the Tylenol murders is those original 7 people who were the victims of this heinous crime. 7 people from Elk Grove Village to Chicago. They died because they took extra strength Tylenol that they picked up just running their normal errands with this popular painkiller bought easily over the counter tainted with cyanide. Originally, these bottles of tainted Tylenol were traced to a local chain, which was the Jewel grocery store. This particular Jewel grocery store was located at the southwest corner of Arlington Heights and Biesterfield Roads in Elk Grove Village. The bottle that kicked off the entire event was purchased at roughly 4 p.m. September 28th, 1982 by Gianna Kellerman. The next day, the 29th of September, was the fateful day that the majority of the Tylenol murder victims would lose their lives. The final two would be pronounced dead on October 1st. It would be after these deaths that they would finally be able to piece together what was happening to these people. The first recorded victim was Mary Kellerman. Her mother purchased the bottle of Tylenol the day before on September 28th, like the others. At 6:15 a.m. on September 29th, Mary would take the Tylenol that her mother purchased from the Jewel store, and by 9:59 a.m. that day, she was pronounced dead at Alexian Brothers Medical Center, the first victim of the Tylenol murders. Mary was only 12 years old.
That's very sad.
She was born on March 9th, 1970, and she was in 7th grade, and she was Dennis and Gianna's only
hey
child.
guys, let's make it
she was their entire world
by making
she
it move.
Cooking with her mom, playing Atari with her dad. She had 3 dogs and a goldfish, and had just started babysitting, and she was remembered fondly by her peers and teachers at the time of this travesty that someone so young was the first recorded victim of the Tylenol murders. What a tragedy. Now, Mary's death was, of course, a tragedy, but if any family was impacted the most by the Tylenol murders, it would be the Janus family. For the Janus family, it began on the same day, September 29th, but at 11 a.m. Adam Janus bought a 50-count bottle of Tylenol from a Jewel at a different location on Vale Avenue in Arlington Heights. By 2:33 p.m., he was transported to Northwest Community Hospital in Arlington Heights, and by 3:15 p.m. that day, he was pronounced dead. Adam himself was born in Tarnów, Poland, raised on a small farm, and his family immigrated to the United States when he was only 8 years old. He and his wife owned a small home in Arlington Heights where they were raising their 2 children, Kathy and Thomas. Adam himself worked as a postal supervisor, and he loved working on clocks. The next victim would be of the Janus family, and that would be Adam's brother, Stanley.
That's why Diablo 2 is so good.
Stanley lived in Lisle and ran an auto parts store in Chicago, and he would arrive after his brother was pronounced dead. At 5:40 p.m., he would take capsules from the bottle of extra-strength Tylenol that was in Adam's home and clutch his chest. At 6:30 p.m., he was at the Northwest Community Hospital, the same as his brother, and at 8:15 p.m., he was also pronounced dead. Stanley obviously immigrated to America with his family the same way that his older brother did. He learned English very
I've been telling people that the only reason that I'm still alive now is because you said you were coming back, and I said I would read your story when you came back. Other than that, I would have probably only streamed for like 2 hours. And I kind of expected you to come back a lot earlier, Relic. But I mean, we're watching Impa videos, and we're like, you know, just chilling. So, you know me. I just never turn the stream off. Oh, well, I was asleep. Fuck you. Well, there you go, Relic. That just caused me to stream longer. Make more content. Let's fucking go. Give you what I have for a chapter, but it's not much. Well, do you want to work on it? Will we finish this 35 minutes of Oompaville video? And then give me what you have after that? Or like something about a Tylenol murders that I don't think I've ever heard about. So this is a new one for me. It's like the red dye number 34 or whatever it is that was like had bleach in it and basically gave people like scalp cancer and like burned their skin off and shit. And they spent like 5 years telling people it was fine. It's like the color... You guys know like the 1990s neon green soap? That like green dye number 19 or whatever? That shit was... It wasn't radioactive, but it might as well have fucking been. I don't know if I will share it with you. You're too hand-holdy. I want Mean Scotty. I can bring out Mean Scotty. I mean, Relic, you're talking to me on a day where it's like, this might happen anyways. So the fact that you're asking means I just unleash. I mean, don't blame me for what happens. But if that's what you want... right? Like I say I don't mince words and stuff like that, but I'm respectful. But there are times, like, for instance, the example I would use with Shadow and that whole DNA thing, where it's like, yeah, no, you just have this wrong, you just need to change this, I don't like this, I know what you're trying to do, but, like, no, and that's just my opinion. Whether she changes it or not doesn't matter. That's just how I feel about it. Oh, what that means, Scotty is gonna rip off his shirt, flip the table, and start twisting your nipples. That's the kind of Scotty I want. Relic wants Scotty so mean he's willing to do a sexual assault. The problem is, Ahab, that I'm sexually assaulting myself. So, like, can I, like, speaking of, like, Shadow's story where a guy goes to jail for killing himself, can I, like, go to jail for, like, sexually assaulting myself? But if you don't say the obvious thing, Ahab, then the smart people will be the only people that understand. Not if you were asking for it. Scotty, did you ever see my DM? I don't, maybe, wait, Retro's back in the Discord? Like the D&D Discord? Because I did talk to him about that. So did I at least amend... No, oh, yeah, I know he came back to my Discord. I don't know if he left again. Is he still in it? Because I went to check the members to see if he was, and just like I sent you that DM, like, Discord crashed. Yeah, it says he's still in the Discord. So I'm just, like, I told him, the last thing I said is, so move on. Hopefully that's what he's doing.
And made a ton of friends, and he was heavily tied to his Polish heritage, and he would meet his wife as a result of being set up between another Polish immigrant family. And maintaining their heritage was important to Stanley and his family as well. Stanley's wife would be Teresa Janus, the unfortunate and final victim in the Janus family. At 5:40, she also took the extra strength Tylenol, and at 6:30, she was also brought to the hospital, same as her husband, and at 1:15 p.m. on October 1st, she was taken off life support and pronounced dead. She survived a little bit longer than her husband, but only because the machines were keeping her alive. Terry was born in 1962. She grew up in America. She was only 20 years old. Her parents had immigrated before she was born. She married Stanley on June 19th, 1982, and they had been married for just over 3 months when they would both pass away within the same few days from ingesting Tylenol. Now, it was integral in discovering that the Tylenol was poisoned because of the suffering that the Janus family experienced. Because 3 people had died within the same household in rapid succession, it became clear that something beyond coincidence was happening.
Oh, yeah, because I made a joke about saying that he's basically like a woman who's saying you raped me because they regret... I made the joke, I was like, I'm calling this, like, retroactive, you raped me, because you regretted it, so you're saying I'm a rapist. And that was, like, his response to me saying, move on. And then I was like, because I said, I said, so move on. Prove me wrong that you're not butthurt by letting it go. Up to you. Actions matter. And his response was... You realize that when women do that, the mentally balanced, sane populace laughs at them. No one with IQ above 20 unironically takes that seriously. And I don't think he realized, Relic. This is where I just, like, closed my eyes and walked away. Because I don't think he realized that, like, I was saying that he was the one doing that. And his retort to that is... You realize that people that do that are fucking dumb and retarded. And the entire time, I'm telling him that we have the exact same point of view. So I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with you? We literally have the exact same point of view. I give you an example, and then you give me the exact same example back. I'm like, you're doing this. And he's like, yeah, people that do that suck. And I'm like,
victims was Mary Lynn Reiner. At 3 p.m. on September 29th, she bought a
called him
50-count bottle of regular Tylenol at Frank's Finer Foods in Winfield. And like the other bottles of Tylenol, someone had already been inside hers and had mixed in with the regular capsules 6 extra-strength capsules, with 4 of them being loaded with cyanide. At 3:30, she took at least 1 capsule and fell into a coma.
What do you mean the point of coming back? He joined my Discord before he even messaged me. Because I saw that he had joined the Discord, and I was like, oh, he's back in the Discord. And then, like, an hour later, he sent me a message. And then I apologized and said I went too far, and it won't happen again, and to use chalkboard. And we went in an hour-and-a-half conversation of him basically saying that I was a liar. And I was like, okay. I don't care. Why do you care? I don't understand. Like, can't we just move on?
5 p.m., she was brought to Central DuPage Hospital in Winfield, and following morning at 9:05 a.m. on September 30th, she was removed from life support and pronounced dead. Mary was born in 1955 and one of 8 kids. She and her siblings were raised in Villa Park, Illinois. She was known by...
and that was like another thing where I was like, dude, I've said like I have literally never in my life, I don't think, outside... Like, I don't even think in jest, outside of the stream, I've ever said the N-word. I've said faggot. Everyone has. But the N-word was like a sacred word that you just don't say. And the only times I've ever used it on stream are in examples of the power of language and words, and what we should be doing is disempowering the word by... I have multiple times, Ahab. I have said it with the hard R, and I have also said it with, like, the intent behind it. Yes, Ahab. And that's what I'm trying to say, is, like, I have said it on stream. Very purposefully. Right? Not maliciously in any way, but, like, to make a point, because people are making a point about words. And the point was, if we didn't give the word power, and then as soon as I say that, I say niga, as in the Japanese for where at. And it's like a combination between words and how we use language. And that if we really and truly wanted to get rid of, like, the hatred that's attached to the word, I've said it softly in a joke, and it was kind of funny. I mean, like, I always show, like, the fucking Boondock Saints Rocco joke of, like, you know, the spick, the black guy, nigger, and yeah, that's what I said, right? With like Ron Jeremy and stuff, right? So it's like, in my opinion, the only times I ever say it are in contexts that are similar to you reading it in a book. And then Retro brought that up of being like, you saying it on stream isn't the same as like reading a 1800s Huckleberry Finn. And I'm like, because I'm trying to prove a point about the power of the word, and the way to take away the power of the word is to not give it any meaning, and to say it and just let it be said so that no one gives a fuck about it, and it just becomes another word that doesn't have any power. That's the entire point of the conversation I have around it, because words have power. That's the entire point. And if you want to take the power away from a word, you spam it. So, like, as a culture, if we wanted to truly diminish the meaning of these words, and I'll give you an example of this, and most people say it's not the same. People say jip all of the time. I bet you 80 to 90% of people don't even know what jip is. So is it simply that you know and it's a cultural thing? Yes, exactly. Because you can say, for instance, spick and span. Did you know, like, you know, to clean something to be spick and span is spick as in a Mexican? But there are TV commercials that say spick and span. So how do you take the power away from the word? You spam it. That can't be why Retro hates me, because I made that joke well after he got hard by hating on me. No, I just think Ahab, and I even said this in the stream, I think Retro's just a generally, judgmental person. And he just has, like, a negative connotation to the way that he talks. And I came to terms with that. And I just never took him seriously, because it's like, okay, that's the form in which he banters. And I allow that because, like, that's, like, your personal stature, like, signature. But then it just seemed like he was just, like, just calling people names and getting mad at people for no reason. And, like, actually being rude and putting people down. And it's like, bro, you're starting to, like, cross a line where it's, like, not funny anymore. Like, this legitimately seems like you're serious, and you confront him, and he says, yes, I am. And I'm like, okay, well, that seems like you're doing it maliciously. Can you stop? And he's like, I'm not being malicious. Stop gaslighting me. Retro, are you a woman in disguise? Yeah, no offense, right? But, like, what the fuck, dude? I got actually upset. I just thought it was a bit of a banter, to be completely fair. Exactly, Ahab. That's why we have chalkboard. We literally have a safe word that if you get pushed too far, you can use. And then we go, okay, we have a conversation and we figure out where the line was, where the line is, and how we can address it. But he wouldn't do that. And he never called chalkboard, so we never took it seriously. And he just left all of the discords, and then we're like, hold on, wait, Retro, is there, like, actually something wrong? Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, we're actually worried about you. Like, you're not acting yourself. And then he basically went on what I would call would be, like, basically what I would say from my friends was that drug-induced rant of saying, of just continuous projection of, I'm fine, you're lying, you're the one who's wrong, all of this, and every piece of evidence that you give, they say is invalid. And everything they try to give you as evidence isn't actually real. And you trying to help them turns into them, like, punching you in the face. Like, I've literally been there in real fucking life. I don't need this on fucking the internet. Right? And, like, Relic, this is the funniest thing. I think I was in the middle of saying this earlier, but I don't think I finished it. So, like, there was an insinuation of Retro, like, saying something about my viewer count, because he said, like, I'm a high-thinking individual. He's like, you're a high-thinking individual, but where are, like, all these high-thinking individuals that you want to, like, collect? Like, basically, like, making the statement of, like, I'm a failure, and I don't have any viewers, and I don't have a community. And I'm just like, see, this is why it feels like this is spiteful and, like, malicious. And he's like, you're calling me malicious? And I'm like, yes, I am. Can you, like, prove to me that you're not? And he's like, no. And I'm like, well, then what do you want me to think, bro? You start collecting what people say as evidence, you're weird. Yeah, and I literally brought up the VOD and I gave him the timestamp. And I was like, bro, no, you're wrong. Look at what I actually said. And I kind of used it as a trap, because if you go back 15 minutes, like exactly 15 minutes, it should be like, if someone gives you a timestamp and you were like at a certain point, to me, I'd go back 5 minutes, then I'd go back 10 minutes, and I'd go back 15 minutes, and I'd watch like each of those 3 minutes to see like a context of like why you gave me that thing. So he went 15 minutes ahead and like clipped that back to me and said, no, this is why. And I'm like, bro, you're literally like, I tell you why, and then you're like, no, here's why. And then he says the exact same thing that I said in the exact same words, almost copy-paste. And then says that I'm gaslighting him. And I'm like, do you not know how to, like... I just don't even know. It was funny, he just DM'd me. He just DM'd me. Oh, man. Guys, this is actually raising my spirits from, like, a 40 to, like, a 60. Because, like, I'm just, like, at this point, I just want to troll, and I just don't give a fuck. And I'm like, if you get butthurt, I just don't fucking care. Be an adult and just say you want to fuck my mom and my sister, right? And get over it. Like, I don't understand. See, I went back to see what I said to make Retro so upset, and what I've said, and the jabs he was talking about was me saying, Home Slice or Retro, come get your dude, etc. Like, the dude has issues. If he thought I was actually being mean to him, then I don't need him around as a friend. Exactly, Relic. I'm like, I think I've even genuinely asked him his issue with me, and I never got an answer. Granted, I'm not owed one, but still, this, all of this. Yeah. And Relic, I even told him, like, I've had issues with you, Relic. We've had issues with each other over stuff. That's just, like, character building and, like, boundary managing. That's how you build a foundation of a lifelong, like, friendship. Because you know you're not a fucking pussy, and you know you can rely on each other in tough times. Those are the kinds of people you want to keep in your life. Not someone who's, like... He even says, like, we were talking about hate watching, and he's like, oh, I don't hate watch you. And it's like, I'm talking about him, and then he DMs me. And I'm like, so you were watching the stream? Yes, it did, Relic. And I said, well, why would you... Because, like, he was like, why was I banned? And I was like, well, why would you be banned? And I was like, well, why'd you leave the Discord? And he said, to make a point. And I said, so you left the Discord instead of saying chalkboard? And he said, yes. And I was like, well, you should have just said chalkboard. And he said, I didn't think that would have an effect. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? So you just randomly left the Discords. And he's like, well, I really want to play because I like Star Wars and stuff. And I was like, well, if you don't like Relic and you don't like Ahab, then why the fuck did you play Star Wars? Because I really like Star Wars. And I'm like, I'm in there too, being a retard. Like, why do you even want to be in there with us? And he's like, well, I like Star Wars. And I'm like, then come back and play! I don't understand. I wish I had time for D&D, but now I've been kicking around a new 40k RV to build. No worries, Ahab. It is what it is, right? You know. D&D is one of... Now I have 4 messages from Retro, so I'm wondering what these will be. I mean, like... Guy, I'm a retard on the internet. Like, are you trying to, like, I feel like, I have, like, the prediction that I'm gonna, like, look at these messages and be like, oh, so you doxed my DMs and stuff. And be like, yeah. Because I thought it was funny and it would make good content. I didn't actually show your DMs. I just, like, mentioned, like, the back and forth about the conversation that we had. Putting it into, like, a story context of being, like, funny and, like, embellishing certain aspects because it's funny. Because I think it would be entertaining for everyone. Right? Well, I mean, I don't think I said anything that blows out of the water anything he said. Most likely, and in most cases, I'm blowing what I said out of the water because the exasperation of what I said I think is funny. Right? Like, I think he thought I was serious because I was acting super serious, but I was more super serial. From Retro, the night that everything went down. This is the first and last time I will be in contact with you. Do take care. I know. Don't tell me you want to play when you drop this. And, like, Relic, I'm just like, this just shows you what kind of a person he is. It's like, do you really, like, do I want to be around a person that acts like this when we do stuff like this that's volatile inside of the community? It's like, we have miscommunications and stuff, and, like, immediate, like, I don't even know. Smokey would be probably the only person who could say, but I don't remember if we had the chalkboard rule before Valium Boy or after Valium Boy. But all I know is that Valium Boy just kept randomly banning people. He would just ban people for no reason, for no nothing, and I'd say, dude, stop just randomly fucking banning people. And then I took mod away from him. Did you know that's what I did? I took Maud away from Valiant Boy. I didn't ban him. I even took him aside beforehand and I said, this is your last warning. If you do a mod action without consulting me, I'm taking your badge. And like 30 minutes later, he banned someone, so I unmodded him. And then he went around in the community telling bad things about me, said I was shit, spammed in the chat, and I still never banned him because I thought it was fucking funny. And me and Smokey are just like sitting there fucking laughing our asses off at this shit. I'm just like, yeah, I only ban bots. I don't see why else I'd ban someone unless they're like doing something actually malicious. And then it's got to be pretty bad. And usually it would be something that we could talk about. Like you could DM me on the side, right? And what's funny, Ahab, is like Relic made a mod action to time out Retro. And I screamed my head off at Relic. And I explained the situation. And I told him, you can't fucking do that. That's like the one rule. Is you can't just do random mod actions because it causes shit. So I actually screamed at Relic for the shit that he did. And then we had like a conversation, we shook hands, and we moved on. I have 6 DMs from Retro now. Shit, guys. Shit, what are we gonna do? Fuck! Why doesn't he just come into the stream and type in the stream? Right? I'm like, why is he DMing me? Now I'm building this entire canon story in my mind about why he's DMing me. And it's not even connected to the stream. It's like independent. It's like he's not watching the stream. He has no idea what's going on. He's just like, this just coincidentally happened to be he woke up and he wanted to apologize and he wanted to make amends. And then he noticed that I was still alive. So he was like, do you want to play Monster Hunter Rise? That's the good ending. He's in the viewer list. I never check the viewer list because I don't want to know. And sometimes it's like fucked up and it's got lag on it. But yeah, don't do the @ Never press just @ Oh god, I think I'm up to 80% now, Relic. I think I've actually like completely redeemed my mood. Fuck, man, this is why I stream. You have ups and downs. That's the way the fucking world works. Get over it. I've never been anything but respectful in the D&D game, so what is his issue with is the stream talk that he considers jabs, but he doesn't stop the jabs. So does what it is. He's welcome to come back to the Discord game, but he's got to apologize for his behavior. And I kind of agree, Relic. Like he shouldn't just get, like, a free pass. Like, he gets a free pass from me. Because I'm the streamer. But for you guys, I would make him get down on his knees and grovel. To show respect of being like, don't do this again. You know? And it's like, that's your apology. Right? And then just come back and act like it never happened. Because that's what men do. What's the scene? What's the scene? What's his name? What's the guy from Vikings? It starts with an A. Like the main dude who takes in Thorfinn? Fuck, what's his name? I don't know why I want to say Jarkin. Hold on. I'm just gonna grok this. Name of character in anime Vikings takes in child character. He's like the Ask Aladdin? Ask Aladdin? Oh, sorry, Vinland Saga. I'm retarded. See, this is why I'm bad at this. I meant fucking Vinland Saga character takes in... I don't know why. This is why I'm retarded. Yeah, sorry, I'm an idiot. I'm thinking about Vinland Saga, not fucking goddamn Vikings. I'm retarded. Oh, you just started it? Askeladd! I was so close. I said Ask Aladdin. Is this the scene? No, it's season 1. Fuck. Well, anyways, like, the two guys are basically, like, two mercenary sides. No, I haven't seen The Northman. Like, two mercenary sides, right? Like, fighting and killing each other, and they basically kill their own best men, and at the end, they, like, well, you know, water under the bridge, and then they ally themselves. Right? It's kind of like that. Like, you just, it doesn't matter what the fuck happens. You just, like, get over it. Right? Shit happens. You fucking move on with your life. I think I've heard of The Northman, though. Ahab. But yeah, I haven't seen Vinland Saga Season 2 yet. It's something, I've been meaning to watch. I haven't got into it yet. I've only heard really good things about it. Okay, I don't want to grovel. I don't want a long drawn-out thing. Just say you're sorry. Let's shake hands and move on. I've apologized to him on other stream and tried to work it out through him 2 hours. It's on him, not me. The Viking version. It's Hamlet, but the Viking version. Oh, that sounds amazing, Ahab. Usurping, incest, death. I'm all about it. Guys, like, I really want to click on these messages, but, like, I don't want to read Retro's messages on stream. So I'm just, like, not going to click on the DMs until I go offline. But at this point, I'm like, I could stream for another 6 hours. I don't feel like doing anything. You know, don't read them in your head, you fucking pussy. No, like, Relic, it's to send a message. It has nothing to do with what the actual messages are. It's to send a message of, if you're not going to talk to me directly in the stream, why am I going to look at your DMs? You just want the attention. Talk and fucking chat. Don't be a pussy and be like, why are you calling me out? I don't know. It's my opinion. So, I'm just not going to look at them, and I'll respond to him after the stream. Unless he wants to confront me directly on stream, which he keeps saying that, like, that's what he wants to do. Okay, do it.
Given birth to her 4th child, a son, just 6 days before she collapsed. Then Mary McFarland would be the next victim, but unfortunately still not the last. At 6:35 p.m. on September 29th, Mary told her colleagues at Illinois Bell that she felt dizzy after taking Tylenol at their workplace. The paramedics would arrive 2 minutes after this, and she would be taken to Good Samaritan Hospital in Downers Grove. By 3:18 a.m. on September 30th, she would be pronounced dead. Mary was born in 1950 in Chicago, one of 5 siblings. She was a sales rep at Illinois Bell Telephone in the Yorktown Shopping Center and had 2 sons, Ryan and Brad. Her own bottle of Tylenol had come from a Woolworths in that same shopping center as the others. She'd gone through a divorce 2 years earlier, but her family, her 2 sons, were everything to her. Paula Prince would be the last recorded victim of the Tylenol murders. At 9:16 p.m. on September 29th, she paid $2.39 for a 24-count bottle of extra-strength Tylenol at a Walgreens on Wells Street in Chicago. So the Tylenol finally left the suburbs and is now in Chicago. This bottle didn't come from a Jewel or a Frank's, and by the time this was all over, tainted bottles would turn up at 6 different chains across the Chicago area.
I know I haven't
so whoever
read
did this
anymore, Shadow.
made plenty of rounds. At 9:30, Paula would take the Tylenol at her Chicago home, and it wouldn't be until 5:40 p.m. on October 1st that her body was discovered. Her friends found her after she missed a dinner and never showed up for a flight, and investigators later concluded she had died that first Wednesday night before a single warning had aired and before anyone had said the word cyanide on television. Paula was already gone. She was the last victim of the Tylenol murders and was dead before anyone knew that there was even a killer murdering people using using Tylenol. Paula was born in 1946, and she was the youngest of 4 kids and was a United Airlines flight attendant. She lived in a high-rise condo in Chicago's Old Town neighborhood, a completely beautiful part of town, by the way, and she just had started a party planning business. As you can imagine, this took the country by storm. So what was the official response? The first person to connect the similarities through all of this was the nurse, Helen Jensen. She was the village nurse of Arlington Heights and the town's only public health official. The person who did everything from flu shots for firefighters to home care for cancer patients. She was a multi-talented individual. And on the night of September 29th, she was called to Northwest Community Hospital where the Janus family was dying. She interviewed Adam's widow through a relative who translated, and she caught the one thing that all 3 victims had in common: Tylenol. So she got a key to the Janus house and went there herself. She found the bottle on the bathroom counter and the receipt in the trash can. It had been purchased that day, and there were 44 capsules left in a 50-count bottle with 6 missing. 3 people, each taking the recommended 2. So she drove back to the hospital, put the bottle down in front of the medical examiner's people, and told them it has to be the Tylenol. They, of course, were skeptical. So trusting her own intuition, she said it again and stomped her foot and said, "There's something in the Tylenol." Then she went home, poured herself a scotch, and cried herself to sleep. Years later, she summed up that night in one line. She said, "I'm a woman and a nurse. No one was going to listen to me." Luckily, somebody did listen. The bottle ended up with Nick Pishus, an investigator with the Cook County Medical Examiner's office, and Pishus noticed something, that the Janus bottle and the Kellerman bottle had the same control number stamped on them, MC2880. He called Edmund Donahue, the Deputy Chief Medical Examiner for Cook County, at his home, and Donahue told him to open the bottles and smell. He smelled burnt almonds, that's cyanide, and Pishus happened to be in the roughly 60% of the people who can actually smell it. Some people have genes that don't allow them to smell the almond smell of cyanide. Donahue then got the county's chief toxicologist, Michael Schaefer, to test the capsules overnight. 4 of the 44 remaining capsules were packed with 550 to 610 milligrams of potassium cyanide each, which is nearly 3 times a fatal dose. Then the same connection was made a second time that night, completely independently, by 2 off-duty firefighters. Philip Capitelli in Arlington Heights had heard about Mary Kellerman's death through family, and his friend Richard Keyworth, a firefighter in Elk Grove Village, compared notes with him over the phone. The little girl had taken Tylenol before she collapsed, and the only common thread in the Janus house was Tylenol as well. So those 2 firefighters trading and calming over scanner traffic on their day off had cracked the same thing that the village nurse had. And that opens the interesting question. Not every pill in the Tylenol bottle was laced with cyanide. So could the Janus family have just been very...
This may be a hot take, but like, I would rather kill people for animal cruelty than like other things, because like, animals can't really fight back. Like, you know what you're doing. Whereas sometimes there might be a gray line with human-to-human interaction. Relic, I have your DMs actually as the DMs that are open on my other screen. So... yeah. Yeah, no, anyone who hurts an animal, you deserve to die. That actually makes me... It does too. And it's like the reason why is simply because animals can't fight back. Animals are vulnerable. And sometimes when it comes to human-human interaction, you never know what happened. But when it comes to like human-animal interaction, when the animal dies, or when the animal's like completely retardedly mistreated, like there are like dog attacks and cat attacks, yeah. But, like, we're talking, like, that kind of neglect where it's, like, someone leaves their baby in a car and they die. Their kid dies in the car. Their dog dies in the car. Right? I'm, like, an emotional level of me is, like, of those 3 scenarios, the guy who left the dog in the car should get, like, the word... Like, they should be boiled alive, whereas the person who left their kid in the car to die... why the fuck did the kid not get out of the car? And the person who left the baby in the car... they would be, like, stoned to death or, like, hung. But, like, they wouldn't be, like, boiled alive. They wouldn't be put in, like, a brazen bowl. Right? Like, it would be bad, but it wouldn't be as bad as the person with an animal. And, like, I feel like the baby and the animal should be on the same plane. But I want to make a very specific distinction because there are more people that interact with animals than people interact with babies. So if you make it harsher for animals, then people just won't do it. Right? But it's like, you just have to be... And the person who's going to do that to a baby is, like, way worse than someone who would do it to an animal. Because people are like, well, it's an animal, I don't give a fuck. But, like, it's a baby. Like, what the fuck, right? So it's like, there is a double standard there. Retro left the stream without saying anything. I mean, he has 9 DMs that I'll look at later. I mean, I don't care. But I think he thinks that, like, I sit there thinking about him or something. No, you... Okay, I'm gonna read out to you guys, what I came up with after I walked away from Retro, and I went and watched the China show. So next, introduce Cook and greet Botanist. End chapter at Commotion and Tank hand on door. Chalkboard initiated. Please refer to pinned message. Someone who looks up to Stoner, trains magic too hard, hides it, for shadow for later, for Botanist and Cardinal. Subordinate cripples themselves because of it to show instead of Stoner hiding it because she's still lazy shit. This may be first arc shift. He literally, like, simps her to, like, till his dying breath. Miracle, drugged, giraffe, battering ram. Oh! That's what I mean by sometimes the at isn't exactly accurate. Some people refresh the page because the longer you sit on the page, like, the more delay that happens. I don't know if you guys... I don't know if it makes it, like, bigger. I don't know if you guys can, like, see. But yeah. The number is, 9. 9!
Lucky? Coincidentally so? Or did the killer purposefully put the pills that were laced with cyanide near the top? Either way, the next morning, authorities were holding an emergency press conference advising the public not to take Tylenol. So they acted very quickly. Some towns pulled bottles off the shelves and sent police down the streets with bullhorns telling people to throw theirs out. Johnson & Johnson issued an official recall of lot MC2880. However, tainted bottles from other lots were being discovered,
like,
including Mary McFarland's, which traced back to lot 1910.
Here's another thing that's, like, funny, guys. Is, like, Retro's gonna be like, oh, you're a piece of shit, you're a bad person, like, fuck you. I'm gonna be like, yeah, I tell you guys that every day, that I'm, like, a retarded piece of shit asshole who doesn't give a fuck about anyone, who's just, like, doing his own fucking thing, and glad that you're here to enjoy it with me, but really and truly, like, I'm just a retard on the internet who's doing what's best for him. So yes, that's exactly true, Retro. Thank you for pointing that out.
Out of a plant in Round Rock, Texas. The Kellerman and Janus bottles had been made in Pennsylvania at 2 different factories, and there was one poisoning pattern, which meant the poison almost certainly went into the capsules after the bottles reached Chicago. So they expanded the recall to any extra strength.
Like, for instance, this is like a way that I would treat certain things, and this would be a multi-step program, right? Because it's like, it's a trap. So I'm just going to emphasize that the first step is obviously a trap, right? So what you would do is you would say, if you just admitted to what you did, you can't get punished, right? It's like the punishment is like lying, right? So, like, if you lie about what you did, then you get punished. But, like, if you tell the truth, then you can't be punished. It's like, did you skull fuck her to death and then cut her head off? No. She was alive when I cut her head off. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're good. Doesn't fucking matter. As long as you don't lie. And then eventually everyone just starts doing their own thing, and then you start analyzing people, and you go, okay, now's phase 2. You guys are retarded. And you basically just kill all those people that are, like, on the list. Right? And they're like, but you said, and it's like, well, if you're retarded enough to believe what I said on top of actually doing something, I don't want you in my society. Fuck you. You just do a bait and switch. We're like, yeah, crime's legal, and then anyone who does crime, you just kill them. And it's like, well, why did you do crime? Right? Like this is like something that I love that people say is like, oh, well, if there weren't any laws or anything, how many people would you be out? You count went from 5 to 6. 20% increase. Let's fucking go, boys. Those are huge numbers. So cool. My phone just turns on airplane mode for no reason. Oh, fuck. Ahab. I love it when my phone screen turns sideways, even though I have auto rotate off. And it's like, you can't turn auto rotate off on this app. Fuck, I don't remember what I was saying. I was saying something about something. Fuck, I was like in the middle of a story. Fuck. God damn it.
Capsules because it was the capsules that the perpetrator was able to pull open and lace with cyanide. In the end, 8 tainted bottles turned up across the Chicago area. 5 of them killed people, and the other 3, one sitting on a shelf at an Osco drugstore at the Woodfield Mall in Schaumburg, was packed with 14 poison capsules. One returned anonymously to a Dominick's in Chicago with 11 capsules, and one was bought at Frank's Finer Foods in Wheaton by a woman named Linda Morgan, who was the wife of a DuPage County judge who turned her bottle into police after hearing the Tylenol warnings. Hers had 7 poison capsules in it, and she had actually opened one of the capsules with her bare hands, not knowing that cyanide could be absorbed through her skin. Her words were, "I was very lucky I didn't take the Tylenol." Yeah. Ultimately, Johnson & Johnson would warn hospitals and distributors and halt their Tylenol production entirely. There was a nationwide recall of all Tylenol capsules on October 5th, 1942, with 31 million bottles being in circulation, a retail value of more than $100 million at the time, which adjusted for inflation is around $334 million. They put out advertisements telling people not to consume any of its products that contained acetaminophen, because only the acetaminophen Tylenol had been tampered with, and they offered to exchange all Tylenol capsules already purchased for solid tablets. Before the murders, Tylenol owned roughly 37% of the American painkillers market, and within
so
weeks,
this could be
it was
like
down
an
to
inside
7%.
job
Within about a year,
for like trying to bring down big pharma by contaminating their stock cycle. I like the idea of that.
This video is
so we just
sponsored by
contaminate
Sour Boy
all of
Sour
the chemicals
Candy.
and
That's
everything.
right, friends and family. I have my own candy company. How did I get that? Well, I got this possum
Scotty,
from another realm. His name is Zalk, and I
polish,
asked him to make me the candy, and he did. How cool is that? And then
Hey,
now
yeah,
I've got a
that's
website with all the candy on
genius.
it, and we do 4 new flavors every single month of sour
Holy fuck,
fruit
that's
gummies, made
genius,
real fruit
bro.
purees, natural flavors, dyes from fruit and
Fuck!
vegetables.
Now I gotta
35%,
get
30%
some.
less sugar, depending on the leading brand's product, guys. With more stuff coming soon.
Fuck.
Comment down below what you want to see us make. Would you buy creatine
Way to
gummies?
create
'Cause
an
they might be coming pretty
incentive,
soon.
Ahab.
How about a focus
God
gummy? Maybe a
damn
gummy with
it.
taurine, maybe a gummy with caffeine. Maybe the belts might be coming back extremely soon if I can sign over my life, essentially. Maybe. I don't know. We're reformulating them right now, but in order to do it at scale, it's really difficult. Running a business is hard. This YouTube is easy.
Of course, I picked that
So who
one
was
for a
behind
reason.
these murders?
Duh.
At the time, discovering that all these pills had been laced showed that there was likely no tie to any specific victim, unless the individual was planning on killing someone specific and then just
should know which
seeded
color I'm gonna
cyanide-laced
bring out
tablets
next.
everywhere. They just wanted to kill one person, and then they
It
just
doesn't
decided
look
to
as
kill a
red
lot
on
more
camera,
people.
but it's
They
a
would have
lot
had to
more red
assume
in
that the
real life.
individual they wanted to kill had actually gone and purchased the Tylenol and waited for them in the store. But based on this series of what seems like purely chance events, it appears that the culprit just
have, like,
wanted to
50 or
mass
60
poison
other
and
in a
kill
box
as
over
many
there. These are
people
just the ones I
as
generally
possible,
use.
which put
I've still
all
got, like, the
law
red.
enforcement in a difficult
wonder if you
position.
can use a
The
magnet to
local
bring up
police
the metal
hypothesized
flakes
that
they
someone had taken
use,
bottles off the
for the
shelves in
glitter
the
and the
local
nail
stores in the
polish.
Chicago area and placed the potassium cyanide in some of the capsules and then just put those bottles back on the shelves. The FBI got a little bit more creative. In early 1983, they went to Bob Greene, a columnist at the Chicago Tribune who heavily covered this case and has been cited as a source within this narrative and within this video that we are releasing now. The FBI went to him with a strange request. Publish Mary Kellerman's home address and the location of her grave. Her parents agreed to this. The thinking came from the Bureau's profilers who knew that killers like this sometimes visited their victims. So the column ran, and for months, investigators quietly watched the house and the headstone, waiting.
You're fucking
Nobody
genius,
ever came. One of the few pieces of evidence that we have is a surveillance photo of Paula Prince, the final victim, purchasing her cyanide-laced Tylenol at the Walgreens store in Chicago. There's a bearded man visible in the frame behind her, and police released the security film 3 weeks later, hoping someone might recognize him. Nobody ever conclusively did, as security footage looked like back then. Still does now somehow. But years later, a Kansas City detective who worked the case.
Why is it CTV cameras are still like 1960s? Kind of want to do that on my Imperial Night that I'll surely never buy because it's $165, Ahab. What the, for a single, it's a single piece of plastic? Well, it's only like 20 hours of work.
Case would insist the bearded man looked like the prime suspect we are about to meet. Looked like, by the way. That's as far as it ever went. He looked like him. There was one...
You want to know the funniest thing about lookalikes? I think I've said this before. No. Ahab, I was talking about the amount of hours you would have to work to buy it. Like at minimum wage, you'd have to work probably more than 20 hours to get $165. Not painting it. Just getting the money to buy it. Which is like 3 shifts. Just under 3 shifts. And depends upon also the tax, right? Like, in BC, it was 16%. In Alberta, it's 7%. That's a lot. That's a lot. Scotty looks like the prime suspect, known as Gable 77. But yeah, so I worked at a pizza place. And the pizza place was like the second or third store, right? But it had like the owner's name. And there was like the sign that had the owner on it with like a pizza. In my state, it would take 10 hours to get that. I might save for one, but you have to also account for the cost of the paint. That's true, Ahab. It would be even more than that. You're right. 15 is the minimum here, with like a 10% tax. So like 10 hours would be 150. 20 hours would be like 300. Minus that like 10% would be like 270. Right? But there's like other stuff. So it's like, yeah, maybe like 16 hours. So maybe just 2 shifts. For like $220? Yeah, because the paints are high quality. They're meant to last, right? Like, they don't flake and shit like that. At least if you get, like, the good ones, right? Like, the actual good ones are, like, good paint. Anyway, so, the sign on the front of the building has a picture of a man. The person who runs this store keeps getting called the man that's on the poster. The man on the poster is not the man in the shop. And you would say, oh, so you're brothers. Well, no. So, the guy who owns the shop is actually the brother-in-law. So the guy who owns the shop, his sister married someone who is like literally almost his twin. This guy looks like a cult leader or a serial killer. It's the eyes. It's the way that he's like looking into your soul, right? Scotty looks like a cult leader. How do you know that I'm not a cult leader? Well, I mean, I was, but they drank the Kool-Aid like idiots. Told them to wait. They couldn't. But hey, without them I can't ascend, so we gotta rebuild all over again. Fucking retarded. It's the third time, okay? At some point, I have to learn. Like, I have to just get the right people. I can't just get anyone. Because they're all fucking retarded. And I'm like, do I really want to consume, like, retarded souls? I'm like, isn't that, like, bad? Right? Like, quality matters in this case, right? Like, this is the shit that's, like, not written in stone. That makes you, like, question it, right?
Main suspect in the Chicago Tylenol murders, a man from Massachusetts named James W. Lewis. He was a former Chicago resident who was, until his death in 2023,
sacrificed every day to keep Scotty on his gamer throne. How do you Gooner throne? How do you determine if they're retarded? Well, I ask them one question. How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast? Oh, but I did eat breakfast. Next! Oh, but I didn't eat breakfast. Next!
Living in Cambridge, Massachusetts. He, for decades, had been linked to the Tylenol murders and would be sentenced to a 10-year prison sentence for an extortion effort tied to the Tylenol killings, in which he sent a letter to Johnson & Johnson claiming he could stop the killing in exchange for $1 million.
What, so he
Between
ransomed
the extortion
it?
and a separate fraud
What a
case,
fucking
he would end up serving
retard.
about 13 years. And when the FBI finally caught him in December of 1982 after a nationwide manhunt, he wasn't hiding in a bunker, he was sitting in a New York public library reading newspapers.
Damn, bro.
Crazy.
No one will find you in the most obvious places.
Who was James W. Lewis? He was born in 1946, which would have put him at 36 years old at the time of the murders. And he was born in Memphis, Tennessee. He and his siblings were abandoned by their mother at a motel after their father had abandoned them. He would be adopted by Charlotte and Floyd.
I forgot that I was talking about this. I was on a rant about the word gyp. How many people here use the word gyp? Nah, retard is coming back no matter what they say. True, Ahab. Gyp is the N-word for gypsies. Because you gyp someone, and gypsies are known for stealing, and gypping someone is stealing from them. And again, like, I'm gonna lay out my logic for why retard is not a slur. Idiot, moron, for Romani people. Yeah, but it's like not just Romania. It's like places around there, outside of it. It's kind of one of those things where it's like gypsies are almost kind of the same as Jews because they're both nomadic people, where it's like there's kind of a religious and an ethnic, or in case I think like most of Romanian gypsies, it's a cultural, not religious and ethnic thing, right? Because like gypsy is like more of a culture than it is a people, but they are the people of like Romania. Same way as like there's the people from Judah or Judea, but there's also like a religion of Judaism. So you can be both or one or the other. If you're nomadic, you can't be racist against. Them's the rules. I mean, I don't know about that, Ahab. I'd have to think about it. But no, the reason why retard, Scotty is racist. When Scotty, so your IQ smart, but where is your smart IQ viewers? When Scotty, you need to stop. Wow. I mean, I'll stop when I'm dead. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. It's it's not the fact I'm threatening myself, right? So the reason why retard is not a slur is because, or like, you can't... Is it gonna play it? I don't know if it's gonna play it. Sometimes it plays it, sometimes it doesn't.
Mini-Me loves chocolate. Scotty don't. Scotty don't.
Yo, you.
How about you don't, ladies and gentlemen, Scotty do.
Do not
Ladies
drink
and
water.
gentlemen,
Do
my
not
plan
move
is
your
Scotty do.
Do not move
Mini-Me
your
aimer le
feet.
chocolat.
Do not
Yeah,
stretch.
wow,
Do
yeah.
not go to the bathroom. Have another
Scotty
toke.
n'est pas.
Yeah, oh, this is... Oh, so what...
You know what we should have pulled out, Relic? I'm actually, like, oh my god. This is what we should have pulled out on Retro.
Are you not entertained? Are you not entertained? Is this not why you were here?
I didn't know this, but apparently this guy... Fuck, where is it? No, it's back more. This guy died during the making of Gladiator. I was like, wait, what? Really? I didn't know that. But yeah, apparently he died of like a heart attack or something like that during like the middle or nearing the end of the filming. I was like, that's so sad. I don't know if that's true or not. I just heard that and I was like, that's crazy, and I just never looked into it. This movie sucks, dude. There was no trans actors, so it's bigoted as fuck. We should watch Gladiator, dude. I fucking love Joaquin Phoenix, man. Oh my fucking god, I love Joaquin Phoenix. Holy shit. Holy shit. 3, 2, 1, toke. Retro's back. Hi, Retro. And see, I'll call this out, Relic. Like, what you're doing is extremely facetious and obviously confrontational. And Relic would probably say, why would you let him do that in your chat? And the answer is, because it's fucking funny. You can get away with anything if it's fucking funny. I don't care if I laugh at it. Who the fuck cares? I'm God. I'm sure God laughed at the bubonic plague, right? Scotty, watch all of True Detective Season 1 in one go tonight, or no clit. Ooh. No balls, rather. Well, I mean, I use my dick like a clit, so if I couldn't do that, I'd have to just sissygasm, right? And that's really hard to do. I mean, I'll stop if it's warranted, but people gotta speak up, otherwise I don't know. And I agree, Relic, which is why I'm on your side. This is what chalkboard is for. And if you don't use it, well, that's your fault. Sissygasm proves that the formation of language was... Yeah, I could definitely agree with you on that one, Ahab.
Lewis, and he had a pretty problematic childhood.
Like,
aside from
probably the best thing that ever happened was language being split after the Tower of Babel. Because people were just saying the most retarded, degenerate shit, and they're just like, man, you know, I just don't want to, like, have to listen to this anymore. So then just no one knew what anyone else was saying. So scabadap, boobababadap, scatbat. Ah. You just gonna be retarded? Hey, fucking long.
I'm a scat man.
It's been so long. I wish it just wouldn't play.
I'm a scat man. I'm a scat man.
Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. Everybody's saying that the scat man stutters but does and never stutter when he sings. But what you don't know, I'm gonna tell you right now that the stutter and the scat is the same thing. Yo, I'm the scat man. Where's the scat man? I'm the scat man. Why should we be pleasing any politician reasons who would try to change the seasons if they could? The state of the condition insults my intuition and it only makes me crazy and a heart like wood. Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, brother, so can you. I'm the scat man.
Why did Nintendo make Kirby? He's just a sentient Tenga egg. I love Kirby, bro! Kirby's like that perfect, like, cute but dangerous.
So check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back.
You know, people say Kirby's a girl. Kirby's not a fucking girl.
Meaning a scat, well, I'm the professor and all I can tell you is why you're still sleeping, the saints are still weeping, because things you call dead haven't yet had the chance to be born. I'm the scat man.
Meta Knight, we all know, is best. Fucking DDD. Him and Eggman can go fuck themselves. Isn't a Tenga egg like prop for, you know?
Where's the scat man?
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm the scat man. Sing along with me. It's a Scooby-Doo Scooby-Doo melody. Yeah, I'm the scat man. I'm the scat man. I'm the scat man.
been so long since we have a scat man. Let's fucking go.
Abandonment. At the age of 20, he attacked his adoptive mother with an axe and was voluntarily committed to a state mental institution where he would spend 2 years. He would then move to Kansas City, Missouri, and work as a tax preparer. There is a case from those Kansas City years that you should know about. In 1978, Lewis was charged with the murder and dismemberment of Raymond West, an elderly man who had been one of his tax clients. The charges were dismissed because the evidence against him was ruled illegally obtained. He walked away, and I'm not going to pretend that it is a conviction and that actually happened or whatever. But this is just all a thing that's true about the man who would become the prime suspect in the mass poisoning and Chicago Tylenol murders. It seemed for a while like his life was back on track in spite of those events, and he would marry Leanne, who he met in college. They would have one daughter, Toni Ann Lewis, who in 1969 would be diagnosed with Down syndrome and die in 1974 due to complications from a congenital heart defect. This is where his beef with Johnson & Johnson comes into play. Lewis claimed that the heart sutures used in his daughter's surgery were manufactured by Ethicon, a subsidiary of Johnson & Johnson, and he blamed that company for his daughter's failed operation. He would go on to give multiple interviews where he would cite grief as his main motivation for writing the 1982 extortion letter, and he claims he was never involved with the actual poisoning and just wanted to capitalize on this company he perceived as evil and causing the death of his daughter. He would call his letter an emotional outburst, but the letter had a second target, and this is where the story gets more and more strange. The account that he told Johnson & Johnson to wire the money to was not his. It was the payroll account of Lakeside Travel, which is a Chicago travel agency his wife used to work for. Lewis claimed the whole thing was really an attempt to frame and embarrass her former boss, who he blamed for bouncing her paychecks. So, is it grief over the daughter, or is it a frame job on a travel agent? Lewis told both stories for decades. Now, of course, the story changed again. That was a story that he told for decades until a documentary that aired in 2025 after his death in 2023 contradicted him heavily. Who told the story? Lewis did.
Yeah, whereas like Mario
the story that he had told. He stated that he wasn't actually
Kirby
angry with Johnson
kind of
& Johnson,
the same function,
and he
where
clarified
like
that
you can like eat and become your enemy in like a way, right? Like Kirby has more functionality, but Mario has more like puzzles, right? That's how like I'm like quantifying it in my head.
Apparently, because I do stuff like this, and occasionally dress like this, some people were surprised to see me with a girl. So let's get a couple of things completely clear. Firstly, that is not a girl. That is a whole-ass woman, my wife and the mother of my child. She is the fury to my grace, the calm to my storm. Our lives have been entwined for 6,000 days, and I count myself lucky for every single one of them. But if we were together for another 20,000, it would still not be enough time with her. And secondly, life isn't some kind of video game where you have a race and a class that determines everything that you're able to do. You can be a man, or not, in a skirt and heels, or a three-piece suit, or whatever the heck this is. And you can dance, or train with swords, or practice pro wrestling moves with your wife in the garden. Because one of the best abilities you can unlock in real life
what their
is
sex
to figure out
looks
who
like.
you actually want to be, not just what's expected. Which is a great first step to becoming a happier and somewhat weirder person. Apparently, because I do stuff...
But yeah, could you imagine the sex in their relationship? That's almost scary to think about.
His daughter died from natural causes, and that it wasn't a failure
Eventually,
of the sutures,
someone's
and that he
gonna
doesn't really
hurt
know why
themselves
he wrote the extortion
from the
letter.
shit that
He was
they've been trying
ultimately
to do.
convicted of extortion and having a possible motive, but he denied any involvement with the
Shit, you
poisonings
broke my
until his
dick.
death. So it's very important to note that
In
we do not
Canadian
have
brain
any
goes
actual
straight
concrete
cuck
evidence
shit.
linking Lewis to the murders.
Wait, cuck shit? What do you mean? No, I mean like the fact that like imagine like the kind of contortionist kind of stuff that they can do, right? Like that's the like you're both like stuck to the wall and you're like fucking the wall somehow, right? I don't mean cuck shit. I mean just like I can imagine how. Oh, do you mean it's cuck shit because I'm thinking about other people having sex? Wait, am I looking at this from the wrong direction? I think I just made a realization. This has nothing to do with them. This has to do with me. Because vorism, then in the new sphere. Well, once I realized you were talking about me, Ahab, then I was like, oh yeah, no, 100%. Because like, I see that, and the first thing I think of is imagining, like, the kinds of things that in positions and, like, things that they could do while fucking. So yeah, you're absolutely right, because that's the first thing that I imagine is just, like, 100 different positions, like, them hanging from the roof, you're, like, hanging off of the kitchen table, or some sort of, like, chandelier or something like that. Like, you're, like, kneeling somehow over the door or something like that. Yeah, hanging out of a window. Hey, stepsis, I'm stuck, or stepbro, I'm stuck in the washing machine, right? Like, so be Scotty if he played God. Alright, let's see. See if the rumors are true. Fuck off.
I'm an island, but oh, we have guests! Oh, goody! Sir!
What? What?
I'm sorry, sir. Oh, you have a friend? Wait a minute, sir! Okay, there has to be one more stupid guy on the team, right? Sir, buddy! You're fucking dog!
Are these his teammates?
Hello, housekeeping!
Yeah.
No, he's killing people with a quad.
We have a horn here, he's hacking!
I'm dead. Uh-oh!
Because, yeah, I'm like, wait, is he actually hacking? So this is just a guy going around online hacking? And then, like, look at me, I'm online, I'm hacking! Or is this, like, a legitimate thing? Just got the quad through the door. Okay. Because I'm like, if he's just hacking, well then, well, what's the fun of it? He's just cheating, so obviously everyone's freaking out. But if it's like, it's something like you're not supposed to be able to do, but is possible, some unbalanced bullshit, holy fuck. Because I don't think you're supposed to be able to get this vehicle in this area. Right? So, like, he managed to get the vehicle here, and now he's reaping the rewards of it.
I don't even my fucking loading! I'm an island, but oh, we have guests! Oh, goody! Sir!
God won't fix it.
What?
This isn't a feature in the game. Well, of course, right? Makes sense. Way to kill your game.
We just have the extortion letter and ultimately his extortion conviction, but
Sometimes
there's nothing linking him to the genuine murders, the Tylenol murders. Extortion, separate. In 2010, Lewis and his wife provided DNA samples and fingerprints to investigators. And that is huge because testing on 3 of the tainted bottles had recovered DNA that had never been identified. DNA that did not belong to the people who handled the evidence. Lewis's samples did not match it, so
like, where it says,
sort of
God's like, oh, you
leads
just have
to
to
the
adjust enough
notion that Lewis was an innocent man all these years and is just guilty of being a weirdo idiot. But in spite of that, he's still considered the prime suspect. He's dead now, though. Rest in peace. There's 2 more things in his file, though. When investigators searched his old Kansas City home, they found a poisoning handbook, and his fingerprints were on the pages about cyanide dosages. And in 2022, 40 years after the murders, members of the original task force went public saying they believed there was a chargeable circumstantial case against Lewis, and they pushed prosecutors to file before he died. They did not. And he died in July of 2023 at the age of 76, uncharged. There are a handful of other suspects that you pretty much have to jump through hoops, literally, in order for them to be considered a suspect. The first is Roger Arnold, who's the strongest of the alternative suspects.
Even I'm
saying that. When I'm saying that, you know there's a problem. However, the tainted bottle showed up across 6 different chains, which makes his jewel connection almost meaningless. What actually put him on the radar was a Lincoln Park bar owner named Marty Sinclair, who reported that Arnold had claimed to have cyanide before the murders and had talked about killing people with his white powder. And within his home, they did find chemistry equipment, laboratory glassware, firearms, and literature on how to make cyanide. Specifically, a copy of a book called The Poor Man's James Bond, which was a 1970s survivalist manual that includes instructions for producing potassium cyanide. However, The powder that was recovered from his home was not cyanide. It was potassium carbonate, which is not poisonous.
I guess that's true, Ahab.
Or dangerous.
But you know what's funny?
Brother had some
Speaking
salt
of band,
of
because it
tartar
reminded me
in
of
his house,
branding.
or
Have
some
you seen the video
pearl
of chicks
ash.
getting branded
Similar to Lewis,
tattoos?
there was no forensic
Where instead of
evidence
getting a
linking
tattoo,
him to
they
the
just get
poison
branded?
bottles. He was just one of many
Fucking
people in the 70s
hilarious.
going around bragging about poisoning people and talking about cyanide. Arnold was questioned and released without charges, and he refused a polygraph like a boss. Investigators never fully let him go. In 2010, after Lewis' DNA came back with no match, they went as far as exhuming his dead corpse to test his DNA against the bottles. It did not match either. Interest in him.
Like, isn't that kind of just weird? Oh, yes. Haven't you showed this before? I've seen this before. It's crazy. Can I find our old MCN channel? I found it before. Cameron Nelson music. Because, like, I know the channel exists. Is this it? Oh no, this is My Chemical Romance. Yeah, I'll have to find it one day. But yeah, it's like we did like a screamo band, and we would literally make our own music videos and our own songs and shit. Dude, it makes me really want to be able to. It's not gonna be in my history because I cleared it because of fucking C Cleaner. I'm pretty sure the song is Blood Murder Kill. Maybe it's not. Zombie? Maybe? Fuck, man. Oh, wait. It OD'd on heroin. Fuck. Well, I have a punk parrot, so... Oh, you have a cat. You have a dog. We'll have a metal singing bird. Do you think that there could have been a dinosaur that had the potential to mimic speech? Well, we know that dinosaurs are essentially birds, and we know that birds literally talk to each other. So I don't see why not. Trying to remember what the fuck. It's pissing me off. Because I'm so bad with names, I just can't remember. I assume birds might mimic to ward off predators. That's an interesting concept. I like that, Ahab. I like that. Hmm. And it's like, I know I've found it before, and it's like, the fact that I haven't, like, bookmarked it or anything like that. Have I? Nah. Maybe one day I'll be able to find it again. No. Because it's like, it's too close to My Chemical Romance, right? Better not see any porn bookmarks. Not on this PC, bro. This is the clean PC. I'm just, like, looking through, like, the old... like, search parameters. Okay, so I gotta start writing. I'll be lurking, you dirty fuck. I'm probably gonna end the stream. Like, this is the closest to, like, the emblem, but it's, like, different than that. Songs? I just don't know how I found it before. Because it's so obscure. Chat pile. Good metal. Bringing up all these old ones. I'm like, at this point, if I was subscribed to it, wouldn't it just be easier to, like, see if I could just go through all of my subscriptions? Because I had to have subscribed, right? It's the only thing that would make sense. But I don't do anything that makes sense. So... all subscriptions. It's gotta be on here. And you guys can hear the ultimate shit. YouTube is always a piece of shit when I'm trying to do something, right? It's like, nope! Nope! You're just gonna sit here and look at that bar load. Oh, if you press that refresh button, bro. Oh, don't you dare ever look at your fucking subscription list. Not while you're trying to do something on stream. Don't you fucking dare. Oh my god, YouTube is... it's so bad. Like, oh my god, why are you so laggy? Like, what are you doing? Why are you eating all of my data? Just leave me alone. And it's like, I'm looking for the image, right? So it's like the image isn't there. So I'm like, well, how am I supposed to know? Everyone watches on the phone, so it's like there's no they don't care about like and everyone who watches on PC has an ad blocker. So why do they care about the PC people? Because like there's a chance like I'm just gonna miss the name because I can't see the image. Like, it should be something like MCN Productions. Oh, there's some images. Oh, here we go. It's loading. That's Meat Canyon. I am looking for the YouTube channel of the band that I used to work with when I was just after graduating high school. So I could show you guys the band that I worked with and the music that I made when I was in high school. Or like afterwards, because it's like during/after I graduated, my grade 12 year. And like I've looked it up and I found it before, so I don't know why it wouldn't be on my subscription list. So I pulled it up on stream before. It took me forever to find it, but eventually I found it. The one I wish I could find was the one that my friend made that has all the old movies on it that we used, because I didn't have a computer, so it was his account. And I don't remember what the fuck it was called. But it has all of our movies on it from way back in the day. Like there's a band called Favor Drive, and we won an award for a song that they did. And like part of what we did was featured on MTV. Because like the show was so good, right? Okay, well, this is apparently all of them, so I'm just looking for this. It should be like MCN with like blood. Well, for like the image of the logo. But that's Meat Canyon.
You are in for it now, sweetheart. Take those sexy glasses off like a good girl. You don't need to see what happens next.
Yeah, that's gonna help a lot. Give me a second here. We're almost there. I don't think I see it on here. I'm so sad by this. Because I know I've found it before, so I should have fucking put it on here. Just trying to be helpful. Oh, man. Yeah, no. Hey, it is what it is, right? It just reminded me of this because it was a screamo band. It was
I miss my sexy librarian.
Inspiration of a combination.
Back and play slut.
A combination between My Chemical Romance and The Used. With like crazy, like zombie, like horror, and like, you know, death and decay and falling of civilization and stuff like that. Pretty sure the song is called Blood Murder Kill. Something like that. And it's not like Scream Aim Fire. Find it when you're not looking for it, maybe? I have no idea. I don't even know what I could have possibly used, because, like, the guy's name is, like... He's either, like... Someone could it still be in here? Seems like the MCN is a pretty popular thing, right? But I'm pretty sure it's like maybe it'd be under Juvenile Assassins. Because that was the original name of the band. But, like, he had it under, like, his, like, production company. It's just funny how it comes up as, like, you know, all of these search terms that, like, I've searched before, right? And this to me be, like, the closest one. And it's like, as soon as I see it, I'll recognize it. Music video. Yeah, who knows? Who the fuck knows? I'll spend like another 30 seconds. I'll do like one more thing. I was hoping something would come to me. I think channels? Maybe that's how I found it? Was like just it was a miracle I found it the first time. I don't know why I didn't, like, bookmark it, but yeah. Maybe I'll try and, like, think about it. And, yeah, do something with it. 'Cause that'd be cool to see is, like, all the old songs and everything like that, right? What it was back in the day, man. Anyways, guys, thanks for coming around. Thanks for hanging out. It wasn't exactly a day today, but it was a day today. It is what it is, right? We'll be back again tomorrow. You know, never stop being you. Never stop creating. Never stop spreading your ideas. Spreading yourself. I mean, what? You're worth it. You're amazing. I believe in you. And as always, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you. Have a good night, y'all. True, brother. Alright. Who we rating tonight? What we going? What we doing? What we at? What we got? So wait, there's no way. The fuck are you doing? Why not tell us? Okay, guys, we got a special treat today, because Mr. I'm not gonna say anything. Alright, guys, we'll see you in the next one. Peace!